Oh god, okay. Well, thanks. Yo. Chat, I really don't know what to play today. I mean, if you guys are up for some Fortnite, then I wouldn't mind playing Fortnite. But, everybody's having a wonderful day today. What's up? Um, yeah, I'm feeling under the weather. I'm mentally... I'm getting worse day by day, chat. It's crazy! It's crazy! Yeah. Anyway, how is you guys' day, by the way? I mean, it's the weekend right now. You know what, chat? I should probably play Tekken. If I'm really this depressed, I should have been mad rather than depressed. I guess being mad and angry is way better than being depressed and sad. That would be a good idea. Like, that's a problem. Ugh. Well, Draco, pick. Freaking, do you want me to cry, be depressed on stream, or being angry and shout on stream? You want me to have an emotional breakdown on stream, or do you want me seething with rage? pick one. You want me to mentally and emotionally die down on stream, or do you want me seething in rage on stream? That's the question. Like, I have no idea how people are coming out freaking like know my punishes and everything, and then I'm really impatient. See, that's the problem. That's actually the problem. Freaking guys, be transparent with me. Freaking, when I say something, you answer. Come on. You guys want me to be mentally like have a breakdown, or you guys want me to freaking seething with rage? Don't say I don't know. Be transparent with me. This is how we call communication. There you go. Yeah, it's well, I guess yeah, I supposed it is, you know. Friday wife freaking Friday the 13th. Why I got bad luck on Tekken yesterday because it's Friday the 13th. Also, thank you for the people who are following the stream, watching the stream as well, both on YouTube and Twitter. Twitch, sorry. Um, yeah, we are at 1,453 followers on Twitch. Freaking, we're almost close to 1,500, chat. And then on YouTube, we just reached 716 subscribers, which is amazing. Like, thank you guys. Yeah, and I actually put up my Clive reaction video, and then I've been posting some VTuber clips as well on my second channel. That garnered a little bit of views. It's a good thing, pretty good thing. I have no idea what to do right now, chat. Freaking usually, chat. Whenever I stream, I want to play a game, or like at this point, chat. Freaking, I'm only streaming because I want you guys to be reminded. I do have a goal. I'm not forcing anyone to donate or anything like that, but I want you guys to be aware that I really wanna. I wanna make this goal right. Above my head. Like I really want to complete this goal before Christmas, or even like today right now, or this week, because I don't know really. I really don't know. Everybody's playing Marvel Rivals while I'm just here. Maybe we can react to some videos. We can, but yeah, I saw Tubbs video, or I haven't watched like the illegal stuff on Tubbs. We can actually watch on that stuff. I am not going to use my personal browser just to freaking watch a tough video or any morbid videos, chat, because all of the freaking recommended videos that I'll be, even my account, I'm not, because I hate YouTube recommendation. Like whenever I watch like a morbid video, freaking there's gonna be like one sliding in and all that shit. Yep. That's why I've been watching like some food videos, and I've been getting a lot of food video recommendation as well, which is a good thing. Like I just want to do that. I had to stop watching mukbangs because even though I eat before I get hungry after watching, oh yeah, also, by the way, chat. Holy crap. Is my VTuber model not moving? There you go. Also, by the way, chat. By the way. By the way, I actually want to talk about this too. Though he is okay. So I want to talk about this, chat. So I actually have my glasses now. So I have anti-radiation glasses and stuff. Yeah, freaking it's delaying. No idea why it's delaying like that. Yeah, I got glasses. Yeah, I have anti-radiation glasses. Let me. Fuck. Okay, let me just. I want to. This is a problem, chat, where. Yeah, so this is the problem when My VTuber Bridger is not even. Let me just restart VTube Studio chat. Every goddamn time. Okay. There you go. This is the problem, chat. I really need like a good PC for this. If I have a good PC, chat, I would definitely freaking get a decent setup with this one. There you go. Removing, removing, removing. Okay, we're moving. Okay. Yeah, okay, the greedy is back on Fortnite. Okay, that's crazy. All right. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Okay, chat. Yeah, I got some glasses. I'm wearing them, anti-radiation glasses, and as well as graded glasses as well because I have astigmatism. I actually developed astigmatism now, so I mean I can still see near, but far away I can't. I'm a far-sighted individual now. But I'm only going to use these glasses when I'm going to stream or look at my phone or look at the PC. But I'm gonna take it off where I'm and all that stuff. It's not biggie or anything. But yeah, Chad, I just want to talk about this situation that I'm having right now. I've I've been saying this multiple times. From I've been saying this from time to time whenever I stream. This is how, or this is how much I am genuine whenever I talk about this. This is a very sensitive topic, and I just wanna share it again to everybody who's here and who has been tuning into my streams every day. But I've been unemployed for 8 months. It's really difficult to look for a job. And granted, I'm the breadwinner in this household. My family isn't getting young. They're actually almost at their seniors. Well, my mom is senior and my dad is also almost senior. So I'm the only person who can actually find ways to earn money or revenue just to pay all the everyday expenses here in the house and even in our lifestyle. And I said this before as well that my sister actually abandoned us. She's actually a single parent living with her kid, um, having no connection with us whatsoever. But from time to time, like she always asks my mom to borrow some money or even asked to borrow money from me, even though I always say to her that I don't have money and I always like help my family and taking care of them every goddamn time. And streaming is the only way right now to get me revenue or earn money. I know I shouldn't depend so much on it, but it's really difficult to look for a job. Although I'm young, I still have a lot of opportunities ahead of me. It's really difficult these days to find a job. Not to mention it's Christmas. I don't think any company would actually hire me, or at least like available for hire. But that's how reality is, and I've been gloating, and I've been sulking, and as well as crying about the situation that, I find ways to look for anything, that I can earn money while still looking for a job. And it's not helping as well that I am not taking care of my health physically and mentally. I suppose that I'm not taking care of myself as well. Or I'm not taking my time off just to treat myself. But that's the thing, is that if I take some time off and take care of myself, who's actually going to help? Um who's actually going to take care of the expenses here? Who's actually going to pay the bills here? Who's actually going to put the food on the table? I can't depend always on my family since they're getting old, and it's tough. It's challenging to me, but that's life. And I hope with all of this happening, there's a rainbow at the end of the road, in a metaphorically speaking way. I just want this to end. It's taking a toll on me, but that's life. You gotta keep pushing, gotta keep pushing, pushing, grind, strive to be the best, to be successful in life. And I know it'll be worth it at the end. And yeah. Like, that's something that I want to talk about genuinely, and I want to remind anyone about it. This is me being genuine. If I have this kind of tone every time I stream, this is me being genuine. No bullshit. Not no manipulating my words or anything like that. This is how I feel, and I feel I feel alone. I feel alone on this situation, but you gotta fight. You gotta fight. You gotta take risks. You gotta take risks, and as well as Sorry, chat. Give me a moment. Ash Thunderpop. Oh my god, another hot VTuber. What's up? Is your mic muted? No, I'm not. I'm talking. I'm sure there's a job out there for you, Staz. There has to be. Gotta keep going. What's up, Ash? Hope you're doing well. Am I hot? I'm not hot. I'm not hot. There you go. I'm just gonna. There you go. Look at my broad shoulders. Yes, he is. He's spicy. What's up, Ash Thunderpump? Hope you're having a wonderful day today. I'm sorry if I'm not talking, chat. I'm just like talking and all that stuff. Yeah. But yeah, being again, chat. Being a VTuber is hard, or being a VTuber is hard. Being a content creator is hard. There's a lot of people pumping out content every day just so to promote their own brand and as well as differentiate themselves to other people and cater to the specific audience that they want to be and form a community. I still don't have my community. I've been doing this for almost 4 years now. And I just debuted and like I just debuted not too long ago. I just debuted back in May. And this kind of content creation, being a VTuber and having a proper brand, is challenging, but it's fun regardless. It's fun regardless because I get to express myself uh because I can express myself. I cater myself to anybody who actually stumble upon my stream. And at the same time, I'm promoting myself on both social media platforms such as Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. Like, I really want to find ways to actually put myself in the VTuber community, in the VTuber genre, that, hey, I'm also a VTuber. I want to get along with people. I want to form a community. Would you guys help me? Would you guys support me? I hope that you will enjoy my content and I hope you can relate to what I am doing and, have fun. That's really what I want. And not to mention, I want to collab with other VTubers as well and, and form a really good relationship with them and, have fun. Like what I want as a VTuber is that I want to collaborate with any VTuber, big or small. I want my name to be out there on the live streaming universe. I want to get sponsorship. I want my content to be appreciated, and as well as I want a community that really backs up to what I can do or what I am capable of doing. So that's my dream, being a VTuber and being a content creator, is that people will recognize who you are as an individual and as well as a person who wants to share your passion and your takes on what's going on the internet and relate to everybody. That's what I want.
to go if you like.
Fine. Not at these prices. Look how nonchalantly he says it. Fine, take our retirement. We'll be dead before we retire. Live a little. Can't they just cut it in half before they cook it?
Well, no, because that would compromise the integrity of the steak and...
The integrity of the steak.
So sorry, but we can only cook the steak one temperature.
Whatever, just do it medium and I'll choke it back.
Okay.
Why did we even come out to eat? Shut up.
All right, just checking in. How are those first bites?
Fine. You know what? Could you have them put this half back on the grill for a few minutes? Oh, here we go.
Oh, I see what you did.
She never misses a trick, huh? Shut up, Jerry. I know you don't.
Anyway, you guys wanna? Yeah, I'll watch some tub videos. Just give me a moment.
Disney World turkey leg versus Universal turkey leg. Which one's the best? Right off the bat, this turkey leg costs $13.99. The Disney World turkey leg comes at $13.50. The size of this thing is insane. This one's big too, but at first glance, pretty much the same size as the Disney World one. And contrary to some of the comments I've seen you guys leave, this is not an emu leg. It's actually a male turkey leg. That's why it's so big. The skin looks nice and crisp. The color looks almost identical. All right, now let's take a bite. It's big, meaty.
Yes, I've been watching a bunch of stuff, Chad. Turkey leg. Yeah, let me just I got a YouTube short recommended, so I'll definitely watch that when I'm hungry. Anyway, I will definitely react to some videos and then I'll play a little bit of Fortnite and all that stuff. The Disney turkey legs are good and they're juicy as well. I want to ask Kyo about that. How do they keep it, moist? Yeah, I'm getting ready. Their turkeys are smoked? Really? Yeah, I'm going to upload chat another VTuber clip. Smoked turkey tastes so good, but not as good as deep fried turkey. Let me be fair. I have never tried a turkey before. We have whole chicken, but we don't. I don't think. I mean, even if I found a turkey leg here, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be expensive. It's gonna be expensive as hell. Let me actually get my coat back on. Oh, stop it, you. All right, let me react to some videos now. And then, yeah. I don't know, chat. We're just reacting to some videos and then maybe play some video games too. To some videos and then play video games as well. I am not going to, yeah. Again, chat, I will not watch some morbid videos because I hate the YouTube recommendation. Yeah, so there is the creepiest hard drives ever recovered and then the most unsettling Airbnb stories. I haven't watched the creepiest hard drives ever recorded yet. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta turn off the ads. Okay, let me just watch it. There you go. Uh, there you go, Chato. Let's actually react to some tub videos. So we'll be so all right, chat and lady. We'll be reacting soon tub videos, and we're going to react to the creepiest hard drives ever recorded. So sit back, relax, and actually, enjoy watching me enjoying Tub explain the creepiest hard drives ever recorded stories. Ugh. The frick? You guys can hear it. Oh, okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to
There you
another
go.
video. I hope you guys are doing great. We're going to be taking a look at anywhere from SD cards to USB sticks to anything in between. It's just anything which content can be stored on. A lot of these stories do come from Reddit, but we did throw in some cases that were heavily covered and were more mainstream, I guess you could say. Also, if you're an artist and you want to draw me some fan art that I do put at the beginning of my videos, I haven't been putting them as of recently because no one's been submitting fan art. So if you want to submit fan art, it's discord.gg/tuv. I mean, yeah, you have a big chance of getting in the videos now. I mean, you know what? This is not complaint. This is not complaint time.
It's not complaining
also, if you
time.
think this rugby shirt is nice, this is available at earldoesn'texist.com along with the whole Exist collection. We're moving away from the whole Earl thing. The company is still named Earl, yes. But yeah, I just wanted the brand to be a little bit more edgy to reflect the topics we talk about here on the channel. With that being said, if you're not subscribed, don't subscribe yet. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video. And let's get started with the topic. Murder evidence. Homicide at Midtown Marriott. Brian Stephen Smith, originally from South Africa and a naturalized American citizen, is infamously known for a double homicide of 2 Alaskan women in 2019, a case that has come to be dubbed the Alaska Memory Card Murders. Memory card murders because all it took was someone finding his SD card for the domino effect that led to his conviction to be set off. Smith had bizarrely documented his heinous acts and stored them on an SD card in a phone recklessly tucked away between the front passenger seat and the glove compartment of his truck. First, the overall summary is that he was found guilty of murder, SA, and misconduct involving a corpse and was sentenced to 226
What
years
the
behind
hell?
bars. Now, there's no extensive background on him, but what we do know, according to an immediate family member who wishes to remain anonymous due to her safety, is that his upbringing was pretty normal. You know, the type of childhood with a loving mom and dad, a nice home, a dog, and everything a child could possibly want. According to her, nothing could have explained how Smith ended up the way he did. Regardless, that's the way he ended up and sadly had 2 victims under his name, 30-year-old Kathleen Henry and 52-year-old Veronica Abuchuk. An interesting yet sad tidbit here is that apparently, Veronica's family had actually reported her missing in February of 2019, about 7 months since they had last seen her. It was eventually noted that the 2 women shared 2 distinct characteristics. Both came from small towns in western Alaska, and both were homeless. And pivoting to the SD card now, the way things went down was that one
Chat,
night
I
while
really want
driving
to
down
eat
Anchorage,
some
Alaska,
fried
Smith picked
chicken
up a
right
woman
now.
named Valerie Kassler to help him look for a quote, young working girl. She knew the streets well enough to help and coincidentally was also homeless. By Valerie's admission, Smith seemed to be a nice guy. After all, she accepted his offer to ride around with him. The twist comes in though when at some point, Smith made a stop at a gas station to use an ATM and Valerie found herself alone in his truck. She accidentally dropped her phone and while reaching out for it, she picked up 2 phones, hers and one of Smith's. Simply out of a chilling instinct she had, she decided to pocket it. Then, for days after that night drive that lasted until 5 a.m., she stayed in the woods completely terrified that if she left her tent, she'd come across Smith. Now, why was she terrified? Well, after she snooped through the phone and saw what was on it, she eventually decided to hand it over to the police. They'd then discover 39 images and 12 videos with pretty damning information. The video footage showed a gruesome strangulation of a woman who had been beaten beyond recognition at what looked like a Marriott hotel. The perpetrator's face was never seen in any of the footage though. But in one of the videos, the woman is seen scratching the man's wrist in self-defense while being strangled and gasping for air. Some of the pictures also show the woman's body covered in a blanket and being snuck into a luggage cart. Now, among the videos, detectives singled out the specific one where the perpetrator could be heard urging the woman to die, saying, "You live, you die. Sadly, in my movies, everyone dies." You could tell this dude definitely had a fantasy of, I guess, being in a movie or being a villain, because let's keep going. The voice apparently stood out for one of the officers due to a distinct heavy accent. This is actually how investigators were able to link the voice in the video to a previous case they were handling involving someone with a very similar accent. The case involved none other than Brian Stephen Smith. It was sadly just a few days after this discovery that police were informed of human remains on a highway near downtown Marriott, which were identified to be Kathleen Henry's, the same woman in the footage. They immediately got a warrant for Smith's phone, and it was found to have been around the same area as the body at the suspected time of murder. He had also been a guest at the Town Place Suites by Marriott Hotel that day. He was arrested and questioned and later admitted to having killed another woman, that being Veronica Abuchuk. Now, remember Valerie? During an initial interrogation by the police after handing in the phone, she claimed to have found it in the street, but then later confessed to having stolen it from Smith's truck. That was in the second interview. Seemingly a small lie, but it almost had Smith walk free. Smith's defense had quickly tried to use that to try and prevent footage on the SD card from being used in the trial, but luckily, that got dismissed. The case actually got quite popular and even gave perspective to the plight of indigenous Alaskan people who often, quote, quietly disappear. And as I mentioned, Smith got 226 years, having been convicted on 14 counts. In the ruling, Superior Court Judge Kevin Saxby said that for Smith, there was no hope or restoration, only preventing him from killing again.
Jesus Christ. Dude has no remorse. I hate ads.
3,000 illegal photos leading to 30 felony charges.
What
a few
the
months ago in August of this year, a man was arrested on at least 30 felony charges of child exploitation. For context, this was within Delaware's jurisdiction, which means these charges are considered a level 5 felony. Interestingly, the man in question, 39-year-old Dustin N. Davis, also known as Torsten, was only caught after his lost cell phone was found. That was in June of this year when a lady reportedly found a blue Motorola G cell phone in a grassy area just near her home in the Muncie area. Now, it gets a little bit weird because I don't know anyone who has their wallpaper, their lock screen wallpaper, as their full name. I think that's another level of psychotic, but I mean, yeah, I guess in theory it's smart, you know. I still think it's kind of weird. Anyway, yes, he had his lock screen as his full legal name, Dustin Davis. So
this guy was dumb. Yeah, he is.
Media and contact him. She was able to successfully find the correct Dustin, and he responded confirming ownership, saying that he had lost the phone a couple days prior. But the lady persisted a bit just to be sure the phone really belonged to him. For some reason, she figured that the best way to do that was by accessing the internal SD card. Little did she know that she would end up making a discovery horrific enough to put this guy in prison. She reportedly found numerous images and videos depicting CP. That was enough to terminate her request, and she immediately reported the whole thing to the police and turned over the phone to them. An investigation was set up, and going through the phone's contents, detectives found more than 3,000 images of CP and other inappropriate videos of very young, clearly underage girls. Disturbingly and also damningly, alongside these images were selfies of Davis himself. What was crazy about the amount of content discovered was that there was too much of it to be reviewed individually. Detectives opted for a different approach and decided to instead determine the period in which David had gathered and accessed the content. This was found to have been about 10 months, between September of 2023 and June of 2024. On the afternoon of the 8th of August, Davis was detained by the police for questioning, and he shockingly didn't deny any of it. He admitted to being the owner of the phone and indeed accessing CP on it. According to Davis, he claims to have only accessed CP out of, quote, boredom, and that he wasn't attracted to children in any way. Guys, by the way, I figured I should let you know, if you ever want to get out of any situation, just say that you did it out of boredom. Just use the Dustin approach. I mean, this is the perfect explanation. He also tried justifying what he did, saying that he only looked it up to see whether or not it was, quote, easily accessible. Another great excuse by this dude Dustin. None of that worked in his favor though, as he was immediately arrested and booked into the Delaware County Jail with a $250,000 bond. At the time of his arrest, an initial hearing date had not yet been set, but online court records show that Davis wasn't a first-time offender and had previously faced charges that included stalking, invasion of privacy, and domestic battery, among other disturbing offenses. Found SD card leads to CP bust. It's not
what
clear
the
whether
hell
the
are
SD card in
these
this case
freaking
was
cases,
lost or
man?
discarded. Nonetheless, in May of 2014, it was discovered and led to the arrest of 24-year-old Timothy Brian Verhoff from.
That's 24? Bro, freaking you don't even look 24, you're like 30. Damn. That's a 24-year-old. It's a 24-year-old freaking guy.
Oakdale, California for felony CP charges. How the SD card was found was just pure coincidence. Apparently, a local resident in Oakdale was searching for recyclables at a dumpster and bumped into a micro SD card. He got curious, loaded it onto his phone, and took a peek only to discover it was full of CP. He immediately reported the incident to the Oakdale Police Department, who confirmed that indeed the SD card had CP, specifically more than 2,500 images, 150 videos, and some pictures of a man who was eventually identified to be Werlhoff himself. It actually turned out that identifying him wasn't that difficult thanks to his mugshots from previous arrests and his characteristically distinct tattoos. Soon after, forensics worked out that the photos were from a home on the 70th block of Leslie Court, which was where he lived with his mother. On Thursday, the 22nd of May 2014, the Oakdale police issued a search warrant which they immediately executed despite Werlhoff not being home. As evidence, they confiscated a computer and other electronic devices during their search. Then, they had barely left the home when they received reports of a suspicious person wandering the grounds of Sierra Baptist Church, which was directly behind Werlhoff's home. A lead that they pursued, and lucky for them, the person in question turned out to be Werlhoff. They arrested him, and he agreed to accompany the officers to the station for further questioning, but before they even left, he willingly admitted to the ownership of the SD card. The sergeant conducting the questioning said that Werlhoff also admitted to having downloaded numerous inappropriate CP images online and taken pictures of at least one of the underage girls that were found among the images. And as if that wasn't enough, he also admitted to uploading the girls' images onto the internet without her knowledge or consent. Not that it mattered whether he'd done it with or without her knowledge, but the police located the girl and contacted her parents. The girl confirmed that indeed the photos were taken without her knowledge. In the meantime, police continued with the investigations to determine whether or not any SA had occurred while still detaining Werlhoff. By this time, he had been booked at Stanislaus County Jail on 3 felony charges, including the possession of obscene matter depicting minors under the age of 14, production of obscene matter depicting a child under 18, and distribution of the same on the internet. He was held with a $50,000 bond. His hearing was held on the 27th of October that same year, and he pleaded guilty to all the charges. He was scheduled to be sentenced in January the next year, 2015, and was facing up to 20 years in federal prison with a possible fine up to $250,000. The actual sentencing was set to be done, quote, at the discretion of the court, end quote.
Switch to Lazada's 12/12 sale that starts on December 9th.
Oh my freaking god. Yes, I know.
Kill document. This one is very recent. It happened actually last year in June. It involves a man named Rex Hoyerman, a New York architect who had been accused of being the Gilgo Beach serial killer, a killer who was tied to the brutal murders of multiple women found along Long Island's South Shore. And just like the other cases we've covered, everything here was set in motion due to a hard drive. The drive, found in his basement, revealed what prosecutors called a blueprint for his crimes, outlining his meticulous plans, including methods to minimize forensic evidence, strategies for cleaning crime scenes, and chilling instructions on handling victims' bodies. Now, a little background on him. According to records of his Manhattan business, he was a registered architect with over 30 years of experience. Then, to his neighbors, he seemed like a simple family man with a wife and children. Clearly, there was more to him because earlier this year, that hard drive had the 60-year-old charged with multiple murders, including 20-year-old Jessica Taylor and 52-year-old Sandra Castilla. And these were murders that went back years. Jessica's remains, for example, had been discovered back in 2003, and she had been dismembered and her body parts discarded in multiple places. Sandra, on the other hand, had been reported missing in 1993 before her remains were eventually found in Southampton. Both women, like the other victims in this case, were believed to have been sex workers. Mind you, these were just additional charges on already existing ones related to the other previous murders, known as the Go-Go 4. The guy had killed 4 other women in the beach area, with their bodies being found in the fall of 2010, as well as sometime into 2011. The 4 were Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, Maureen Brainard Barnes, and Amber Castello. Further into the case, authorities also recovered an extensive digital archive from Howerman's home, including 27 computers, 58 hard drives, and
That's
numerous
crazy.
cameras, phones, and other electronic devices. Among these,
That's crazy. Like, how do people have this mentality to actually buy a lot of hard drives and a lot of hard drives, USBs, and freaking PC? Why? Why do you have this kind of psychological issue? It's not it's not fun at all, or it's not even kinky, or it's downright weird. It's so weird. I don't understand how people have that euphoric feeling. That euphoric feeling, chat. I don't understand this kind of feeling at all. That is so bad.
Investigators unearthed violent pornography and material eerily consistent with the crime scenes of the known victims, and interestingly, a copy of one of John Douglas's books on criminal psychology, and even notes referencing other books. Prosecutors also determined that Howerman had carefully timed his alleged crimes, ensuring that his wife and children were out of the state during each incident. This pattern was consistent across the cases. He'd also cleverly tried his best to erase the incriminating evidence from hard drives using forensic wiping software, but police still retrieved the deleted files, further strengthening the case against him. Now, despite the severity of the crimes and the mountain of evidence against him, as of the 21st of November of this year, Howerman had entered the not guilty plea and was being held without bail. Currently, he's awaiting his trial, set to be held next month. Alright, so now we're going to be heading over to the Reddit stories. The only and biggest problem with the Reddit stories is that some of them are just fake. You know, some of them are like, I found this crazy thing, and they describe it like if they're trying to make a creepypasta. So we really tried picking some that just sound real. So we're gonna start with this almost wholesome story about a lady with a rock band. Let's just get into it. Let's go back 5 years ago when a Redditor posted a question asking other online users if they had ever found a random USB flash drive and what they found on it. Clearly, being an interested conversation and something that strangely lots of people had experienced before, the post received numerous responses. We will be talking about multiple responses in this video. One Redditor said that they passed by a beer store while on their way to a friend's house, where they found a USB drive and an empty beer bottle. Once they arrived at their friend's place, they looked into it only to find a sad part of a movie of a couple growing old together with the woman dying at the end, which made them think that whoever stored that part of the movie must have really wanted to cause some sort of emotional pain. Another Redditor had a pretty pleasant experience having found a USB drive with what they described to be a musical education like none other, especially as a young Indian teenager who was trying to explore English music at the time. Most of the people who found USB drives said that they contained the usual everyday stuff like emails, random documents, and some pictures which they would use to trace the users through and try to figure out a way to get their documents back to them. One very interesting response to this question though was of someone who had found a USB drive with hundreds of photos of a lady with a rock band, and it appeared to be really old, like back from the 80s. Luckily, this Redditor found the band name in one of the pictures and successfully traced it on Facebook. Coincidentally, the same lady from the pictures was one of the first thumbnails under the friends section. The Redditor didn't hesitate to contact the lady and informed her that they had found the SD card and would leave it at a local hotel for her to collect it so that she didn't feel like it was some sort of setup. The Redditor really thought that they were helping this lady out, only for her to hang up on them after saying that the SD card belonged to her late mother and that she had thrown it out the car window because she wanted nothing to do with her. Yeah, that's why I said an almost wholesome story.
Almost wholesome
saying
story.
that they had found the SD card and would leave it at a local hotel for her to collect it so that she didn't feel like it was some sort of setup. The Redditor really thought that they were helping this lady out, only for her to hang up on them after saying that the SD card belonged to her late mother and that she had thrown it out the car window because she wanted nothing to do with her. Yeah, that's why I said an almost wholesome story. 1,000 literal cheese pizza photos. So still on that same Reddit thread, another really interesting response was of someone who said they found a USB drive in a Goodwill changing room. Since it didn't have a tag or a sticker, he didn't think it belonged to the store, so they pocketed it out of instinct. The USB drive had CP written on it, and this Redditor claims that he was 19 and he didn't know what that meant, and that he actually thought it was someone's initials. He later showed a friend the USB drive, who then plugged it into their computer to check it out, and they were both amazed by the contents. Whoever the previous owner of the USB drive was, had stored more than 1,000 photos of literal just cheese pizza on it. Just cheese pizza.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm really sorry about this. There you go.
Which explained the writing of CP. As a matter of fact, they were simply amused by the idea that there were extreme cheese pizza fanatics out there who had memories dedicated to just cheese pizza for whatever weird reason. The Redditors.
What do you guys think? Freaking, do you guys love cheese pizza as well? I do love cheese pizza as well, especially 4-cheese pizza. Yeah, chat. Just thinking about food makes me hungry. But then I realize I don't have money for it. That's fine.
His friend formatted the card and ended up keeping it for his own use. Unsurprisingly, responses from other online users agreed that the whole situation was hilarious. Guys, do we really think that this person didn't know what CP stood for and plugged it into the computer because they thought it was someone's initials? I don't know, because it's kind of contradicting. If you're on Reddit, I mean, you're on the internet. You be on the internet, you should know some of these things. And honestly, this was probably just a prank. It was
Also, if you're an innocent individual at 19, at your 19 years old, yeah, I would. The first thing that I would see if I see like initials of CP, freaking, I have no idea would it that be at all in the first place. I would have no idea. It would be an initial or like a document or something like that. But I would like the first instinct I would say like it's not like it's not like yeah. Like for me, if I'm a 19-year-old and then freaking know about didn't know about that, I would like literally like just leave it. I would give it to someone else or like in a faculty room or something like that or security or something like that. Like I would leave it to a security something like lost and found type of stuff. I'm not gonna freaking snoop around on it, but freaking would I actually check it out? No, I wouldn't. First of all, it's definitely going to be a waste of time for me. And second, yeah, freaking you found a flash drive out of nowhere like in the floor or in the ground. I would not check that because freaking I value myself as well as my PC if there's gonna be like virus on it. Like no.
was probably just a prank by the previous person, though I guess the person didn't get to see the results, just left it at a Goodwill, or maybe it fell out their pocket. That's the thing with these Reddit stories, we get no more context. Let's head on to the next one. Creepy images of basement. 2 years ago, a Redditor claimed that her boyfriend had found an SD card in a drawer in his apartment, which at first wasn't completely weird since he apparently used to rent out his apartment for people to stay over when he was away. The weird thing about it though was what they found in it when they eventually checked it out. They were both more than spooked by the images, which included that of an unknown basement with figures which appeared to be placed in a specific order. There was also an image of a strange woman, but the boyfriend would rent out his place to random people, right? It was probably one of those people. Apparently it wasn't. This lady wasn't among anyone who had ever signed a contract with him, which made the entire SD card situation way more mysterious. The original poster was quick to share the images online in the hopes of anyone out there knowing what it was all about, and it didn't take long before other users shared their thoughts, many of them agreeing that it was indeed really spooky. One of them said that they almost looked like roots that looked like people. Another one said that it looked like some sort of stop motion or art thing. Crazily, one Redditor speculated the location of the basement and said that it looked like Armley Mills in Leeds in the UK. They were quite sure of it, especially because of similar photos they had taken themselves. Funny enough, this was a pretty accurate speculation. The pictures were indeed of an art installation at the Leeds Industrial Museum at Armley Mills, which is known to have a collection of various textile machinery, railway equipment, and heavy engineering among other stuff. Although nobody ever identified the woman whose pictures were on the SD card, the Redditor who initially posted the basement pictures asking for help was relieved that the mystery was finally solved, further saying in a comic manner that her boyfriend can now sleep in peace. Alright guys, that was it for this video. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like, and if I earned your subscription, make sure to subscribe. You guys can check out this rugby t-shirt along with the entire collection over at earldoesn'texist.com, and with that being said, I'll see you guys next time I upload.
Chat, give me a moment real quick. I gotta check my YouTube stuff if it's Oh my god, are you kidding me? Okay. No, we're not gonna freaking A. Why is it not like that? Freaking my YouTube title is different. It's the title from my it's the title from yesterday's stream. I have to change it. Yeah, freaking YouTube streaming is so weird right now, chat. Let me just change it. Let me just change it. Let me change it, chat. Don't worry. Yeah, let me just change it. Yeah, it's the same. Yep, it's the same. Frick me, man. And then let me go back to studio real quick. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Draco, let me know if the title has been changed as well. And yeah, let me know if the title has been changed. I also want to react to this too, chat. I also want to react to this, but I'll do that after. I don't know. You know what? I'll react to it here. It's gonna be an
Ages
hour.
1 to 100 Unexplained Disappearances. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today the title is self-explanatory. We're going to be talking about ages 1 to 100, specifically people that disappeared and their cases were just extremely mysterious. As we go on with the ages, you'll start to notice different reasons why people become missing. Comparing a case from a toddler to an old person who just walked out of their nursing home are very different, and it's very interesting seeing how they gradually change scenarios. You know, some part of me does hope that bringing awareness to all these situations, showing these people's faces on this video, could maybe lead to even one person being found. I know it's a less than 0.1% chance, but it's just a little thing in my heart that I wish could happen. But anyway, I usually don't ask for likes right at the beginning of the video, but these videos take so long to make. So if you like the video, then it would be awesome if you could leave a like on the video. And don't even worry about subscribing. I'll earn that by the end of this video. With that being said, let's get started with ages 1 to 100 unexplained disappearances. Age 1. The disappearance of baby Lisa, full name Lisa Irwin, remains one of the most chilling mysteries in the history of Kansas City. Why? Well, at just 10 months old, Lisa went missing from her crib in her home in Northlands, Kansas City on the morning of October 3rd, 2011, never to be seen again. Her parents, Deborah Bradley and Jeremy Irwin, said they had walked into an empty crib, panicked, and soon after realized someone had taken their daughter. Some of the evidence they found was a broken window, the front door being unlocked, and cell phones were missing. A state and nationwide search ensued immediately, but despite numerous interviews and the authorities' extensive efforts, there was no trace of baby Lisa, and there is still none even a decade later. Now, as with other similar cases, Lisa's disappearance has attracted a handful of speculations, including abduction, parental involvement, and even superstition. There is, however, no concrete evidence to support these claims.
That's sad.
Age 2. On one random morning in March of 1991, at around 11:30 a.m., a 2-year-old named Thomas Gibson was playing in their front yard in Azalea, Oregon. Pretty normal kid stuff, but then odd when you learn that this was the last time that Tommy, that was his nickname, was ever seen. Now, strangely, two curious things were claimed to have happened right around his disappearance. First, Larry Gibson, his father, said his 4-year-old daughter told him she saw a couple pull into their driveway and take Tommy. But then, and this is the second thing, Larry apparently had been shooting stray cats at the property 45 minutes before Tommy went missing. That second part was actually so strange that it got Larry convicted of second-degree manslaughter in 1995. He got released a year later though, and still claims to have nothing to do with Tommy's disappearance.
What?
Age 3. About 7 months ago in April, 3-year-old Elijah View disappeared in Wisconsin while under the care of one Jesse Vang, a man who was dating the 3-year-old's mother, Katrina Bauer, and he is yet to be found. It seems there's nothing yet to be done in an effort to find him. Authorities say, for instance, that they literally went door to door at a neighborhood in the Two Rivers city of Lake Michigan. They also set up a daily update Facebook page, reviewed over 10,000 video clips, searched land, water, and air, and did lots of interviews as well as followed hundreds of leads. So far, the mother and her boyfriend, Bauer age 31 and Vang age 39, have been charged with child neglect but pleaded not guilty. They are currently in Manitowoc County Jail as the search for View continues. Age 4.
It's kind of sad.
Alright, so by now you probably noticed we have to get through these quick if we're going to talk about 100 separate cases. So if you were expecting me to go into detail about every single one, sorry, that's just not the video I'm doing today. We're roughly doing about a minute each, but my goal is to basically tell you guys the point of the situation and obviously a picture of the person along with their location, or at least the location they were last seen. I'm not talking like a park, I'm talking like the state, the city, stuff like that. But yeah, let's continue talking about age 4. The disappearance of red-haired 4-year-old Marjorie West from a Mother's Day picnic remains one of the oldest unsolved mysteries from Western Pennsylvania. The case dates back to a lovely Sunday afternoon in May 1938 when Marjorie suddenly vanished from a clearing inside the Allegheny Forest in Western Pennsylvania. This is while her family was enjoying a picnic and she and her sister were some distance out picking a bouquet of violets. What followed was an intense search that even had workers from Western Pennsylvania oil fields take a day off work to traverse the forest in search. Definitely not an easy thing to do as they had to tiptoe over rattlesnakes and avoid petroleum wells. Over several months, about 3,000 locals were involved in the search, which employed different strategies including sniff dogs, and unfortunately, nothing came of it. Marjorie is still missing, suspected to have been picked up by a passing car. Age 5. Sometimes a case can be riddled with so many tips that it becomes extremely difficult to solve. That's exactly what happened in the disappearance of Summer Wells, a 5-year-old from Hawkins County, Tennessee. According to Candace Bly, her mother, she left Summer momentarily with her brothers who were watching TV, but when she returned, Summer was gone. She told her brothers that she would be in the basement playing with her toys. Her mother believed someone lured her out of the house and took her. It was unclear why she believed so, as she'd seen no one near the house. It also didn't help that most of the tips were just speculation. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation said they got 650 tips, most of which were either dead ends or idle speculation. Age 6. In 1995, specifically on June 9th at about 10:30 p.m., 6-year-old Morgan Nick asked her mom, Colleen Nick, if she could go catch fireflies with her friends at a nearby park. They were at a Little League baseball game, and though at first her mom was reluctant to let her go, she eventually did. And unfortunately, that's the last time anyone ever saw Morgan. She was apparently last seen emptying sand from her shoes near her mom's car while her friends were just a few feet away. This was around 10:45 p.m. and the friends also said she'd been talking to a creepy man. Shortly after, when the game was over and all her other friends returned to their parents, Morgan was gone. Efforts to find her have been unfruitful. Still, 24 years later, her story remains active as her mom, Colleen, started a foundation in her name to help with cases of missing children.
Ooh.
Age 7. Since June 4th, 2010,
oh, I know this.
A boy by the name of Kyron Richard Horman from Portland, Oregon has remained missing despite...
Yo, Dreaming Dreamy. Nice name, by the way. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What's up, Dreamy?
Extensive efforts by local and state police
How are
and
ya?
the FBI to find him. In fact, his case sparked such a huge investigation that it became the largest in Oregon's history at one point, including 1,300 searchers and a reward of $50,000. Horman, then a student at Skyline Elementary School.
Well, thank you for dropping by. I saw true crime and had to stop. What's up?
Terry said she dropped them off at school at around 8:45 a.m.
Yeah, I'm just reacting to some true crime and morbid stuff. Yeah, I'm watching Tubbs' video right now.
Saw him walk down the hall to his class. Thing is though, Horman never got to class. In fact, he was marked absent the whole day. And it wasn't until 3:30 p.m. when Terry and her husband had gone to pick him up at the bus stop that they realized he was missing. To this day, no one knows what happened to the boy. Age.
Yeah, I know. I watched this guy a fair amount. I actually know this.
Terry and her. In fact, gone to pick him up all 2 days, staying with her to $50,000.
I actually know this case, and it's kind of creepy too. This case is actually kind of creepy.
Horman, Then a student at Skyline Elementary School had been staying with his stepmother, Terry Horman Milton, while attending a science fair. On one of those fair days, Terry said she dropped him off at school at around 8:45 a.m. and saw him walk down the hall to his class. Thing is though, Horman never got to class. In fact, he was marked absent the whole day, and it wasn't until 3:30 p.m. when Terry and her husband had gone to pick him up at the bus stop that they realized he was missing. To this day, no one knows what happened to the boy. Age 8. In February 1985, 8-year-old Sherry got off the school bus at her usual spot in Cabot, Pennsylvania, but then she never made it home. Despite being just 100 yards from her house, she seemed to mysteriously vanish with zero trail. The only hint as to what might have happened was witnesses, other kids on the bus. They said they saw a bright blue 1976 Dodge van painted with a mural nearby as Sherry was being dropped off. That didn't help much because years later, 47 to be specific, the case had gone cold. This is despite consistent efforts by authorities, including processing, quote, a lot of vans forensically. It also doesn't help that every once in a while, someone comes along impersonating Sherry. A recent case of such was just in June of this year.
Vicky, I'm sorry, chat. I hate this. I hate ads. I hate ads. Fuck you! Ah!
9. Picture this. A recent case of such was just in June of this year. Age 9. Picture this. You're driving down North Carolina Highway 18 in the early morning hours, and you spot this little girl walking alone along the highway. It's raining heavily and the winds are blowing like crazy, so you find a spot, which happens to be about 1.3 miles from your home, turn around, and approach the girl. She, however, runs into the woods and disappears. Soon after, though, you realize what you saw was the genesis of a missing person that would draw national attention. That right there is a summary of the story of 9-year-old Asha Degree, who is said to have left home, maybe she ran away, on February 14th of 2000 with just her book bag. She was never to be seen again. It's thought that she was abducted, but even though her case had some activity as recently as September of this year, no concrete evidence or explanation exists to support that idea. Age 10.
I feel like that case, I feel like it was she actually got like she would probably passed away by the freaking natural calamity or something like that. And I feel like, yeah, I think her body wasn't found or wasn't discoverable, but I'm pretty sure that this case feels like she's deceased with that like information alone.
Concrete evidence or explanation exists to support that idea. Age 10. The last time Lisa Baum was seen alive was in her neighborhood in McCleary, Washington.
Yeah, like her ghost
was
wandering
as she
this
walked
forest.
home from a friend's house. Her home was just 10 minutes away, but
Because that's what I heard from Tubb, like the nature and everything. Like, okay, if there's no like physical contact or human contact involving that individual, like that girl, and she just wander around the forest and all that stuff, the number one thing that you would assume that freaking she passed on in natural causes like nature and stuff. And her body was never to be found. It was just swept away by the nature.
But then she never got there. She went missing. This was back in 2009, and years later, whatever happened on that walk home remains a total mystery. Some hope that the discovery of her remains in September 2017 would have shed light on the matter, but nothing conclusive came up. And that's despite the area where her fractured skull was found, just a little west of Ellensburg, being scoured by over 160 professionals and volunteers. How she ended up 168 miles away from her home, dead, is still a puzzle that detectives are hoping to solve.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be involved with, if there's like a fracture. I'm near Ellsberg. If there's actually a fractured skull, so definitely there's manslaughter happening, or third degree killing that happened on that one for sure. I'm surprised that they found the fractured skull, but no DNA whatsoever on who actually tried to kill that girl. But yeah, although she was found, her remains were found, the case is still yet to be unsolved, or yet to be solved.
Age 11. In December of last year, 2023, as Fabien Accidini, a French citizen, was driving around at 3 a.m. in rural France, his headlights shined on a sight he couldn't believe. Right there on the road, in the heavy morning rain, was a teenage boy all by himself, with just a skateboard in hand. This was between two villages, and given the hour, this was more than odd. Anyway, unknown to Fabien, he had just found Alex Batty, a boy who had been reported missing in the UK since 2017. Alex had vanished from Spain at age 11 after his mother and grandfather took him on what had been supposed to be a quick family vacation. In such a bizarre twist, Alex had apparently lived a nomadic off-the-grid life, with his mother traversing Morocco, Spain, and southwest France. All that was thanks to a spiritual community that his mother had been a part of at some point.
Okay.
Age
Well, that case is kind of like, good, I suppose.
12. On June 1st, 1983, right across from her Gerald court home in Louisville,
Chat, is that age 11 case somewhat like out of all the cases, out of all the ages and the missing cases here are like somewhat like good?
Kentucky, 12-year-old Ann Gottlieb went missing, never to be found again. She had been last seen at around 5:30 p.m. at the
Yeah, seems like a
Manor
good one.
Mall, riding her red and white bike back home, but then only the bike was eventually found, propped up on a pillar outside Bacon's department store at the mall. Speculation was that she ran away, but her family believed she'd never do something like that. Interestingly, over time, there were alleged sightings of her, especially in the Brighton Beach neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York. However, none of these sightings were ever substantiated.
What?
Beach neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York. However, none of these sightings were ever substantiated.
It's pretty good.
Age 13. There's a very strange case from December of 1996 where two boys, 11-year-old Patrick Warren and 13-year-old David Spencer, went missing from their homes, that being Chelmsley Wood and Solid Hill, Birmingham, never to be seen again. The two, who are now presumed dead, had gone to visit a relative nearby. This was supposed to take just a few minutes, but they never arrived. Their case, known as Operation Stanley, was briefly reopened in 2007 by the West Midlands Police, with a man by the name of Brian Field, a convicted murderer, being a primary suspect. It, however, went cold as nothing concrete came up in the way of evidence.
Oh, that's kind of sad. And there's another ad. There you go.
Age 14. There's this boy, 14
I know this one as well.
Andrew Paul Gosden, who in September of
This is a weird case too, chat. This is a weird case.
2007 took a train from Doncaster, South
Like he took a train, went to a concert, and then never came back.
Yorkshire, his home, to London, and then completely disappeared after. Gosden is said to have left his home, withdrawn £200 from his bank account, and then got a one-way ticket to London. He was last seen on CCTV leaving King's Cross Station, one of the busiest train stations in London, and despite great efforts to trace his whereabouts thereafter, nothing came up. Strangely, no one knows why he decided to suddenly go to London in the first place. His case, though, had a slight moment of hope in 2021 when a detective arrested two men in connection to the disappearance, but then they were let go in 2023 due to lack of evidence. Gosden is still missing. Age 15. Just at the start of this year, 2024, Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old autistic teenager from the Hendersonville neighborhood in Tennessee, wandered off in the middle of the night and seemed to have vanished completely. Armed with just a flashlight and barefoot, Sebastian stepped out into the dark, and somehow not even canine units could trail the direction he went. One dog actually led searchers to a construction site, but that turned out to be a false alarm. The only other bit of evidence found was CCTV footage of what looked like to be specks of light around his home at the time that it was suspected he stepped out. He's still missing, and in a rather strange twist, the search efforts turned a little sour after just this month, Dog the Bounty Hunter and Sebastian's dad, Seth Rogers, sent cease and desist letters to social media users who were apparently harassing those involved who were looking for the kid.
Wow.
Age 16. At the height of COVID-19, with lockdowns in place, 16-year-old Owen Harding got into a heated argument with his mom, Stella, over the idea of visiting his girlfriend, Meg Wells Rhodes, who was 280 miles away in York. Owen, frustrated that he couldn't see his girlfriend, stormed out in what Stella, his mom, thought was just a walk to clear his head. CCTV footage showed him walking towards the clifftop area of Saltdean. He said to have made a call to Meg a little after 6:23 p.m. with his mobile phone, disconnecting at around the same time. And this was the last time he was ever heard or seen. The entire Saltdean community and a team of about 80 police officers began looking, but nothing ever came up. It also didn't help that with lockdowns going on, people were not very cooperative in opening doors, and businesses were not there to avail CCTV footage. Age 17. Speaking of storming
Or
up,
his girlfriend looks high as fuck.
off, on May 17,
funny.
2001, Alyssa Turney had an argument with her stepfather, Michael Turney. This was in the afternoon hours, and after storming off, she was never seen again. Michael said that earlier that day, he had dropped her off at school, Paradise Valley High School in Phoenix, Arizona, then picked her up at lunchtime, after which they had the argument. Michael and Alyssa's mom, Barbara Farner, later found a note in Alyssa's bedroom saying that she ran away to California. That was strange though, because she left her phone and other personal items behind. Anyway, what followed is even stranger because 7 days later, Michael claimed he got a call from a new number and it was Alyssa on the other end swearing at him. Then in 2008, Michael claimed he believed Alyssa was killed by quote assassins from the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and buried in Desert Center, California. Even weirder, at one point, Michael himself was charged with Alyssa's murder, then later acquitted in 2023. Still though, Alyssa or her body have yet to be found. Age 18. This next one, that of 18-year-old Natalie Holloway, even inspired a pretty well-rated TV series. Holloway, a then high school graduate from Mountain Brook, Alabama, went missing from the Caribbean island of Aruba on May 30th, 2005, with her disappearance soon becoming a media sensation. She had been to Aruba with her classmates as part of their post-graduation trip, and everything had seemed fine up until when she failed to show up for the return flight. She was last seen outside a nightclub, Carlos's and Charlie's, entering a car with 3 locals, Doran van der Sloot and brothers Depak and Sadish Kaupo. They all denied involvement, but then suddenly in 2023, after being arrested and released twice for the disappearance, Van der Sloot confessed to having killed and dumped her in the ocean after she refused his sexual advances. Her body is still yet to be found, and he is also yet to be convicted due to issues around the statutes of limitations for the crime, both in the US and Aruba.
And that sucks.
Age 19. At around 5 p.m. on June 9th, 2023, 19-year-old Maureen Kelly left the Canyon Creek campground at Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in southwest Washington for a quote spiritual quest, and that became the last time she was ever seen. According to some friends at the campground, she simply took off her clothes and ventured into the woods with just a fanny pack containing knives, matches, and a compass. She was expected to return within a few hours, but never did. Now, interestingly, it seems like it was within her character to do something like that. Her half-sister, Sherry Capu, described her as a laid-back, carefree girl, while her friend, Amanda Ziegler, said that the only surprising bit was that Kelly went in without clothes. Anyway, it was suspected she died of hypothermia, but her body has never been found. Age 20. In 2002, at around midnight, Josh Gamond, a student at St. John's University in Collegeville, Minnesota, left the party on campus and just vanished somewhere between where the party was, Men Court dorms, and his dorm, St. Marhouse. Some say he might have been last spotted at the Stump Lake Bridge, which would have been on his 3-minute walk to his dorm. Anyway, with no concrete evidence, his disappearance has more theories than there are answers. Some believe he might have died accidentally, slipping and drowning while intoxicated. Others think his death was covered up by other students. Some say it was an abduction, while some think he may have been killed in an online date gone wrong, even saying that he might have been exploring his sexuality. In 2023, investigators released photos of 28 men, asking the public to help identify them so they could have information on what happened to Josh. As it stands, no progress has been reported on this case. Age 21. On February 9, 2004, someone witnessed an accident, a single car crash on Route 112 in Haverhill, New Hampshire. They spoke to a woman at the scene and then left. Little did they know that they would be suspected to be the last person to ever see and speak with Maura Murray, a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, who had just been involved in the crash. This was around 7:30 p.m., and by the time the police got there, Murray was nowhere to be found. It's suspected that she died or was abducted, but there was no evidence to that. Multiple searches have been performed at the scene in the area, including the larger Vermont area, but nothing has ever come up. The case is still very active though, and earlier this year, the police released a progression photo of what they believe Murray would look like now. Age 22. In 2014, Lisa Ann Froon, age 22, and Chris Kremers, age 21.
I think I heard
set out
about
to
this
hike the
case
famous Pianista, aka
from Lazy
Piano
Masquerade
Player Trail in Panama. The trail went from the tourist town of Bouquet, twisting up in ladder-like steps all the way to Continental Divide, a point about 6,660 feet. Now, unfortunately, these two women never completed the 3-mile stretch they intended to do. They vanished somewhere in there, never to be seen again. Well, that was until a member of the indigenous Nagob tribe showed up in the local town with Lisa Ann's backpack and some other stuff belonging to the girls. This was actually several months later, and a search of the area where he got the bag reveals part of the girl's remains and some other clothing items. Somehow, even with that evidence, there was no way to tell how the two died or how they disappeared. To date, this remains a mystery.
Oh my god, what the hell are these ads? I hate it.
Leah lived a challenging life in Durham, North Carolina, and one day on March 9, 2000, partly inspired by Dharma Dums, a 1958 book by her favorite author, she set out on a trip likely seeking self-discovery. Unfortunately, she disappeared somewhere along the way. Kara, her sister, who lived with her, said that she found a note from Leah claiming she wasn't or anything, and next to it a bundle of cash amounting to her share in their monthly rent and bills. A little more digging also showed Leah had withdrawn a few $1,000s that afternoon, and later, some transactions suggested that she was traveling on I-40's end in California. Anyway, the police figured out her last transaction was in Brooks, Oregon, at a gas station, and apparently up until then, she was fine. That's what the security footage showed in March 13, 2000. Her car, a white 1993 Jeep Cherokee, would however be found on March 18th at the foot of the Cascade Mountains off of Mount Baker Highway. Some of her belongings, including cash, $2,500, were found at the scene, but there was no sign of her or her kitten. Age 24. Daniel Robinson's case, which happened in 2021, became a media sensation, but mostly
She took her
because of an
pet cat with
announcement by
her.
law enforcement that the remains of another missing person, 22-year-old Gabby Petito, had been found. Some thought the two cases were a clear example of the, quote, missing white woman syndrome, and the media bias against missing people of color. Anyway, that aside, Daniel's story is that he went missing on June 23, 2021 at around 9:15 a.m. after taking off from a job site in Buckeye, Arizona and heading west towards a desert in his 2017 blue-gray Jeep Renegade. A little over a month later, on July 19th, his car was found rolled over in a ravine with evidence suggesting that he crashed while in his vehicle. He was in fact wearing a safety belt. At the scene were some of his personal belongings like his cell phone, wallet, keys, and clothes. It is now over 3 years later, but Daniel is still yet to be found. Age 25. On Monday, October 23rd, Kia, China Crawford's sister, was moving houses. On her way to drop stuff at her new place, she passed by China's neighborhood, saw her, stopped, and they talked for a short while. It was normal for the two to keep in touch as well as check in with their mother. Anyway, they said their goodbyes and promised to see each other over the weekend. However, on Wednesday, October 25th, Kia got a call from their mom asking if they talked to China. She said yes because of that chat she had with China on Monday, but when they tried reaching her together, they couldn't. Her Find My app also returned nothing. Soon after, China became a critically missing person, with her last known location being the 1600 block of Good Hope Road Southeast. Her car, a gray 2012 Mercedes-Benz, was also missing. She's still missing, but this year, on March 27th, police reported the arrest of 32-year-old LaShawn Washington in connection to China's disappearance. Washington is being charged of first-degree murder, felony murder, kidnapping, and obstruction of justice. The case is ongoing.
Okay.
Age 26. Derek went missing around November 7th of 2020, and 4 years later, it's still unknown what happened to him or where he is. According to his aunt on the day he went missing, Derek was expecting a guest at his apartment, Magnolia Square Apartments, and it is still unclear whether that guest arrived and if they had anything to do with his disappearance. According to a friend of Derek, they had been on a phone call, planning to meet later that day at a nightclub. Derek said he was expecting someone over and that he would call him back when they left. He never called back, and that was the last time anyone heard from him. His mother, Tamara Jones, still hopes to find out what happened to him. Age 27. On the night of March 31st, 2006, to celebrate the beginning of spring break, Brian Randall Schaffer and his friends, all students at Ohio State University College of Medicine, hit a bar in Columbus. Apparently, as they partied, Brian got separated from them and they just assumed he'd gone back home. Unfortunately, he hadn't gone back home, and that was the last night anyone had ever seen him. CCTV footage at the club's entrance showed him talking to two women just before 2 a.m., then moving off the frame, although it's suspected that he didn't leave the area. He might in fact have gone back into the bar. With no other entrance, it remains puzzling as to where he went. Some think his friends might have had something to do with it, some think he's living somewhere else under a new identity, while some think the smiley-faced serial killer had something to do with it. Age 28. In July of 2014, Lars Joachim Mittank and a couple of his friends left their home country, Germany, for a vacation trip to Varna, Bulgaria. They set base at Golden Sands Resort in Varna, which was near the airport, and they got to exploring. Everything went well until right about when he was about to fly back home, Lars suddenly took off from the airport, jumped over a fence, and disappeared into the adjacent woods. This was the last time he was ever seen. Several theories came up to try to explain his case, with his mental health in particular coming into question. It turned out that the night before they were to fly out, he and his friends got into a brawl with some other German nationals in Varna, and he got beat up pretty badly.
Oh, I know this
Eardrum and
one.
injured jaw. He got treated, but he might have been suffering from more damage. Why? Well, while at the hotel, he called his mom in complete panic mode. He told her some people were after him, trying to kill him, and asked her to cancel his credit cards. The airport doctor, Kosta Kostov, also claimed Lars had acted nervous and erratic. Age 29. On May 3rd of this year, 24-year-old...
Yeah, I know this one. And then there was some CCTV footage of this dude just wandering off and then never to be seen again.
From more damage. Why? Well, while at the hotel, he called his mom in complete panic mode. He told her some people were after him, trying to kill him, and asked her to cancel his credit cards. The airport doctor, Kosta Kostov, also claimed Lars had acted nervous and erratic. Age 29. On May 3rd of this year, 24-year-old Megan Rouse was murdered. Later, a 39-year-old Quan County Flowers got arrested and charged with the murder. Now, about 12 days before that, on April 21st, 29-year-old Kaylee Goodwin went missing and hasn't been found yet. What's the connection between those two cases? Well, apparently Goodwin was last seen leaving her apartment on Decker Drive near San Jacinto Avenue and getting into a car with an unknown male. Later that night, Flowers, Megan's alleged murderer, was pulled over for a whole different reason, in the same car that he had picked up Goodwin in. Anyway, according to Goodwin's mother, the day after her daughter disappeared, she received a call from kidnappers demanding $600 via Cash App. Goodwin could be heard in the background begging for help. Police traced the call and Goodwin's cell phone to a house in Houston, and rather interestingly, the homeowner had already been arrested on a completely unrelated charge. Goodwin's whereabouts are unknown. Age 30. One of Michigan's longest-running cold cases is the disappearance of 30-year-old Paige Rinkowski on May 24, 1990. Prior to going missing, Paige had earlier that day, around 11:30 in the morning, dropped her mother off at the Detroit Metropolitan Airport and then visited her friend in Canton, Michigan. At around 2:30 p.m., she was seen at a store in Canton, west of I-275, where she bought a beer. Then she was spotted on the shoulder of I-96 near Fowlerville, talking to two African-American men while standing next to a maroon-colored minivan. It looked like she was upset and they were trying to comfort her. Her car, a 1986 model, would then be found on the same highway with the engine idling and her shoes and purse still inside. This was around 3 p.m. Paige has never been seen again.
Sorry about this, chat. I'm sorry.
Age 31. Among the many names
Gee,
on
what
the
an
list
ad.
of 9/11 victims is Ann Phillip. Unlike many others though, how her name ended up on the list is very strange. Reports say that Ann, an Indian-American physician living in Lower Manhattan at the time, was last seen on September 10th, 2001 by surveillance cameras while shopping at a nearby Century 21 store. It's not clear if she returned home after that. However, given her profession, an ER doctor, and the fact that she lived right next to the World Trade Center, it was assumed that she died while trying to help victims during the attack. However, there has been suspicion that she might have been killed before the attacks, and with her body never being found, no one knows for sure what happened. Age 32. On March 17th of 2023, Christina Simpson, Joshua Amos's mother, said they talked on the phone and Joshua was excited about his new job that he just started at Precoat Metals in Granite City. It was long hours, but it paid well. That was on Saturday. Then, in the early morning hours of Sunday, Josh, as was his nickname, went to a club, the Scarlet's Cabaret. This was in Washington Park with his friends. The club was about 60 minutes by car from Granite City, where they lived. At 4:58 in the morning, Josh was seen walking in the parking lot alone. He was then seen at the Jackie Joyner Kersey Center Metrolink, where a bus driver said Josh was looking for a way to get back home, to Granite. He got a bus pass and went to the Emerson Park Metrolink. Cameras spotted him there at 6:45 a.m. He, however, never boarded the train. The last sighting of him was at 7:28 in the morning at EJ Motor Transports at East St. Louis, which was at least 5 minutes from the Emerson Park Metrolink. He was reported missing that Monday morning, but despite extensive search and a $10,000 reward for information, he is yet to be found. Age 33. All these cases are obviously sad, but this one takes it just a little bit higher because Corey Daniele went missing on his birthday, that being August 7th of last year, 2023. At the time, Corey was living with a roommate in Santa Rosa, California, but had texted his mom about a week earlier saying he'd be headed
Chat,
to LA.
how's the audio for the video? Is it okay?
Corey
Is not
never
competing with my
replied to
voice?
her text. She didn't think much of it immediately until her daughter sent her a screenshot of a guy asking on Corey's Facebook page whether anyone had seen Corey. The guy said he had Corey's phone and backpack. Corey's mom then reached out to the guy and learned that Corey had apparently been at a house in Kerman, California, and had been in an argument with one of the guys at the house before walking out and walking away. This was around 3 a.m. He was reported missing on August 9th, and a search began, but nothing came up. It was also hoped that he'd show up in the Bay Area where his band, Crumb Dread, had a scheduled performance on August 11th, but he didn't show up. He's in fact still missing. Age 34. Timothy Brady was supposed to start a new job in December of 2022. He was excited about it, and on the 5th of that month, he went to his mom's house to check in on them before his drive from Oregon to Lakeland, Florida. However, he never got started on that job. He went missing on his way there. His mom, Kimberly, said she texted him on the 9th, but he kept talking of my GPS, so she thought he had just lost his bearing. It was, however, more serious than that because his fiance had also not gotten through to him. By date 11, he was declared missing. 3 days later, his red Dodge pickup truck was found abandoned in Hernando County, Florida, near Wekiwashi High School. It turned out that on the 10th of that month, he'd been seen about 14 minutes away from where his car was found, near West Ponce de Leon Boulevard. He remains missing as of this video's publishing. Age 35. On November 3rd, 2023, Tyler, who worked for the Nebraska Department of Corrections, had been working in Omaha, and on his way home, he picked up pizza for his family. His husband, Marshall Vogel, said they had planned for a fun family movie night with their 2 sons, but things turned sour once a conversation about their divorce came up. Apparently, Vogel had been pushing for divorce because Tyler was, quote, physically and emotionally abusive. That night, Tyler had shoved him, and though it didn't hurt, Vogel called 911. However, in the 10 minutes that it took for officers to arrive at the home in Lincoln, Nebraska, Tyler was gone. He simply walked out into the dead of the night, never to be seen again. Massive searches and social media campaigns went on about him, and rather weirdly, people noticed that Vogel never participated in them. His reason? Well, he said that he stayed behind with his sons to make sure they were doing alright. Age 36. Candy Green Gonzalez's case was so heated that it resulted in the public initiating a petition for the FBI to further investigate her disappearance. Candy was last seen on June 1st, 2021, after her boyfriend threw her out of their shared property in Kentucky. The same night she tried calling her mother, but her phone went to voicemail. Later, surveillance cameras showed her running off to a creek. She seemed distressed. Her shoes were then discovered in the creek the next day, but then weirdly, a search was not conducted until days later. To date, despite the involvement of independent search and rescue organizations, Candy has never been found. Claims have been that due to her father's engagement as a former sheriff of Floyd County in 2013, a reluctance in authorities' interest could explain why they only got involved 2 weeks after the initial report. That's the entire reason a petition had been created to force a quickened investigation. Age 37 years old, Nathan, an adult with Down syndrome, went missing on May 12, 2023 in Toronto, Canada. He had recently moved there to live with his siblings and was known to enjoy walks to a coffee house in the neighborhood. According to his cousin, whom they also lived together with, Nathan went missing when on that day, strangely enough, he left behind his phone and wallet at the house. And despite active Amber Alerts and the case remaining active with the police in Waterloo, no sightings of Nathan have been made to date. A lot was also done to try to trace him in that particular month of May, but despite using tactics like mounted units and police dogs, nothing really tangible about him ever came up. Age 38. Heidi Plank, a 38-year-old mom, was supposed to collect her 10-year-old son from private
Halfway there,
school in
chat.
Los
Halfway
Angeles
there.
on the 20th of October in 2021. The son had spent some time with his father and Heidi's ex-husband, Jim Wayne, who had then dropped him off at school that day. That was per their agreement. She, however, never showed up. Also, prior to her not showing up, Wayne had noticed that Heidi had been acting weird. For instance, not answering her phone or messages. This was since the day she dropped off their son at his home. In response, and to be cautious, Wayne asked the school to hold his son, Bond, until he could at least talk to Heidi. That never happened again though, because she never showed up. She was reported missing and a search began. Nothing came up though, and even efforts to track her using her car or phone's locator were not forthcoming, as the location features had never been enabled in the first place. Only her dog was ever found, more than 12 miles away from where Heidi had been last seen.
Oh my god.
Okay, ready?
There you go.
Age 39. On May 27th of 2020, 39-year-old Marina Bischoff was arrested in Kansas City for DUI and leaving the scene of an accident. During her arrest, she confessed to police that she had been drinking and was taken to the Shoal Creek Patrol Division for processing. However, she secured a signature bond and was released on May 28th at 7:30 in the morning. It was noted that while in custody, she made numerous calls and while she was released, spent about an hour at a road section, seemingly waiting for a ride. Her last sighting was at 8:30 a.m. that day. How did she disappear though? Did she eventually get the ride she was seemingly waiting for? Well, no one really knows. As strange as things would turn out, on October 20th of 2020, a 10-year-old boy spotted a decomposing body in Shoal Creek, which upon DNA analysis was confirmed to be that of Marina. This was 5 months after she was reported missing. Age 40. In Havinka, Finland, 40-year-old Marie Tanti went out with her friends and husband in August of 1993, never to be seen again. Speculations around her disappearance are tied to the gravel pit serial killer, a man who was thought to have offered rides to women before killing them and disposing of their bodies in a gravel pit.
Finland!
On the day she got lost, it's said that together with her friends and husband, they went to spend the night at a restaurant named Zapata, but she was somehow not allowed in. The suspicion is that she could have been too drunk. Bizarrely, she ended up being left standing at the front of the restaurant while the rest got in. This turned out to be the last time she was ever seen. Her purse was later found within the restaurant, but despite numerous searches, nothing came up, not even in the alleged gravel pit. A detailed profile of the alleged killer was made in 2007, but it didn't unearth anything new. Age 41. Picture this. One day you're meeting the love of your life from social media on his 500-pound fancy boat. When I say pounds, I'm talking about the currency, not weight. Then the next day, not literally, you're gone. And mind-blowingly, your lover won't let the FBI search his boat, which is where you were last seen alive. That's exactly what happened to Sarm Heslop, a 41-year-old Briton who disappeared after meeting her Tinder, quote, boyfriend, Ryan Bain, an American in the Caribbean on the 7th of March of 2021. The FBI got involved and launched an investigation into the disappearance, but strangely, Bain denied a search of his yacht. This is where she had last been seen alive, so it is just really weird that this person was not cooperating. Surveillance cameras had shown the two boarding the yacht from a bar on the docks. Anyway, 3 years after her disappearance, her family is still looking for her and hoping for answers. Heslop's mother has even pleaded with Bain to supply police with any information about her daughter. Bain maintained that he was, quote, heartbroken by the whole thing but has never cooperated with authorities. Age 42. Every week, on Thursdays, always at the same time, Viktor Hanchar, age 41, an opposition politician in Belarus, Europe, and businessman Anatol Krasowski met at a sauna. On the evening of September 16, 1999, they did the same thing, only this time at about 9 p.m., Hanchar called his wife and asked her to record the news. This was back when videotapes were a thing. He was interested in what conversation the president wants to have with the police. The two then left the sauna at 10:45 p.m. in Anatol's Jeep, but that was the last time they were ever seen. Some evidence of foul play, headlight specks, and blood on the asphalt were found near the sauna, but investigations were not forthcoming. Anyway, the case would later go on to involve the KGB and other law enforcement agencies, and eventually, suspicion was that some agencies had been used by the president to frustrate opposition politicians, Viktor being one of them. Age 43. On March 22nd of 2003, 43-year-old Frederick Nerok, a journalist for the UK-based ITN Television, was reported missing while on duty, covering the invasion of Iraq. That fateful morning, ITV Newsroom was notified that the team in Iraq had come under intense fire in Basra in an exchange between US Marines and Iraqi forces, and that there were sadly casualties. One team member, Terry Lloyd, a British Star reporter, was confirmed deceased, with the whereabouts of Frederick and Hussein Osman remaining unconfirmed. Despite launching investigations and inquiries, the only progress recorded later in the year was that Frederick and his colleague had been driving in a Jeep clearly marked TV. That car and the two somehow vanished, never to be seen again. Age 44. On June 2nd of this year, 44-year-old Elizabeth Nivens went missing from her home in Houston East RV Park. Unfortunately, her body would be found a few days later, and essentially no information exists as to how she ended up that way. The only detail shared by Chambers County Sheriff's Office is that Nivens had set out of her residence at 7 p.m., walking east towards I-10. She had left behind all her belongings, which was concerning. Officers were able to trace her via surveillance and point to her last known location as the 19500 block of Old Needle Point Road. The Texas Search and Rescue Texar personnel got into action and they spent hours on foot, ATVs, canine dogs, and drones trying to find her. And they did, but sadly not alive. They found her body within the search area. Age 45. In 2000, Bruno Manser, a Swiss activist, was reported missing somewhere deep in the Penang rainforest in Malaysia. In general, the 45-year-old was known to have loved spending his life out in nature and interacting with remote communities. This included engaging in rather unconventional activities like herding animals, making butter and cheese, and going on excursions in alpine pastures during summers. Also, before his disappearance, he had fought for the indigenous Penang rainforest by actively protesting against the large-scale logging activities that had been going on. All that arguably genuinely good work that it allegedly got him, quote, assimilated into the local community. Strangely though, he was in Malaysia illegally. He didn't have the right papers, so he had to play a cat and mouse game with local authorities. Anyway, sadly his fate was sealed in the late 90s. This was right after he left Malaysia momentarily for a world tour campaign against logging, before eventually returning and going on a solo trip. This was in 2000, and for some reason, he left his filming crew behind in a place called Borneo and insisted on seeking the indigenous tribe in the forest alone. No one has heard from him since, including the communities he fought for.
Oof.
Age 46. As of this year, one family in Alabaster, that of Olin Guy Kirby, will have spent 49 years looking for one of their own. A shoe salesman
Sorry,
went
chat.
missing on March 13th,
My ass hurts.
1975 after leaving home for work. No one had noticed though until he didn't come home that night. This prompted his family to report the case to the police, and according to the investigator in charge, Mr. Kirby was last seen that evening.
Chat, to be honest, I don't know if I still have the motivation to stream today. I'm just surviving right now because freaking I do have a goal right there. I don't know what to do right now, chat. Not sure. Maybe I can play some Tekken or something like that, but I don't know. I don't even know anymore, chat. I don't know. I even mentioned people on Discord, but I don't think people are even. You know what? I'll just be on the Discord chat. There you go. So if whoever's actually would pay attention to that shit, then I'm gonna do that.
And Shelby in a truck.
At this point, chat, I'm so defeated right now. I'm really defeated. Like I really have no idea what to do with my life right now. I don't even know if freaking I'm going to have like a quote unquote career on live streaming. It's yeah. This is really taking a toll on me. At one point I may pull the trigger or something like that. I don't even know anymore. Freaking I'm heartbroken. Freaking I'm mentally and physically challenged with my life right now. I'm freaking my life sucks at the moment.
With a group of people, most of whom, maybe strangely or not, are now deceased. Despite searches, polygraph tests, and DNA matching, no progress has been recorded in the case. Kirby's brother-in-law believes that due to the slack in initial investigations, the window for finding him grew slim. The family, however, still holds hope of either finding him or at least knowing what happened to him. '47. Imagine celebrating your daughter's graduation, and then right after the night of celebration, you, your daughter, and her friend end up missing. This is exactly what happened in the case of 47-year-old Cheryl Levitt, who had attended the graduation of her daughter Susie on June 6, 1992. After the school graduation, Cheryl left Susie and her friend Stacy McCall to enjoy with their mates, and they did. The girls had a great time moving from one place to the other before finally heading home. However, the next morning, as friends went to check in on the girls in Cheryl's house, none of the women were there, and to make it worse, their phones and messages went unanswered. According to an update from the Springfield Police Department Public Affairs officer, it was confirmed that the girls indeed got home the previous night, since their jewelry, clothing, and purses they had worn the previous day were found in the house. Cheryl's car was also found within the compound. No one has ever heard from Cheryl or the girls since. Age 48. On September 15, 2019, Lucy Evelyn Schulman was reported missing. The 48-year-old woman from Louisville had rented a vacation home in Coral Bay on St. John, where it was said she'd been on a hiking trip. While it's alleged that she left the house for a hike, two things did not add up. First, her vehicle was retrieved in the parking lot of the Virgin Islands National Park. 2. Her necessities, including her backpack, passport, and other personal belongings, were discovered close to the edge of a cliff on top of Ram Hill Trail. Arguably, no hiker leaves their gear and supplies behind. Then, according to authorities, she could not have fallen off the cliff, since given the jagged nature of the trail below, including the ramhead being on the rocks, she could have easily been found. And she wasn't. Her search was interrupted by Tropical Storm Karen. To date, no one has heard from Lucy, and her remains have never been found. Age 49. Kelly Lee Gravitt, a 49-year-old man from Cass County, was dropped off by his family at the Sacred Heart Serenity Springs facility on November 10th of 2023. The veteran and Purple Heart receiver had suffered a severe brain injury while serving in the military, and on the day of his disappearance, he was meant to seek mental health from the facility. In less than 30 minutes of being there though, he checked himself out and has never been seen since. Desperate to find their kin, Kelly's family created a GoFundMe fundraiser and asked for help from the community, but to date, no progress has been made in the case. As of March 2024, Kelly's mom still prints out flyers in search of their son, stating that while it may seem that all hope of finding him is lost, she is still very hopeful of getting at least some information on his whereabouts. Age 50. Alright, so now we are officially halfway through the video. First of all, thank you guys for watching this deep end. This is insane that you're
50.
still here. I appreciate it so much. If you do like the video so far, I'd appreciate leaving a like button, engaging with the video somehow, leaving a comment
Your like
or
button.
something. And also,
Like
obviously,
all.
if I haven't earned your subscription, don't worry, keep watching. I will. But if I have, it would be awesome if you could click that subscribe button. Let's keep talking about age 50 though. In New Canaan, Connecticut, Jennifer Doulos, a 50-year-old mother of 5, went missing sometime after dropping her children at school on May 24, 2023. It hadn't been until around 7 p.m. though, after efforts to reach her bore no fruits, that an official missing person report was made. A search ensued and her vehicle, a black SUV, would later be. Doulos attempted to end his life on his farm, citing mental troubles due to the allegations against him. The case remains active and Jennifer is still yet to be found. Age 50.
Holy crap. Freaking chat. What the fuck just happened? Wait, chat, give me a moment. Are we still live?
51. Samantha Murphy, a 51-year-old
Making my
Australian
streamer
woman,
bot
left her home
just
in
like,
Ballarat,
okay.
Victoria, on February 4th of 2024.
The streamer
and
bot
headed
like
out for a
got a
morning run, but
cahoots
never
all
came
of a
back
sudden
home.
because I can't
Previous
see the
night,
Twitch
during
chat.
dinner with her
I can see the
husband and
YouTube
some
chat.
mutual friends, she had talked about how she picked up running
Okay.
and walking on the regular, and how the following morning she would do an 8.7 mile
Oh,
run at a nearby
gosh.
park, that being the Woo Woo Karung Regional Park. CCTV footage showed her leaving at 7 a.m., but that was the last time she was ever seen. Her family reported her missing after she missed their family's Sunday brunch, held at 11 a.m. that same day. Age 52. On June 16th of 1990, a Saturday at about 9:30 in the morning, Treveline Evans opened her antique shop as usual and went on to serve customers. Her shop was located in a relatively small town in Denbighshire, Wales, United Kingdom, and so it was usual for friends to come by to the shop. In fact, some did, and according to them, she seemed relaxed and calm, and even had plans to go out that night. At 12:40 p.m., she left a note at the store saying, "Back in 2 minutes." This was also around the time she was seen talking to a smartly dressed man. It's never known if she ever came back to the shop. She seemed to have disappeared around that time, leaving behind everything, including her car. The last suspected sighting of her was at 3:45 p.m. on a street known as Park Avenue. Age 53. Ambrose Joseph Small was a rather successful entrepreneur in Canada, owning 4 theaters in Ontario, including the Grand Opera House in Toronto and Grand Theatre in London. Now, right before his disappearance, Small is said to have sold all his stake in these theaters, pocketing about 1.7 million Canadian dollars. He briefly met his lawyer around 5:30 p.m. on the same day before finally vanishing. Surprisingly, this was on December 1st of 1919, and it wasn't until early 1920 that he was truly noted as missing. He'd apparently
What the
formed
hell?
a habit of going on long journeys for days at a time, so people just assumed he was on one of those.
One of
Age 54.
those.
On December 7th of 1958, Kenneth Martin, age 54, his wife, Barbara Martin, and their 3 daughters, Barbara, Virginia, and Susan, went out on their Ford station wagon on what was supposed to be a short drive to Columbia River Gorge to collect some greenery to be used in decorating their home for Christmas. They even left dishes in the sink and laundry in the washer because, again, this was just supposed to be a short trip. Unfortunately, over 65 years and 8 months later, no one knows what happened to them. They never came back home. The bodies of Virginia and Susan were found several months later about 30 miles apart on the shores of the Columbia River. The suspected cause of death was drowning. 3 of them have never been found, and the family vehicle was also never recovered. 55. It's so unfortunate that after helping lots of people as an anti-kidnapping expert, Felix Batista himself ended up being kidnapped in Mexico and has never been found. Batista, who was also himself. It's so unfortunate that after helping lots of people as an anti-kidnapping expert, Felix Batista himself. himself ended up being kidnapped in Mexico and has never been found.
Well, it's definitely, yeah. Well, if you're getting kidnapped in Mexico, yeah, that's definitely, yeah. That's definitely like the huge problem.
Batista, who was also a former U.S. Army major, is said to have negotiated at least 100 kidnappings and ransom cases, a good number of those being in Mexico. He was, however, based in Houston, Texas, working for a firm known as ASI Global. On one of his trips to train, advise, and negotiate in Mexico, while outside a restaurant in Saltillo, Coahuila, Mexico, he was grabbed by unknown assailants and whisked away in a jeep. Weirdly, the victim he had gone to negotiate for got released an hour after Batista was taken. Nothing about Batista has came up ever since. Age 56. David Osborne, while on vacation in Kauai, Maui, was supposed to take a flight from Hana Airport in Maui on August 34th, 2022 to meet a friend at the San Francisco airport. This was so that they together could take a connecting flight. He, however, never showed up. The 9 a.m. meeting time they set came and went with no communication from him. It would later be determined that he actually never made it to the Hana Airport in Maui in the first place. The last sighting of him appeared to have been the previous night, on August 30th of 2022, at around 8 p.m. at his vacation rental in Hana. He had not rented any vehicles while in Maui, which made tracing him even harder. Age 57. In 2001, 57-year-old Tot Tran Harriman, also known as Totsi, was supposed to take a drive along Route 35 between League City and Corpus Christi, having left her son's home in League City at around 5 a.m. that day. She, however, never made it to Corpus Christi. Somewhere along the way, she seemed to have disappeared. Her car, a metallic rose 1995 Lincoln Continental with custom plates Totsi in all caps and a Navy SEAL emblem, also went missing. Her family immediately noticed because apparently it was unlike her to go hours without calling or checking in somehow. Unfortunately, even after hiring a private investigator and soliciting help from volunteers to comb along Highway 35...
What's up, Belu? Hope you're doing well.
Age 58.
How are ya?
In 2007, as the Afghanistan war was going on, the U.S. government, via the CIA, enlisted the help of former DEA and FBI agent Robert Allen Bob Levinson for an undisclosed task in Iran. Unfortunately, while on his mission, Levinson was captured somewhere in Kish Island, Iran, never to be seen again. The suspicion was that he might have been held captive by the government of Iran, although Iran themselves denied having him. Some documents would, however, later reveal that he was detained under the order of Iranian military prosecutors on suspicion of spying. He was held at a military airfield for months despite slipping into a coma due to his diabetes. Years later, on March 20th,
Hope you've been good. To be honest, Bill, I'm not feeling good. I feel worse day by day, but I gotta live.
25th of 2020, his family declared him dead. And interestingly, they received $2.5 million from the CIA as the agency wanted to stop any lawsuit that would cause details of Levinson's assignment in Iran to be revealed. Age 59. Some of you might have watched Tiger King, in which case you'd appreciate how messy Joe Exotic was. Now, this next case, that of Jack Donald Lewis, aka Don Lewis, got featured somewhere in that show because Lewis's second wife, Carol Baskin, had a beef with Joe Exotic. Anyway, focusing on Lewis, he disappeared on the morning of August 18th,
Insert headpad motion. Oh, thanks, Bello. I appreciate it.
1997, after
like, here's the thing, Bello. I feel like being a VTuber or live streaming, I feel like I'm not making anything out of this. That's the reality of it. I feel like giving up on this point. Speaking, I'm freaking physically and mentally challenged. My heart is broken. I don't know what's the next step in my life right now. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere.
Making a delivery at his Wildlife on Easy Street sanctuary in Tampa around 6 a.m. His white 1989 Dodge Ram van would later be found at the Pilot Country Airport in Spring Hill, Florida, which is 40 miles away from his sanctuary. Investigations began and police even visited his 200-acre park in Costa Rica to find
That's how I feel
They
right now,
generally believe that there was no foul play. However, Lewis was known to have had shady business deals over there and also some extramarital affairs, and then, strangely, Baskin, his wife, refused to take a polygraph test regarding the disappearance. He was declared legally dead in 2002, but then as recently as last year, some were claiming he is still alive. Age 60. The case of Riaz Ahmed Gohar Shahi is pretty interesting because it edges into some spiritual beliefs that made it difficult to separate possible real sightings from anything else. For context, Shahi was a spiritual leader from Pakistan known for founding RAGS, an international religious group, and authoring a number of books in the Urdu language on matters of spirituality. He went missing while in London in 2001, and since then, there's been a lot of speculation regarding his whereabouts. Some think he died in 2001, while others believe he died in 2003. Neither of these accounts have been truly confirmed. Then, even stranger, there have been claimed sightings of him around the world where apparently people say they've received spiritual guidance from him. Age 61. On the morning of March 26 this year, Christina Ace left her home in Vancouver, Washington, and was on her way to Roseland Care Center.
Yeah, I get that feeling. Maybe time for a pause, switch up, or simply just wait it out. Depends on what you want to do. To be honest, I'm just gonna wait it out. I can't pause. I can't pause, Belu. To be honest, because if I pause, freaking like the only thing that actually gives me revenue right now is streaming, while I look for a job. And I doubt that any company would actually hire at this month because it's Christmas. You know? Like, it's Christmas. Do you think a company would actually be available for hiring at this point? Even work from home situation? So, I will not gonna pause. I'm just gonna wait it out. But I've been waiting for so long. I've been waiting since like what? Since I get affiliate? I've been waiting so long. Yeah, like that's the reality of it. I'm applying for a job, but do you think some company would actually accept job application at this month? No. Like that's the harsh reality of it. Like I have nothing on my bank account right now. I have nothing. I have zero balance. And freaking the payout that I get, I'm using it for my expenses here in the house. Like I have nothing. That's the harsh reality of it. I have nothing at the moment.
In Westland, Oregon, where she worked as a nursing director. She, however, never made it there. That's despite her having been excited about that day, as they were to hold a staff training and also having texted her coworkers at 6:34 a.m. saying she'd be late by an hour, meaning she'd get there at 8:30 a.m. A few hours went by, and having failed to reach her, her boss called Christina's husband, who was the emergency contact, and he was surprised to learn that she had plans to start work later than usual that day. Anyway, he reported the case to the police and a search began, but as of this video's upload, nothing has come up yet. There's a Facebook group dedicated to helping look for her. Age 62. This year still, a Florida-based businessman went missing in Jamaica and is yet to be found. 62-year-old Fabian Hammond is said to have taken a flight on June 15th at the Miami International Airport, headed to Jamaica, and arrived at the Norman Manley International Airport on the same day. His friend picked him up and dropped him off at his Kingston home. That was, however, the last time he was seen. His daughter, Fiona, told local news it was unlike Fabian to go MIA, hence why they were so concerned. Later, police visited his house and found the luggage he traveled with, but nothing else. The search is still on, and it has helped a bit that his brother is Baris Hammond, a well-known Jamaican reggae artist. Also, a $1 million reward has been put up for anyone with information that can help find him. Age 63. Jim Gray was an experienced sailor, and on January 28, 2007, he took what was supposed to be a short solo trip to the Farallon Islands near San Francisco to scatter his mother's ashes. Nothing seemed odd that day, as the weather was clear. So
Thank you, Bellu. I appreciate it.
Day, Gray and his boat were reported to have suddenly gone missing, and no distress call had ever been received or any signal from the boat's emergency position indicating radio beacon. Immediately, a lot of effort went into try to find him. A 4-day search,
how's your day, Bellu?
was done using planes, helicopters, and even boats. Tons of satellite images were also analyzed, and high-tech underwater equipment was used to try to scour the ocean floor. Still, nothing ever came up. He was declared legally dead in 2012. Age 64. Since March of 2015, Beckenridge and his 11-year-old stepson, Mike Zhao Beckenridge, have been missing from New Zealand. Apparently, on the day that they went missing, John had grabbed Mike from school, breaching a parenting order, and taken him to an area known as Catlins, which is on the southern side of New Zealand, at the coast. Why would he steal his son? Well, it turns out that he divorced his wife, Fiona Lou, just a month prior, with Lou getting full custody of Mike, but then Mike sent John emails requesting to be reunited with him, and even mentioning self. Anyway, John and Mike were said to have camped around in the Catlins before finally vanishing.
Okay.
John's car would later be found at the
I
bottom.
actually been fixing my sleep schedule as well. No. I've been fixing my sleep schedule as well, Belu. I just need to be consistent about it. But yeah.
Of a cliff in Curio Bay. It's unclear what happened to them, although some are convinced both are okay, just hiding out in Asia. Age 65. Lydia Abrams, also known as Dia, went missing from her 116-acre ranch in Mountain Center, California on June 6, 2020, and more than 4 years later, no one knows what happened to her. Her fiancé and ranch manager, 73-year-old Keith Harper, said that one day she disappeared. They had had lunch together at about 2:30 p.m. before he went out to do some work on the property. The two were also supposed to take a trip to Colorado the next day. It was thus surprising to Keith when he came home at 7:30 p.m. and couldn't
at this
find
point,
her.
everybody's
He found
like
her phone
asleep
charged
right
in the
now.
bedroom and her purse still there,
Chat,
but she
everybody's
was nowhere
asleep
to be
right
seen.
now.
The next day, a 26-person team began looking for her on the property, but she wasn't found. She remains missing. Interestingly, also, in November of 2023, Keith was delisted as the estate co-trustee after allegedly trying to sell it off.
Oh my god, an ad. Let's go.
66. Yvonne Jeanette Mulligan was officially reported missing on April 4th,
Ooh.
2024, after one of her daughters was
Yo, what's up, Cutie Pie Olivia from YouTube? Hope you're doing well. How are ya? Welcome to the stream.
concerned, having only gotten through to her via phone 2 days earlier, on April 2nd. She notified the Prescott Valley Police Department, and immediately, Yvonne was entered into the national database that contains missing persons information. Police were unable to contact her as well, but then 3 weeks later, her car, a 2012 Kia Sorento, was found abandoned at State Route 260 and Forest Road 144. That's 50 miles away from her home. And it was estimated that the car had been sitting there for at least 3 weeks.
How was your day, by the way,
Inside
Olivia?
car was a note that she'd called roadside services and asked for the car to
Yeah,
be
I'm just
towed to an
reacting-
auto service shop in Payson.
watching and
Yvonne
reacting
her two
some-
dogs have never been
some
seen
tough video.
since.
These chat these cases are really ominous to think about it. But as Tuff explains it like a minute per person, I most like some of the cases that he explains, I know a little bit of it. But yeah, it's interesting to say the least. It was good. How about you? Well, to the people who are actually tuning in to the stream, your boy is not feeling good. It's actually quite the opposite, to be honest. I'm not feeling great, chat. Getting worse as day goes by, and yeah, freaking physically and mentally exhausted. And yeah, that's how I want to summarize how I'm feeling right now. And I don't even know if me and my family are going to celebrate Christmas properly. I don't know. I really don't know, but we'll see. I'll just pray and hope, wait for an opportunity to come up, and all that stuff.
Age 67. In August of this year, Tom Doherty, a 67-year-old retired doctor from St. Albans, Hertfordshire, took off for a solo traveling and camping trip to La Garonne,
Oh, thank
an
you.
area in southern France. However, unfortunately, on August 6th, his family lost communication with him and he hasn't been seen since. On that particular day, he had apparently been hiking and
I
camping.
really don't want to talk about this what I'm feeling right now, chat. I said what I said. I'm not gonna repeat myself. If you're interested, I'm just gonna say the latter. I just want to freaking. I just want to get this shit over with.
Camping at an area called Cold Deskets, and had texted his family a series of WhatsApp messages, one of which read, "Help, I've fallen and cannot move." And as if things couldn't get any worse, the area where he'd been hiking, which bordered Spain and Andorra, had been experiencing severe weather. He also never shared his exact location in the messages. Anyway, a search involving sniffer dogs, helicopters, and drones began after 5 days. It was called off as there was no progress. The investigation is still ongoing though. Age 68. In October of 2018, 68-year-old Malcolm Madsen, a retired real estate agent and jeweler from Sutton, Ontario, flew to Mexico where he was reportedly enjoying a good time with his girlfriend of 6 years, 48-year-old Marcela Acosta Ramos. Unfortunately, that was the last time his family ever saw him. On the specific day he went missing, October 28th, he was captured by cameras at a popular tourist joint, Andale's Restaurant and Bar, having drinks with his girlfriend Marcela. Strangely, at one point, Madsen goes to the washroom and Marcela can be seen taking out a white pill from her purse, which he later sprinkles into his drink, which he then sips several times. The couple then get out of the bar and into a taxi, and Madsen is never seen again. He's still missing, but Marcela, her son Andres, and brother Martin got charged in the case and sentenced to 56 years and 3 years in a Mexican prison.
Wow.
Age 69. On June 18, 2024, Rodney Riviello, a 69-year-old man from Plymouth, Massachusetts, was checked into the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital after suffering a fall. He got treated and discharged but went missing right after. He apparently left the hospital at around 11:15 a.m., and because his taxi voucher had been delayed, he had become agitated.
Nice name, by the way. Latina mommies with the follow. Thank you. Nice name, by the way. What is this we watching? We're just watching some true crime. What's up, Latina? Hope you're doing well. Very interesting game.
And just chose to find his way home. Definitely difficult to track him because he had no phone or wallet and was suffering from dementia. Later, police say the suspect.
I thought we were watching Ghost. No, we're not watching Ghost. We're just watching true crime
at the hospital's driveway around 12:20 p.m. had something to do with his disappearance. A massive search involving hundreds of police officers went on, but nothing came out of it. There's no update on the case yet.
No update. Ads!
Age 70. It's been 18 years since Stephanie, a fire lookout scout in Alberta, went missing from her station, and still no one really knows what happened to her. She had been serving as a full-time lookout, meaning she lived at the tower at least through the summer months.
How's your day, by the way, Latina?
Lookout overlooking the Tonquin Valley. Just about
had more interesting name, but it got to swim, but I'm not surprised.
Okay. Fire scouting as she had about
is it lewd? Is it lewd? That's the question.
13 years of experience at the tower. Now, up until August 26th, all had been well, but then that morning, she failed to report the tower's weather condition to the head office. Officers were sent to check in on her. They found a pot of boiling water on the stove, with an indication it had been boiling for a long time, almost completely evaporating. They also found her pickup truck still parked outside, but then more alarmingly, the steps at the entrance of the cabin had spots of blood on them. Later, they also discovered 2 pillows, a comforter, and a gold watch were missing. It's suspected that Stephanie was kidnapped and murdered. No one knows for sure though. Age 71. On August 31st, 2006, an American mobster named Anthony
Still debating on that.
aka Little Tony and Little Toes, went missing from Cook County, Illinois, and has never been seen again. Little Tony, who was a well-known figure owing to the fact that he was a high-ranking Chicago mobster, had been headed to a business luncheon at a restaurant in Melrose Park, but he never made it there. He wasn't reported missing until later that day when his wife, Susan, went to the Westmont police to notify them that her husband hadn't returned home that evening. His car, a Jeep Cherokee, was found near the restaurant and his credit card showed that he had stopped for gas on his way there. Nothing else has ever come up. Age 72. For 20 years, Earl Sebastian lived with his daughter and granddaughter in his Grandview Avenue, Norwalk home. However, on September 10th, 2024, Tuesday, he was reported missing and is yet to be found. Michaela Goth, his stepdaughter, said that on that Tuesday morning, she had gone downstairs to check on him before leaving to work, but he wasn't around. She assumed he'd just gone to the corner store down the street, or something. But later that day, her mom texted her that he still hadn't returned. That was when they contacted the police. Later, investigations revealed that Sebastian was seen at a South Norwalk train station on that same day at around 8:30 in the morning. Age 73. It's not known for sure, but it's suspected that Marvin Alvin Clark was either 73 or 74 years old when he disappeared back in 1926. Clark, whose case is considered the oldest active missing persons case in the US, went missing mysteriously while en route from Tigard, Oregon to visit his daughter who was living in Portland at the time. Some witnesses claim to have seen him at a bus terminal, dressed in a dark suit and slacks, but that information was never substantiated. Also, even stranger, it was said that a little over a week after he went missing on November 9th, Clark's wife Mary received a postcard from Bellingham, Washington, apparently sent by Clark himself. It was also said that there were several witnesses in Bellingham who had seen him in the area between November 2nd and 3rd. There have been attempts to find him and some false alarms along the way, but still, he's never been found. Age 74. This is a recent case, yet short in details. Jesse Lee Edwards, a 74-year-old from Pritchard, Alabama, was reported missing on September 3rd and is yet to be found. Media reports on the case simply indicate that the Pritchard Police Department has been looking for Edwards and considers him an endangered person. He was last seen around 6 p.m. on September 3rd in the area of Tallapoosa Street wearing a checkered shirt and blue jeans. He also has short hair.
The best cops they can find
As
where
of
the
the end
person
of September
is.
2024, 75-year-old Willie Washington would be missing for close to 5 weeks. According to police reports, Washington was reported missing on September 11th, but his family said they hadn't seen or heard from him since August 29th. He was last seen at the 1300 block of 4th Terrace West in Birmingham and is said to be likely suffering from undiagnosed dementia. This condition was also said to make him attempt to travel to St. Louis. In terms of physical features, he's 6 feet tall, 195 pounds, and has brown eyes and black hair. Age 76. On August 15th, an Australian man, William Wadsworth, left his caravan at a park, the acclaimed tourism park, and went on what was supposed to be a day of prospecting and exploring the backcountry of the Norseman region. This is somewhere between the South Australian border and the city of Perth. According to local police, Norseman is enticing for travelers due to its historical sites, but can however get dangerous really quickly, as even little amounts of rain can render the roads difficult to navigate. A preliminary search showed tracks, presumably from Wadsworth's car, disappearing into the bushland but nothing coming out. A search to try to locate his vehicle has been ongoing. Age 77. There's a pretty strange case from Argentina where 77-year-old Jorge Lopez went missing from the city of Buenos Aires after testifying against a dictator that was facing criminal charges in the country. Now, there's definitely a lot to the story, but in short, Lopez testified against Miguel Echecolatz, a former police head in the city that had played a key role in the kidnappings and murders of hundreds of innocent Argentinians during the military dictatorship era. And Lopez's testimony was no ordinary one. It was like the last nail in the coffin against Miguel, and so Lopez going ahead and taking the stand multiple times was going to clearly bury Miguel.
Alright, why is it going up in age of missing people? Because it says ages 1 to 100 unexplained disappearances. So Tuv here is actually explaining from ages 1 to 100 the unexplained disappearance of people from ages 1 to 100, and we're at age 77.
Knowing this, Miguel organized for Lopez to be kidnapped. In one of the trials, Miguel was seen carrying a piece of paper that, when a photographer captured and zoomed in on it, had the message, "Kidnap Jorge Julio Lopez." Then, on September 18th of 2006, on his way to the courthouse from his home in the Los Hornos neighborhood, Lopez disappeared, never to be seen again. Age 78. In June of 2019, John Tossell went on a vacation in Greece, and on the 17th of that month, he was on the Greek island of Zante when he decided to go out for a walk. Unfortunately, that was the last time he was ever seen. Now, Tossell, before going missing, had spent the last 2 days at the village of Argosy with his partner Gil Griffiths, and nothing had been odd. On the third day, the morning of the 17th, CCTV footage shows him at 9:46 setting off from the hotel towards a monastery on Mount Skopos. It was usual for him to go on long walks and was even described as fit as a flea, so him being out for hours wasn't odd. However, when he didn't return by evening, that's when a report was made to the police and a search began. They scoured the mountainous region.
I didn't read that part,
but
well, I just
nothing
read
ever came
unexpected
up. It's like he
disappear.
vanished into thin air. Age 79.
It's fine.
In March of this year, 79-year-old Judy Donovan had been hiking the Purora Forest in New Zealand with a group of 3 but got separated at some point near Lake Taupo. Immediately, reports of them going missing were made, and soon enough, the other people in the group were located and helped except her. It was unclear how she got separated and just vanished, especially given her familiarity with the hiking trail. Reports indicated that she belonged to a hiking club, the Pukekohe Tramping Club, and had even been recognized as an outdoor Axis champion for leading the Pukekohe 5 Summit Trail project. Now, for context, Purora is about 78,000 hectares of forest with thick canopy, waterways, and waterfalls, so even the best search effort could easily fall short. At one point, the police even used sniff dogs, but still, they found nothing. Age 80. This next one is from Canada, and although the details are very few, it still comes off as mysterious. It's the case of 80-year-old Adelard Hooley, who went missing on September 1st, 1986 and has never been seen again. Hooley, a resident of Birch Street in Timmins, Ontario, was last seen at his house by a neighbor and is said to have enjoyed walks, especially along the Pine Street South area. At the time he disappeared, he was wearing a gray suit jacket, blue hat, and green work pants.
Ah, my God, ads. Freak it,
Age 81. Robert Merle Herod, an 81-year-old American citizen, owned a home in the 500 block of Carnation Drive in Placentia, California, where he lived with his 3 daughters. Despite his millions in assets and property, he lived a quiet life in the lush neighborhood.
Ricky,
This
ad
was,
stop.
however, until 2009 when he mysteriously disappeared and his case came into the limelight. Just a few months prior, he had lost his wife of 50 years, Georgia, and was going through a
Insomnia,
mourning
thank you for
period
the
quite
YouTube
some time.
subscription.
He let
I
them, however,
appreciate it.
rekindle an old love he had for Fontel, and they even got married. Then, as they planned for Fontel to move in with him, he began refurbishing his home. Unfortunately, he never got done. One day they had been working on it with his son-in-law when the son decided to go pick up some supplies from the hardware store. When he came back though, Herod wasn't around. Hours went by and still, by evening, he was nowhere to be seen. Nothing ever came up despite a $10,000 reward for information on the 10th anniversary of his disappearance. Age 82. It has been 9 years since Thomas Messick Sr. went deer hunting with a group of
thank
friends
you. The music
and
just
family
make
in the woods
it
of
more
eastern
eerie.
Adirondacks in New York, but never got
But
back.
thank
This was on
you,
November
thank you to
15th,
Insomnia for
2015,
the
a Sunday when
for
a
the
group of
YouTube
7
subscription.
who
I
had been hunting
appreciate
together
it.
for decades chose to kill some time in the woods and settled on an area near Brant Lake. They hadn't visited this area before though. Messick was assigned a role to be on the watch. He sat on a tree stump as a younger group of members went down on another end of the area and began pushing deer towards him and 2 others that had been on the same
Yeah, Chad,
side
I just
as him,
uploaded
but just a little
a
bit
reaction
far off.
video about
Unfortunately,
Clive
when
from
they
Tekken
regrouped
8.
about an hour
You
later,
should check
Messick
that
was
out
missing from his
on my
spot.
YouTube.
The search that ensued in the
Oh, so
20
yeah. So for those people who are wondering, like, why do you give a shout out to people who subscribe on YouTube? Yes, I am doing multi-stream. I'm streaming on Twitch, and at the same time, I'm streaming on YouTube right now. So, you know, just multi-streaming. I just want to make my content out there in the internets. And to the people who are watching on Twitch, thank you guys so much. And as well as watching it on YouTube, thank you guys. Thank you for our current following on Twitch is 1,455 followers. So we're almost close to 1,500 followers. And if we actually reach 1,500 followers, chat, by the end of the year, I'll probably going to do like a mukbang stream with face cam and everything. But if we don't hit it at the end of the year, but we still hit it like next year, I'm still going to do it, but without the face cam and everything. And then thank you to the people who are subscribing on my YouTube channel as well. We're at 717 subscribers. So we're almost close to a 1K, chat. We're almost close to 1K. I hope we can reach 1K.
square mile area in Adirondacks. It's the biggest that had ever been seen and involved around 300 searchers.
Happy early Christmas. Well, happy early Christmas to you too, Latina. I don't know if I'm going to be able to celebrate Christmas because with, I don't have much money at the moment. But yeah, I'm making a goal out of it. And I'm actually making a goal out of it. So, I mean, I'm not forcing anyone to really do it. But if you guys want to support me, it's exclamation point dono. Just want to treat my family for Christmas since I've been looking for a job for 8 months and I still haven't find anything. And I doubt some company would actually accept job application at this month because it's Christmas. But yeah. Yeah, on both Twitch and YouTube, that command is available. So exclamation point dono if you guys want to support. Like, I have legit nothing right now. And yeah.
Nothing ever came up though. Age.
At this point, chat, I may have to use the Christmas goal fund as well because I'll probably going to pay the electricity bill here and then and what's left of it is that I will give it to my mom because I owe my mom money as well from these glasses. So I have no idea what will happen for Christmas. I'm not sure. Well, my mom and dad said that I don't have, if money is pretty tight, we'll have to borrow money again. But I don't know. I legit don't know.
83. This next one is particularly interesting because the individual in question who went missing wasn't reported for months, and then they got found a whole 30 years later. Patricia Kopta, while age 53, had last been seen in...
I've been attacked by the ads. I'm sorry, Latina, if you've been attacked by the ads. I'm sorry.
Pittsburgh in the summer of 1992, and strangely, her husband, Bob Kopta, had not reported her missing until a few months later. His excuse? Well, he told the Ross Township Police that it wasn't uncommon for his wife to go missing for months at a time. His specific words are, quote, drop out of sight for short periods, end quote. So he had waited from summer until fall before finally notifying the police. He said he came home one night and she was gone. Now, interestingly, in 2023, Patricia was found living at a nursing home in Puerto Rico. She had apparently meandered through the northern part of Puerto Rico before being taken in as a person in need by an adult care home. Age 84. 84-year-old Nadine Beach had been a resident at a senior living center in Lower Marion Township for barely 2 weeks in July of this year before surveillance showed her leaving the property. She hadn't been too happy to be admitted there, and unfortunately, she would be found dead days later in the Bryn Mawr area. According to the staff at the facility, they realized she wasn't in when she didn't show up for lunch, prompting them to check the facility's surveillance footage. An internal search ensued and involved about 70 staff, and then the police got involved and deployed drones.
Sub to you on the
ATVs,
sub
and
to you on
canines.
YouTube.
That's
Thank you,
how she
Latina.
ended
I
up being
appreciate it.
found, well, her body. Age 85. In another tragic missing person case involving an elderly care facility, 85-year-old Françoise Vriad went missing from a retirement home in France, only for her body to be discovered 3 weeks later in the advanced stages of decomposition. Walkers discovered her body about 2 miles from the retirement facility where she was hosted, and preliminary investigations had revealed no foul play, at least in the room where she lived. There was no sign of forced entry or traces of blood. Still, authorities treated her death as a murder, and the investigation went in that direction. It remains unclear, though, what happened to her.
That's interesting.
The chicken joyous.
I'm not gonna skip this ad chat because I love Jollibee. Not this one though. There you go.
Age 86.
I have an app like that. I have it installed, chat, but I'm not gonna freaking buy anything with that.
It's been more than a year since 86.
But Jollibee ads, I'm okay.
Hopped on his purple bicycle, rode out, and was never seen again. Carrillo, who was set to
Yeah. So Jollibee has been advertising that the Jollibee chicken drumsticks or their chicken actually upgraded to make it more bigger.
be suffering from several medical conditions, left home sometime after 7 in the morning on July 18th of 2023, and unlike the 2 other times that he'd gone missing, he hadn't returned after several hours. Also, he didn't carry his medication, an inhaler, eyeglasses, and dentures, and on him he only had $200. The phone he shared with his wife was also left behind. Now, despite an extensive search and a $5,000 reward for information, Carrillo remains missing. Age 87. On December 14, 2017, James Mitchell, an 87-year-old man from Golden, Colorado, crashed his son's pickup truck into rail cars at around 8 p.m. He then walked away before the police could arrive at the scene, and unfortunately, that's the last time anyone ever saw him. At the time of his disappearance, he had been wearing a black t-shirt, khaki cargo pants, and black athletic shoes. He was said to have blue eyes and thinning gray hair, and also, more importantly, he may have been suffering from dementia. He also didn't have
I went to
any
Jollibee twice
identification
here
or a cell
in
phone.
US. Don't really like it. How is it though?
88. Saturday.
How do you not like Jollibee? Is it because of the spaghetti? Is it the chicken or service? Maybe it's like a bad day.
June
Twice.
8th was the last time anyone saw 88-year-old Myrtle Polk. She had been driving a 2004 black Lexus ES 330 with Texas plates BV7K204 and the 1100 block of Indian Creek Trail.
Or maybe
According
it's
to
just
her
a
son,
branch.
Philip Polk, it
Because
wasn't
I can actually defend a little bit of Jollibee. Jollibee is a really good fast food joint here in the Philippines. I mean, I'm biased because I'm Filipino. But Jollibee is actually really good fried chicken joy fast food. Like a lot of people in the US said that it's way better than KFC.
June 9th, a Sunday, that her family became worried when Myrtle never showed up to their church, exciting singing Hills Baptist Church. For context, the retired teacher was a very active church member and a very well-known and respected member of the South Oak Cliff community. At the time of her disappearance, she had been driving at night, something which her son said was out of her character, and she also sadly, like some of the previous cases, had early signs of dementia.
No, I just don't really like Filipino food except ube and chicken sandwich for a different Filipino truck. Oh, okay, I see. So you really want... okay, so you really want authentic Filipino... Okay. Well, okay. Well, if you plan on visiting Philippines, it's actually going to... and check out Filipino food. Yeah, freaking, I would recommend you go here in the Philippines as a tourist and then check out all of the food here. It's really good.
Age 89. On April 26 of 2009, 89-year-old George Ross had just left his home alongside his wife and was driving right outside Glen Innes, a region in the Northern Tablelands, New South Wales, Australia. It was raining and unfortunately his car broke down in a flash flood. He decided to walk back about 2.5 miles to his house to get
If you
their
try
other car
sisig
and then come rescue his
on a
wife. He,
Filipino
however, never
food truck or
returned and
something,
was
like a
never seen
Filipino
again.
food
Investigators
place on the
revealed,
US,
though, that
I
they got
recommend
home and
you
picked up
order
their
sisig.
car. This car, though, was found abandoned 43 miles from their original destination. How so? Well, he had been suffering a memory loss problem and might have forgotten why he'd gone back for the car in the first
Which
place.
I when I
It
stopped
was
buying
suspected that he
parts
died
for
near
my
the Guy
BMW,
Fawkes
lol.
National Park, which is also where his car was found. His remains were not recovered, so no cause of death is known. If he died, that is. Age 90. There's a 90-year-old man, John Ants, who went missing in LA back in 2015, and it's unclear if he was ever found. As reported by CBS News, Ants was last seen at 2 p.m. on a Thursday in the 100 block of Arden Boulevard driving
Yet
a
again,
tan
cannot find
four-door
insurance. This is
93
a
Volvo
instance
940
of this
that
sorry
had
about that.
California license plate 3FFN998. Unlike most of the cases that we've seen, Ants was said to have been in a good mental condition. He was also described as having hazel eyes, receding red hair, and stood at about 5 feet and 7 inches tall. He was last seen wearing tan pants and a beige short-sleeved shirt. Age 91. In a very similar case to the one we've just covered, 91-year-old Janet Teig went missing from her neighborhood in Novato, California, and no one has ever heard from her. Based on publicly available information, it's still unknown if she was ever found. Now, given the close-knit community she had lived in, neighbors reported not seeing her after just a day, and a preliminary investigation by Novato police led to surveillance footage of her leaving her home at around 2 p.m. the previous day, August 16th. She drove a dark green 2005 Scion XB with the plate 5MB.
Well, if I go back to Jollibee, I might give it
Also,
try it
an
again.
unfortunate
Okay.
twist in her case is that the police
I would recommend you order the fried chicken spicy chicken sandwich and then adobo rice and put the gravy on the adobo rice and then try the palabok fiesta there. Also peach mango pie too. I would recommend those. If you like, well, you like salty, so I'm not gonna recommend you anything sweet. I'm not gonna recommend you peach mango pie if you don't like sweet, or the Jollibee spaghetti because that's also sweet. But I would recommend you the savory stuff, which is and the spicy stuff, which is the spicy fried chicken, and then the chicken sandwich, and then the adobo rice, and then gravy. Put the gravy on the adobo rice or in the chicken. It's really good.
Police reported not having any emergency contacts for her and couldn't reach her family.
Ah! Chat, by the way, this is the Filipino version of our Cash App or Venmo. It's called
Age
Gcash.
92. Although his body was later found, the disappearance of William Bill Weber was quite mysterious when it happened. Bill had last been seen at his home, the Fox Point Apartments complex in East Moline. This was before going missing for about 2 weeks. What puzzled his family is that due to having a bad knee injury, he would have needed someone's help to get down the stairs. Also, his car had been missing despite him, again, nursing an injury that had prevented him from driving for several months. In fact, he was using a walker at the time. Anyway, it wasn't until a couple of weeks later he even reported missing that his body and the car, a silver 2012 Chevy Malibu, were found in the Mississippi River. It was unclear how he ended up there. Age 93.
Weird.
This next one is a really strange case because how does a missing person end up in their own freezer?
I'm going to see how the burger tastes. Never had it from Jollibee. I recommend chicken sandwich. I would recommend the Yum Burger. It's a plain burger, but it's really good. And then burger steak, which is 2 burger patties and then mushroom and then mushroom gravy. That's it.
In their own home. According to police reports, officers responded to a welfare check call by neighbors to Mary Hoskins in the 100 block of Paddock Street in Sebastian, Florida. The concerned neighbors said they hadn't seen Hoskins in a long time, which was unusual. Initially, officers tried entering her home, but after, quote, multiple unsuccessful attempts, they had to obtain a key with the help of one of the Hoskins family members living out of town. When they got in, they searched the place and then shockingly found her body in the freezer in the garage. Hoskins'
that is so
64-year-old
weird.
daughter, Michelle Hoskins, who was apparently apparently living with her at the time, simply said she hadn't seen her mother in a while. It would later come out that Michelle had found her mother dead a while back, and instead of reporting it to the police, she chose to hide her in the
You're picky
freezer.
about what I eat? Okay. Well, well, it's never wrong to actually try it. If you don't like it, if you try it and you don't like it, then don't order it the next time you went to. If you tried it, you like it, and you want to order it, then go. It's part of the experience. If you're a picky eater, I'm also a picky eater as well. But I try whenever I tried something new that my palate is not familiarized with it, I'll try it, and then if I like it, I like it. If I don't, I'm not gonna try it again. Just to eliminate the process of freaking my taste buds being picky, because nowadays here in the Philippines, it's actually stressful to be a picky eater here, because freaking what you have on the fridge is what you gonna eat in the fridge. What you gonna eat, because freaking it's expensive to actually uh go buy food in the Philippines. Trust me, third world country problems.
So she could keep collecting her disability checks. Age 94. For about a week since December 18th, 2022, 94-year-old Shirley Jean Earth was a missing person from San Juan Capistrano, California. She had been reported to have left her home without her wallet or cell phone at around 5 p.m., soon after which a critical missing person alert was issued. Her body would later be found along the San Juan Creek, which isn't far from her home. This had been done with the help of search dogs because, surprisingly, the area she was found in had already been covered by search and rescue teams, but they seemed to have missed her. It was suspected that dementia might have contributed to her death, as there were no signs of any crime related to her disappearance.
Dementia.
Age 95. In another case of a missing elderly person with a tragic ending, 94-year-old Walter Curtis Wolf went missing from the 800 block of North Malgren Avenue on July 8th this year, and he would later be found dead in the cliffs at Point Fermin Park in San Pedro. This was apparently not far from the 800 block of West Paseo del Mar, Point Fermin, where Wolf was known to enjoy walks. In fact, that's where his vehicle was spotted. Anyway, once his body was reported to authorities, a helicopter was used to hoist it up before it was transported to the coroners for investigation. It was unclear how he ended up down there, dead.
That's
Age
sad.
96. Earlier this year, on June 14th, 96-year-old James Crowell vanished from his home in Colonial Drive, Carrollton, Georgia, having been last seen at around 10:20 a.m. that Friday morning. There's really not much detail as to how he went missing or where he was found, which actually makes this case a bit mysterious. The only publicly available information from the Villa Rica Police Department was that he was found dead at 9 p.m. on that same Friday. Age 97. There's also a similarly sad case of a missing 90-something-year-old being found dead in New Orleans. As per reports from the Criolla Police Department, Frank Williams, a 97-year-old man from Algiers, New Orleans East, was reported missing by his wife, Ethel, after he never showed up on New Year's Eve. Apparently, Williams had left for his destination, his wife's house, at 9:30 p.m., although he couldn't see well at night. Police pinged his cell phone and his location came back as Criolla. A search of the area led to his car, which was found abandoned on I-65. It had been northbound on US 43. His body was then found under a bridge. Officers suspected he might have left his car, walked on foot, then fell down the steep embankment. His family, however, thinks those facts don't add up, so it remains a mystery as to what really happened to him. Age 98. On August 14th in Crofty,
I want to see
Swansea,
Cebu
Wales,
City. The photos look great. Yeah, I would recommend Cebu City to be a tourist spot for you to visit.
Reginald Reese, a 98-year-old man, was reported missing by his family. He had last been seen wearing light brown trousers, a light purple shirt, green body warmers, and Velcro shoes. He had also been driving a red Renault Captur. Now in a very similar manner as 97-year-old Frank Williams, which we just talked about, Reese would later be found in his car dead. The car was found first, off the coast off Rossilli Bay. Then, upon a further investigation of the vehicle, it was determined that his body was inside. A post-mortem of his body revealed multiple injuries that were consistent with a collision. Age 99. At age 99, we have a woman simply referred to as Elva who went missing but then was quickly found. Her case fits in here because she seems to be the only or maybe few 99-year-olds that have ever been reported missing. Anyway, her story is that she went missing from her home in Clayton Road in Clayton, Melbourne at about 10 in the morning on March 29th this year, a move that was attributed to severe dementia. Her family was reportedly terrified but found comfort in the thought that she could have hopped on a train or a bus. Apparently, she knew buses were safe. Anyway, a day later, she was identified by a member of the public who had seen her case on television. She was safe and well.
That's
Age
nice.
100. Somewhere east of Klamath Falls, Oregon, not too far from the town of Bonanza, 100-year-old Nadine Kirk lived with her son, 62-year-old Ted Kirk, at least up until 2015. That statement is, however, not as simple as it sounds, because as of 2017, it was just an assumption that Nadine was still alive, living somewhere else. It is by then, she'd have been about 100. She was reported missing in 2015 and was added to the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, and according to locals, they suspected she might have died at the property as far back as 2010, and the only reason for her, quote, missing status might have been a ploy by her son Kirk to defraud the state for benefits. He was alleged to be using her social security for benefits. Interestingly, according to the son, his mother left for California sometime between May and June of 2015. This was to go visit a friend. Which friend? Well, he didn't know. The last report on the case indicated there was a warrant out for Kirk's arrest.
Visiting Japan?
I want to visit
Traveling
Japan.
with large suitcases can be hard.
Hey guys, I wanted to include
Jace is bad here. The wind is bad. I'm scared there's going to be a tornado. Well, I hope that you are safe there, Latina. Hope you're safe there, and as well as you take care of yourself as well. Be prepared for the tornado too, if any bad case of the weather is happening there.
this little clip talking about how to best avoid being kidnapped. So first of all are obviously legal weapons. You could use mace, a taser, or even a pocket knife of some sort. And by the way, I will be leaving Amazon links, US and UK, in the description. So if you want to get yourself some safe legal weapons, no, I'm not sponsored by Amazon. That would be crazy. Literally just in the description. Also, let's talk about being in communication with a family member at all time. You can do this with apps on your iPhone such as Find My, and you could also use Life 360, which I'm pretty sure is available on both
If I hear
Android
those
and
tornadoes,
iPhone. But yeah, always
see.
being in communication with someone, always sharing your location. Going back to the weapons, there's actually this like alarm thing where if someone's trying to kidnap you, right, you pull on it and it starts screeching incredibly loud.
I know that.
Leading to the kidnapper to be like, I don't want attention, I'm gonna let go. That is another really good tool. I'm actually getting this advice from r/no-stupid-questions. So shout out to r/no-stupid-questions. But someone on
I know what that device is. He's talking about, chat. I know that. It's also a tool as well for people who's gonna get grape. It's also like a grape device as well. So that if you're gonna get sexually violated, or you're gonna get grape, just pull that and then you will. Yep.
here also recommends walking against traffic, not along with it. Don't use headphones while walking. Don't be on your phone. Every now and then check behind you. Basically just make sure you're aware of your surroundings. But yeah, that's basically all you can do when it comes to trying to prevent being kidnapped. Hopefully it never happens to any of you guys. But like I said, if you need any of those tools, if you would like to even look at their prices, whatever, links are down in the description. No, not sponsored in any way. I just want to make sure you guys are safe. All right, guys, that's it for this video.
That was actually a freaking long. Well, I want to watch this as well, but freaking, let's actually save that for another time. Actually, chat, I wanna eat something. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back. There you go. I'm back, chat. How we doing today? Yeah, I'm gonna watch more. I am going to watch more tub videos. The wind and the rain is bad. I'm just waiting for that tornado siren, or I already got a tsunami warning last week. I do hope that that you're safe there, Latina. Okay, so we're done with that. We're done with this. I actually want to react or watch and react to this. The most unsettling Airbnb stories. Chat, I have never gone to an Airbnb before. Why? Because I am not a type of person who actually travels. And if I do, in America, there's also B&Bs as well here in the Philippines. you know, for there's some Airbnbs as well here. So I kind of understand. But I don't have the luxury to actually go travel and then rent out like a beer Airbnb here. Usually freaking whenever a family member visits here in the Philippines, they would actually book like a hotel and then freaking okay, them being generous like okay, we're also going to book out the hotel for you. I want ube cookies, right? Cookies now. Well, you gotta be well. If you want ube cookies, you have to be careful because he said there's a tsunami or tornado siren warning for you coming right there.
It's the holidays, so it's very common to go visit family out of state, and with that comes renting out places if necessary. One of the most popular apps to do just that is Airbnb, which fun fact stands for Air Bed and Breakfast. The company began in 2008 and is a place where the host can rent out a home, room, or even an experience if you want to try something new. But with something that's been in business for about 16 years and revolves around its community, there have been a lot of dangerous events that have occurred. From hosts placing hidden cameras in rooms, guests using
Wow, that's actually a smooth transition.
from hosts placing hidden cameras in rooms,
That's a smooth transition from to holy crap. Jacob, have you watched this?
guests using the rented home for drug use, orgies, and even a makeshift brothel, to even discovering a corpse in the same location where a guest simply thought they were going to relax. Today's video is
Jacob, are you seeing this?
dedicated to unsettling Airbnb stories. Hey guys, my name is Tuv. I'll be your host for today's video. I'm always the go. What am I saying? I'm always the host on this channel. Here's the current sub count. If you haven't subscribed yet, don't even worry about that. I'll earn your subscription by the end.
I'm subbed to him, by the way, chat, on my personal YouTube channel, or my personal YouTube account. If there's someone to do that, I make sure to hunt them down.
This video. Sometimes I wish you guys could smell me through the screen because my cologne game is crazy. Luckily, you too have the ability to woo anyone that walks past you, or you know, when they smell you when you give them that good hug. All thanks to Scentbird, a fragrance subscription service.
Sorry, Tab, I don't correlate with your sponsorship because Scentbird isn't really available in my country.
Honestly,
Sorry.
that's a crazy steal. The whole to the video. Host secretly took over 2,000 guest images. The whole idea behind Airbnbs is to provide guests with more affordable and homier vibes compared to hotels. As a host, or rather the owner of the home or accommodation, you can do a lot towards this and even earn the superhost status if you get continuous positive reviews from guests. 54-year-old Jay Ali had been ranked as a superhost, having provided guests with exceptional rural retreats over the years. He had a cabin in the hill country town of Comfort in Texas called Ali's Cielito Lindo Ranch, which was described to have been cozy, quiet, and safe. Now, from what I just said, you'd expect nothing but good vibes from the host, right? Well, no, you're watching a Tub video, so that's not what's going to happen in the story. On February of 2023, he was charged with 15 counts of invasive visual recording.
I mean, if you are with someone like a family relative, your husband or your wife or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your Airbnb, and is fully aware that okay, this Airbnb is kind of like whack, and you're good.
He had secret cameras constantly recording guests, and he ended up pleading guilty to 6 of them. Apparently, Ali had captured over 2,000 images of guests in their most intimate moments. This included them sleeping, undressing, and even having sex. He literally captured everything. Disgustingly enough, even children weren't spared, counting up to more than 30 of the unknowing victims. So how did Ali's scheme eventually get?
What about of advisor in your country? Is it banned? I don't think so. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I'm not sure.
Discovered? The answer to this takes us back to July of 2021 when a couple from the Midwest, David and his girlfriend, booked a stay at his property. Right from the get-go, they were quite concerned since Ali has suggested it would be a great experience to watch the sunrise from the porch, either in their pajamas or entirely naked. It's pretty normal for hosts to suggest fun activities, but to straight up say, yeah, you guys can be naked at the porch. Extremely suspicious from the start. I guess they rubbed it off and continued with their stay. It was, however, when his girlfriend was showering later that David noticed the AC powered adapter was facing the bed. Because of those initial comments from the host and just basic instinct, he took a closer look and his fears were confirmed. Turns out that it was actually a hidden camera that was wired into the wall. Immediately, they did the only thing they could do at that point, leave. They then filed a criminal complaint at the Kendall County Sheriff's Office. Just a day after this, the police issued a search warrant on the property as well as on Ali's home, which was nearby. Investigators confiscated at least 6 electronic devices that belonged to Ali, which were later handed to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Investigations were still ongoing when in October of 2021, a new piece of evidence suggested that the hidden camera had actually been set up in the property for at least 9 months before that specific couple had reported it. Crazily, this piece of evidence was an Instagram video that had been recorded in November of 2020,
What the hell?
showing what looked like the same AC adapter in the exact same position. This is how the 2,000 plus images I mentioned at the beginning of this case came about, with some sources actually quoting a total of 2,126 image thumbnails. Slowly, as the news spread, more guests who stayed at Ali's property came out with complaints, obviously concerned about their privacy. At least 17 of the victims were being represented by attorneys Roger Bresnahan and Bianca Zuniga Goldwater, who described their clients' experiences to have been like a real-life scary movie. Now, what makes this whole thing even more bizarre is that despite the accusation, Ali had initially claimed to be innocent of the charges and even was looking forward to the hearing. His
What
professor,
the hell?
though, never held water for long because beside the concrete evidence at the scene, he began sending threats to David, the man who initially discovered the hidden camera. Apparently, texts were discovered of Ali accusing David of allegedly placing the camera there himself, and that, quote, he would have to take the necessary measures to protect his family from extortion and fraud, end quote. Anyway, Ali ended up serving time in jail and was eventually released after his 1-year sentence. He actually got out earlier this year in February. Also, over and above all of that, at least 13 other people who had stayed at his property, including 2 minors, sued Airbnb in 2022 for privacy violations. They won, and 6 months later, Airbnb agreed to a settlement. The company also responded by condemning Ali's actions. Unfortunately for the victims, it seemed like no amount of justice would ever be enough. Some of them sadly reported that they're suffering from long-term trauma, just living with the fear that their images, or even worse, their kids' images, are somewhere floating around in the internet or in some weird people's hard drives.
Welcome to America where people are
Guests
like,
on
yes.
a drug-induced orgy. We've just seen how guests can have a creepy experience in an Airbnb. Well, the reverse has also happened. Hosts having terrible experiences with guests. The case I have in mind is from April of 2015. A couple, Mark and Star King from Calgary, Canada, rented out their home for the weekend through Airbnb, only to come
Chat, this is the ugliest and most disgusting freaking place that I've ever seen. One of the feels like I'm looking at Asmongold's living room. Even not worse, but freaking it's up there.
back to a completely destroyed house. And I mean completely trashed. Stained cushions, garbage, and sticky stuff all over, even the ceiling, with flooded toilets, condoms, etc. The police, who obviously had to be involved, described what happened there as a drug-induced orgy and probably one of the worst offenses of malicious property damage. Now, the couple had genuinely no idea they'd rented their home to a bunch of thrill seekers. They'd been led to think that they were hosting 4 adults who were allegedly in town for a wedding, and the offer was so good that as a sacrifice to earn the extra money, they made plans to stay with Mark's parents as soon as they settled on a rate agreement with the renter. Sadly, it didn't take long for all hell to break loose after they handed over the keys that Friday. It was reported that just a few hours later, a 2-day-long party began, which eventually, of course, led to their home being thrashed. Also, apparently, the Kings had been receiving texts from their neighbors throughout the weekend about what was happening. For example, according to them, they were texted about a huge fight that had happened on their lawn and suspicion of property damage. Things had actually been so bad that the police even made several visits throughout the weekend, especially for multiple noise complaints. And for perspective, the host had handed the guests the keys on Friday, and it wasn't until Sunday morning that the police eventually got the revelers to leave. Actually, the previous night on Saturday, the neighbors saw a party bus that brought in almost 100 people to the home that weekend. So that Saturday night, there was a proper party at the premises, and thus the morning after, the police weren't just escorting out one person, no, it was a lot of people. And they said it took a while before they got everyone to leave. Anyway, the couple eventually
Dutch Milk Froyo, a delicious drink packed with Pro-U goodness.
That's yogurt drink, by the way, chat. That's yogurt drink.
I choose 99.9% germ kill. Other days, moisturized.
I freaking hate this ad. I mean, yeah, chat. Freaking very attractive lady, right? Yeah, freaking she has a boyfriend like on screen love team. I freaking don't care anymore about that.
into the home on Monday, and this is when they got to see, at least in person, the state of their house. Mark described his reaction as pure shock. He simply couldn't understand how the trust they had in these people had been betrayed. He was devastated. According to them, the couch cushions were stained and piled in the hallways. Nearly all the surface stated. According to them, the
challenger.
Alan, thank you so much for the YouTube subscription. I appreciate it.
couch cushions were stained and piled
What the? Is that freaking spaghetti?
in the hallways. Nearly all
That's freaking Vaseline. I can see that. That's legit for sure. Up
the
Vaseline.
surfaces were covered with garbage and sticky stuff, barbecue sauce on the ceiling, cigarette butts all over the place, and even bone broth of all things and Star shoes. To add on to that, they found bras and underwear just laying around, and even more disgustingly, the toilets were clogged with used condoms. They actually wish they had found their house burnt down to ashes instead of the mess that they got. Again, even the police agreed this was one of a kind. They had never seen anything like it. The estimated damages were thought to be between $50,000 to $75,000. Fortunately, investigations soon identified the renter. It's unclear how the criminal investigation went down and the consequences of that, but according to Airbnb, they banned the renter from accessing any of their services in the future. Also, an Airbnb representative assured the Kings that they were working on, quote, quickly reimbursing them under their $1 million host guarantee, which typically covers damages of host property.
That's
Turned
good.
the space into a junkie den. Doubling down on hosts having horrible experience with guests, this Sydney woman, Holly, was deceived into renting out her Roselle apartment in 2016 by a tenant identified as Michelle, who later turned the place into a junkie den. Now, the way it happened was that Michelle lied to Holly that she had a sick child at the Sydney's Children's Hospital in Randwick and desperately needed a place to stay. An arguably really compelling story that led Holly to rent out the place for 10 days while she stayed at her mom's place. Also, apart from genuinely being willing to help out, Holly was a first-time Airbnb user. This means she was really eager to get into the business and, of course, make some money. She particularly had hoped that what she earned from Michelle's stay would go into paying off some credit card debt. There's also the fact that together with her
Credit card
boyfriend, they
debt.
had, in general, gone out of their way to decorate the apartment with nice furniture, just as a
All right, I'm going to sleep. Okay, Tina. You know, I didn't really think about it, but this is surprisingly depressing video. Yeah, it is a depressing video. Belu. Sorry, chat. I had to take out the trash a little bit. Well, have a good night, Latina. It is a very depressing video.
way to give their potential guests the best experience possible. And with Michelle being her first guest, Holly had made sure that the space was professionally cleaned just before she checked in. Unfortunately for Holly, her kindness was met by what she described to have been a, quote, junkie den. When she returned to her apartment, she found that not only had she been robbed, but also that the place was completely trashed. There was rotten fruit smeared on the walls, a cracked pipe in a vase, and several of her items missing. That includes cushions, lamps, a speaker, and a hard drive. In addition, there was a mysterious green liquid on a lot of the walls, and her towels were disturbingly covered in blood. The place stank of chemicals. They later found out from the police that this had been either heroin or ice. And it was undeniably evident that trashing the place was Michelle's goal from the start, because the smoke alarm in the apartment had been covered. More of the mess also included several used cigarettes on the kitchen counters and cupboards. All of that, of course, being hurtful to Holly, but what really pained her was seeing ashes spread across her $2,000 rug. The total amount of damages came to about $10,000. Sadly, all that rendered Holly homeless because she didn't have an alternative place to stay while all the damages were being fixed. And to add insult to injury, Holly claimed that Airbnb had not responded to any of her complaints even as the police got involved. All she got from them was that they were, quote, looking into their claim. And her claim? Well, justifiably, all she wanted was to be compensated for the cleaning cost and the damages. It was actually not after a massive uproar among online users that Airbnb eventually took some action. Michelle was banned from accessing any Airbnb services in the future, and a spokesman shared that they would be prosecuting her for the damages. Additionally, Airbnb transferred $2,200 to Holly's account to help with the immediate cleanup of the apartment and for her temporary accommodation. Now, a funny yet not so funny bit here is that, like they do for all their hosts after their guest leaves, Airbnb sent a text to Holly reminding her to rate her house guest, and to her, it felt like this was just one more final insult.
Yeah. What the
Guests
fuck?
ran a pop-up brothel. Before we dive into this one, maybe I should get out of the way that sex work is legal in the UK.
That's
well,
like
except in Northern
salt,
Ireland, where
putting
paying for
salt
sex
into
isn't
the
allowed.
wound.
In general, sex work adjacent activities, for example, soliciting for sex and keeping brothels, aren't allowed. That can translate to more than one sex worker not being able to live or work from the same house. Now, to get around all that, seeing that we live in a truly digital era, what are being referred to as pop-up brothels are on the rise in the UK. This phenomenon especially got the online community talking back in 2017 after an Airbnb host reported a curious incident in his apartment after he had unknowingly rented it out to, quote, high-profile escorts. The host later contacted the BBC to share his horrible experience, and just like in the BBC piece where they used an alias, that being Greg for him, we'll just go with that name.
Greg.
Now for this particular booking, the guests apparently had asked if they could pay in cash, something which Greg was skeptical about and immediately said no. He refused that offer because it would be going against the Airbnb terms of service, and it also meant Airbnb wouldn't cover anything in case something went wrong. The guests eventually agreed to the proper booking format, and Greg, against his initial judgment, chose to ignore his suspicions about them and allowed them to check in. Nothing seemed odd in their stay, although when it was finally time for them to leave, Greg received a text from them requesting to extend their stay by a few hours because they had a heavy night. That, bundled with his initial suspicion, made him unsettled, and out of curiosity, he went on to look up their names on Google. That's when it became clear that the two were high-profile escorts. Still curious, he dug and got around to even figuring out their rates, and some quick math on the 2 nights they had stayed, he figured it added to at least £2,600 each, £5,200 in total. He couldn't wait anymore, so he just went to the house. What he found was a little strange to say the least. The apartment smelled like wine and perfume. There were at least 7 or 8 wine bottles, which for 2 nights was quite heavy drinking. He also found used condom wrappers under the bed and said that the bin was literally overflowing with tissues and used condoms. Greg was concerned that his house had been used as a pop-up brothel, meaning that he had indirectly broken the law I just talked about. So he contacted the police. Surprisingly, although they took down all the information he offered, nothing much was done about it. He even tried following up, but nothing much came of it. According to him, he felt a bit let down by the police, and even worried for other people who might end up in his shoes. Now, as Greg's story made its rounds online and drew attention, a sex worker by the name of Charlotte shared her own side of the story when it came to preferring temporary housing like Airbnb. Like many other sex workers, she would be forced to move houses whenever neighbors learned of her profession, and the horrible experience of that added to the expensive nature of constantly moving. This is why it seemed preferable to stay in Airbnbs. She'd do so together with a friend or two in order to share the expenses. Charlotte also said there was a safety in numbers because some clients could sometimes be dangerous, and it always helped knowing that there was someone around in such an unfortunate situation. Interestingly, she fully acknowledged that she was breaking the law, with the logic behind it being that she'd rather risk being accused of running a pop-up brothel than risk her own life. Anyway, Greg's story also caught Airbnb's attention, and it didn't take long for them to respond, saying that they had zero tolerance for such behavior. Since then, campaign groups have come out to advocate for legal establishments where sex workers can receive regular clients, which would also promote their safety through security measures like installing CCTVs. Host attacked a guest couple as they slept. This one, like the first case, involves a super host. It happened back in 2018 when a Boston couple who had traveled down to Los Angeles to get away from their busy lives ended up in a nightmare that they never anticipated. The couple, medical residents Jaleesa Jackson and Chidozie Uwandu, described their experience at this particular Airbnb as the scare of their lives. So here's what went down. When they checked into the guest house, everything seemed okay. Their host, a man named JJ, had even left them a kind note and a cold bottle of wine to welcome them. They spent that night happy, and it wasn't until 5:30 in the morning the next day that all the drama started. According to them, they got rudely woken up by loud banging and yelling at the front door. Out of fear, Jaleesa called their host JJ. Strangely, they heard the phone ringing outside the door. That's how they found out it was actually JJ banging on the door. He picked up the call, admitted it was him, and apologized for the quote confusion, though adding that life was too short to give them an explanation. I don't know either. Ironically, he wished them a nice time in LA. For whatever reason, the couple stayed and even enjoyed their first day at the beach. On their second night though, at around 2 in the morning, something even crazier happened. A man came crashing in through their bedroom window, throwing broken glass all over the place. Uwandu's instinct was that they were under attack, and he sprang into action, even managing to pin the man down. The man unfortunately managed to escape Uwandu's hold, but luckily, they were able to identify.
Oh, come on. Ads!
Him as JJ. They couldn't let that slide, and so they immediately contacted the authorities. The police were initially skeptical that the Airbnb host would try and attack their guests, but they eventually came around and swung into action. They even sent in police helicopters and luckily captured JJ, whose excuse was that he had been trying to evict the couple for cleaning charges. It was later discovered that JJ wasn't even allowed to rent out the place in the first place. That's according to an elderly lady who was his landlord at the time. Now, the couple was in no way spending another night at the house, so they just checked into a nearby Hilton. Sadly, on top of what they had already spent on Airbnb, they ended up paying another $2,300 for their hotel room, parking, and other expenses. Because of this, they contacted Airbnb for compensation, and it took months for them to be reimbursed the full amount of their fees. Beyond that, Jaleesa Nwandu also asked for $5,000 from the company, but only got half plus free therapy sessions to overcome the trauma. That solution ended up not being so well received, as even celebrities chimed in with disappointment. Actress Gabrielle Union, for example, tweeted saying that whatever happened could have ended way worse than it did, and that Airbnb needs to protect their guests better. Airbnb remained adamant though, and only responded by removing JJ from the platform. They said there have been millions of stays on Airbnb overall, and negative experiences are extremely rare occurrences. New Year's banger with over 250 guests. As crazy as it sounds, this next one was a party that took police officers from 5 area departments to shut it down. It happened on the last Saturday of December of 2017, when officers were called to a home in Shelley Drive, Ohio at around 11 p.m. Why? Well, noise complaints. Also, adding on to that, at the time, there was a snow ban, and neighbors had complained that there were many cars parked on the streets blocking their driveways. When the police first got there, what they found was somewhat bizarre. There was this guy, let's call him Guy A, who was responsible for throwing the party. Guy A had rented just one room in the house for $40 a night through Airbnb. The owner of the house, a 28-year-old man who we'll just call Guy B, was actually home with the guests when all this was going down, which then makes it weird when you learn that, like any other host on the platform, he had specific rules for his guests, one of them being that no parties were allowed during their stay in the house. The host also had barriers in place to prevent access to some of the other rooms. This house guest, unfortunately, cared less about what his host had to say because, like I've pointed out, he hosted a huge party with a turnout of almost 250 people. And still getting crazier, he had apparently advertised this party on Twitter, inviting practically everyone to what he called the quote, New Year's banger. Why? Not really too sure, but maybe for the $5 that he was charging people at the entrance. But where was the owner all along? I mean, we know he was home, but where? Well, trying unsuccessfully to get things under control. He is said to have tried to intervene, but it got out of control as he even was threatened by 5 men at the party. For his safety, he retreated and locked himself in his room, where he then decided to call the police. The Seven Hills police responded, and initially, they had a hard time accessing the house because of snow. Then, when they finally managed to, they said they could hear the music from 100 yards away and saw a lot of people going in and out of the house. They described the house as being so tightly packed in each room that there was no space for someone to even extend their arm. They began trying to usher people out, asking the partygoers to leave, but that only started anti-police comments and shouts. The officers from Seven Hills PD were clearly outnumbered and luckily had called in reinforcements. Almost comically though, even as other officers arrived, there were still more people coming to the party and reportedly turned away at least 50 other vehicles. To effectively break up the party, they had to strategically gain entrance from different parts of the house, with some reports saying that they were met by smells of weed and alcohol, and sights of people throwing up literally where they stood, and also visible heavy damage to the house. And even with all that effort, it took about an hour for them to completely clear out the place. Also, out of panic, some people had broken windows or broken doors trying to escape.
That's my entire reaction to all of this.
So bad that a neighbor whose house was also sadly destroyed that night said that she was fearful for the officer's safety, describing the partygoers as a mob. The man behind the party, Guy A, though remaining unidentified, is said to have faced several serious charges. These include disorderly conduct for unreasonable noise, and hindering movement on public streets, furnishing alcohol to minors, alcohol activities without a permit, and criminal damage. As for the aftermath, the homeowner said everything had been ruined. It's still unclear whether or not he got assistance from Airbnb, having already filed a complaint. They did, however, say the same exact statement I've said before, that there are millions of Airbnb experiences, and this is just a really rare one. They put that out along with a list of tips for hosts to prevent similar occurrences. Host essayed guests after holding them hostage. This one is quite a bit more sad than the others because it involves a case of SA. What was meant to be a fun-filled trip to Madrid turned into a horror story for 19-year-old Jacob Lopez after his Airbnb host held him hostage and took advantage of him. It was reported that early in the evening of the 4th of July of 2015, Jacob's mother, Michaela Giles, received very concerning texts from her son begging for help. Jacob had been staying at an apartment he had booked through Airbnb while in Madrid, and through his numerous texts, his mom found out that his host had been harassing her son. According to Jacob, since they arrived at her apartment from the subway, the host had been pressuring him into submitting to sexual acts. She allegedly kept on kissing him and even took off his pants at one point, but Jacob denied all of her advances. All that pretty frightening and made worse by the fact that the host had locked him up and was rattling knives in the kitchen to threaten him. His mom said she felt completely helpless, having been so far away from her son back home in Massachusetts. She had one recourse though, contacting Airbnb and asking them to contain the situation. Surprisingly, they weren't very cooperative and only took her around in circles. According to her, the Airbnb representatives completely refused to give her her son's address and also refused to call the police. Instead, they provided her with the Madrid police's number and insisted they could only take action if the police themselves contacted them. When she called the provided number, Michaela said that it took her to a Spanish recording that kept disconnecting her. Frustrated and understandably so, she blew up the Airbnb contacts until all her calls were being directed to voicemail. Now, as his mom was desperately doing all she could on his end, Jacob was frantically trying to find anything that he could use to protect himself. He said at this point he was so scared for his life that he thought the night would either end with his host killing him or him killing her. He couldn't, however, stomach the thought of being a killer and couldn't have lived with someone's blood on his hands. Sadly, alone and defenseless, Jacob was reported to have been continuously SA'd that entire night. Eventually, he managed to convince his host to let him out by lying to her that he had plans to meet up with his friends who knew where he was staying. Once he was out of the apartment, he immediately left Madrid and headed back home to Massachusetts. Now, regarding the host, what we do know for sure is that she was a transgender woman. She did, however, deny all allegations against her and claimed that the sex was consensual. She even accused Jacob of making up the story because he was allegedly transphobic. Regardless, the host later shared that the Madrid police had already visited her apartment and that she expected to be exonerated. Jacob, on the other hand, was left traumatized and wished that he had trusted his instincts from the very beginning when he noticed a few things about the host didn't add up. That's despite the good Airbnb reviews. His mom, Michaela, was equally traumatized, but she was really proud of her son for coming out and sharing his experience. The host profile has since been removed from the app's listing, and Airbnb responded by saying that they had learned a lot from Jacob's incident and were working on improving their guest safety measures. Homeowner fined $500,000 after renter's illegal Airbnb. What happens when someone illegally lists your property as an Airbnb without your knowledge? Well, Drew Gurl is a perfect answer to that question. This Miami Beach house owner was facing a fine worth almost $500,000 because his beach house had been listed on the platform. According to Drew, he had used Airbnb in the past, and to his knowledge, it had been years since he was last on the platform. It was thus surprising when he got the first notice from the city of Miami Beach on the 19th of January 2017 for listing a property against the city's zip code guidelines. All he knew was that his property had two long-term tenants, Isabel Burney and Tematope Oladapo, and they weren't from Airbnb. Just normal people renting out the place for their own use. And at the time, he was living in Silicon Valley, far enough that he wasn't aware of the day-to-day activities on the property. It soon became clear though that these tenants were subletting the place. Despite a clause in their lease that forbade them from using the property for transient occupancy, an agent that Drew sent in to investigate confirmed that the tenants were doing exactly that. They also weren't taking care of the place as they should have been. The agent said that when they visited the house, they found that the yard had been trashed, the patio furniture looked shredded, and somebody had installed electronic locks, probably to enable guests to check in and out. Anyway, livid at what had gone down, Drew embarked on a rather painful journey of clearing his name. First, there was the option to deal with the city, something he figured would take some time. So instead, he was focused on taking down the property from Airbnb's listing. Seems easy, but then it apparently took him quite some time to find his house among the endless listings. He eventually found it on the 17th of March that same year, a little over a month later. And to his surprise, the listing promised guests a tropical and electric home that could sleep 12. Now armed with the property's link, he emailed Airbnb's customer service explaining the situation. And again, you'd think this would be as easy as showing proof you own the property and getting it taken off the website, right? Well, unfortunately, it turns out Airbnb wasn't too eager to help. They only responded saying that they didn't offer any legal advice to their users. It wasn't actually until Drew reached out to a friend that had connections with an Airbnb that he received a somewhat useful response. On the 28th of March, a whole 11 days later, Airbnb finally wrote back to him, this time promising to handle the situation. And to Drew's relief, the company kept their word, and on the 4th of April, the listing was taken down. With that out of the way, he was then ready to deal with the city's $500,000 fine. But then things weren't over just yet. He had barely evicted his tenants when new travelers showed up at the house, 4 days after booking their vacation stay. Drew would then find out that Bernie and Aladopa, his previous tenants, had started their own booking website called Vacayo and quite bizarrely, listed Drew's house on it even after they knew it was taken down from Airbnb. So this meant that the two were still in business. Anyway, it's unclear how he went about getting them to take down the listing from their site, if at all they did, and the two also denied all allegations made against them. Among the concerning bits of this case is that it seems that this kind of thing isn't unheard of. Many other homeowners actually came forward and shared being in similar horrific experiences as Drew. Guests find corpse in garden. About 10 miles from Paris, there's a little known
These
but well-off town called
Airbnb
Ponce,
stories
which
are
in February of
crazy
2016
to
made its
to
way
listen.
global media headlines after a rather unsettling Airbnb fiasco that happened there. Guests discovered a body in the garden in the house that they were staying at. The renters, described as a group of young people mostly in their 20s, had intended to stay at the property for the weekend, but their stay got cut short when they bumped into a body on Saturday afternoon. Now, to give you perspective on the house, it was located in suburban Paris and was described as a charming 7-bedroom house with a swimming pool and overlooking a forest area. The host had it listed for £435 a night. Reports also pointed out that the far end of the property was unfenced and simply slopped into the forest. Like, the garden just extended into the forest. It was near this end that the group discovered the body of the woman, who police estimated to have been in her early 40s. The body was found laying down, face on the dirt, covered in branches and surrounded with wooden stumps. The woman was dressed, but with no shoes, and had a ring with a large stone. Interestingly, the police believed the body had been left out there to be found, and so they questioned the renters as well as the family that owned the property. It actually turned out that the family of 7 that had lived there had gone on a short vacation to a different region in France and had intended to return on the following week on Wednesday. Learning of the news, the homeowner was reported to have been pretty shaken by the idea that it could have been his young children that made this gruesome discovery. Anyway, the identity of the woman couldn't be immediately established as her body was too decomposed for autopsy. It was, however, estimated that she had died about a month or more prior.
Ooh.
Alright guys, that's going to be it for this video. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure to leave a like. If I earned your subscription, make sure to subscribe. I also quickly want to say again a big thanks to Sandbird for sponsoring today's video. You can support the channel by using code TUV or scanning this QR code to get 55% off your first month. And if you don't follow me on Instagram...
Alright, chat. Speaking, what do we... Actually... Attempting to rush a recovery of cold here so I can get back to training there 3 times a week next week. What's up, Shin? How you doing? I want to know if Nick Crowley still has Oh, okay. So yeah, Nick, I watched this. I'm actually updated to everything with this one, chat. Yep. Freaking, what about... I don't want to react to this, to be honest, chat. I'm gonna have... I can react to these two. I watched this. Actually, this is actually very funny. This one. I watched this as well. Oh, this is freaking fricked up. Yeah, it's him, and then there you go. It's Nick Crowley, and then Nexpo. What I've heard. Yeah, Nexpo has that too. Well, I'm not gonna react to that. Oh, this is an hour? What about this one? Oh, what about the wavy web certs? Oh, dangerous prank sites. When YouTubers find missing people. Most criminal ghost hunters. I watched this. I have no... I think I heard about this one. This is... Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. This is 59 minutes? This is 59 minutes. This is 30... What the... This is 25. This is 42. That's a lot. Wavy web search videos are also lengthy as well. That is crazy. Um, what about freaking? I also freaking watch her as well, chat. Let's go. She's also like a really good content creator as well. Sakura Stardust, aka Alex. She actually covers a lot of Japanese culture and yeah, Japanese culture, Japanese lost media. Do not search Japanese. Yep, this is the one. Freaking 8 hours, 8 hours of Japanese lost media. Uh, when was the last time I actually? Well, I watched this. This is terrifying. I watched this, and this is the last video that I watched. Does she have like do not search? No, she doesn't. The last time that she did Japanese do not search iceberg was part 5. Uh these Japanese words. Okay, this one is episode 2. She actually uploaded. This one is the ultimate lost Nintendo iceberg. Strangest mystery. This one is disturbing lost media from Japan. Discovering deep lore of Japanese phones. I'm not gonna react to this. I'm not gonna react to this as well. Dark Poster Confessions, 2 Chance Infamous Stories and Urban Legends, Volume 3. No, I'm good with this. Lost Media, this is 44 minutes. I can actually, yeah, her content is actually pretty dope. Sakura's Stardust is also a pretty dope channel as well. She covers a lot of Japanese lost media, Japanese do not search info and all that stuff. Yeah, this one. One of her video that got recommended to me while I was working was this one. This one. I was like, holy crap. Yeah, she's been doing that for a while. 9 years. I can watch this.
Hey friends, welcome back to my channel. A channel we've discussed lost media many times on. And if you, my friend, are a connoisseur of the mediums that are lost, then you probably already know that...
Well, chat, speaking, we reacted to like Filipino lost media. And I'm actually fascinated about lost media.
They can kind of vary.
They can either be creepy, wholesome, or worth it for the long years of decrypting it. But yeah.
And levels of horrifying. Or they can be not horrifying at all. It's just kind of a mixed bag. Today we're going to be talking about the more horrifying ones. Today on Sakura Stardust, we're taking a look at some of the darkest Japanese lost media topics that I've personally come across.
Chat, here's the thing. If I'm going to be this type of channel that I'm going to chat, like, here's the thing, chat. If I want to do I want to rebrand my YouTube channel, I want to talk about like some morbid curiosity lost media or something like something what they actually do. I actually want to do these kind of stuff. The problem is that I legit have to research about this. And if I'm gonna research about something like this, freaking, I might have to turn on incognito about this one because I don't want my my search history about these kind of stuff. I don't want the NBI to actually look at my search history. Like, why are you looking at this unsolved case? All that stuff. And at the same time, I want to collaborate with people as well if I'm going to do these kind of stuff too. But yeah, I really want to do a commentary or documentary type of video as well. It's just that I don't have the time for it. I do have the passion for it, but I don't have the motivation for it. I don't have the time for it as well. And if I want to post it online, I want people to actually see it. But I don't think I don't think I don't think at my caliber right now, e- I don't think I don't even know if I have a caliber, but uh like here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. As a VTuber, you want to know what kind of video that I want to do as a VTuber, chat? Like freaking, do you guys wanna like freaking hint? I'm not gonna give hints, but guess chat what kind of video that I want to do as a VTuber. If you guys don't know, I'll give you a hint. It's actually a well-known type of format, but I don't see people, or I don't see VTubers or people who actually cover VTubers on this type of genre. That's that's the type. Well, I see some handful of it, but it's not really popular, or it's not really like well known much. But yeah, I really want to I really want to do this type of video for especially for VTubers. Dedicated for VTuber. Not sure I can think of something. Okay. So so I want to do I actually want to do an ultimate. Yes, I'm saying ultimate. I want to do an ultimate VTuber iceberg. That's what I want to do. That's what I actually want to do. I want to do an ultimate VTuber iceberg. Like we're like starting from the tip and then all the way down the deep end. Like that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Like I want to cover like some like on the top the lore is like you get to see like at the tip of the iceberg you get to see like the VTuber agency, like the VTuber agency, like you see Niji Sanji, Hollow Live, freaking Face Connect, like at the tip of the iceberg sounds peachy, and then on the middle, on the middle, freaking you get to see like I guess I would mention Mikaneko's Mikaneko incident on the middle, like Mikaneko's incident that happened, or one of Coco or Keisan, or formerly known as Coco Kiryu, Taiwan incident on the middle part, or down down the line, or freaking Nyanner's history with 4chan, with all of that stuff on the deep, and then on the way down below, I actually can cover like I actually heard about a VTuber ASMR artist freaking getting plowed. Getting plowed while doing like an ASMR stream. Like that was like the deep end. And then I saw someone on Twitter. Freaking this is also like a VTuber iceberg as well. I saw someone on Twitter saying that there was this particular VTuber who staples her female parts. Yeah. Freaking yeah, like she did, like I remember that I legit remember that tweet. Like someone shared like a VTuber, or I think it was the VTuber in question as well. She stapled her female parts on a stream. God. And then there was another one as well. There was another VTuber as well that there was another VTuber incident as well that she got kidnapped for 6 months. Human trafficking. Human trafficking. She got human trafficking. Um, she actually explained it on her Bilibili account as well. She was a VTuber. She got human trafficked for 6 months,
And then when she came back, people believed her, but there's also some speculation as well that it was not true. It was actually not true, but it was also legit, like it was legit it was legit like at around that time that okay, this is actually mind-boggling. That kind of stuff. But yeah, I really want to do that kind of iceberg, but VTuber iceberg, and I want to collaborate with people with it. I want to collaborate with VTuber people, like with VTubers as well with that. So it's gonna be like a team effort. Like okay, this is the tier 1. I'm gonna explain it. Tier 2 is like I have a collaboration with this VTuber and that VTuber. I want to do that. I really want to do that kind of project, like the ultimate VTuber iceberg. I want to do that. Like I legit want to do that. Like I'm not the only one who's actually researching all of this stuff, but I also want to collab with other people who's actually passionate to do this kind of project. That's what I actually want to do. Like as a VTuber. Like I want to do like the ultimate VTuber iceberg. Anyway, that's like a passion project that I want to do, but I don't want to do it alone. I want to do it with other VTubers as well because I don't have that kind of broad knowledge when it comes to VTubing. I guess you could say I'm on that top of the iceberg that knows a little bit about VTubers and all that stuff, indie or corpo, but along the controversies or like the drama that is like way beyond people in in that community actually talked about, like, yeah. Anyway,
In the early days of the Japanese internet, a mysterious and disturbing MP3 file spread throughout various web pages. And while the MP3 file itself isn't able to be recovered in recent years, it's very well remembered today. Though it's not exactly remembered fondly. Rather, it's memorable because of how well it freaked people out. Chibi Manako-chan is among the most long-running anime in Japan. Based on its equally long-running 1986 manga, it began airing in 1990, and new episodes are being produced to this very day.
yes.
The series is lighthearted.
Then you should do it. If not perfect per se, but make one with limited knowledge, then you could make follow-up vids that are more updated. I could do that, Belu, but at the same time, Belu, here's the thing. I want to do that. I want to do that when I have like an audience. No, I'm not gonna caught up in the perfectionism. I would say no. I'm not gonna do that. I actually want to do. I actually want to make a type of video of that. It's just that I want the moment that I upload that. I really want to get like. I guess you could say I really want to make a community first before doing some passionate projects like that because only limited people can actually see what you're going to provide in terms of video wise or content creation wise, and I don't have that kind of community yet. I'm just still to this day. I've been streaming for almost 4 years. I still don't have a proper or even a consistent community at all. Most of the community or most of the people that are following here are that came from the YoVG community, from Max's, from Kenny's, from Steve's, but I don't have like a voice of my own, or I don't even have a community of my own, which is, you know, like I'm not saying that I want to be big or something like that. I just want to see like the video that I put up on my channel. I get to see like some comments about it, and then comments about it, some likes about it, or like, you know, conversation starter when I uploaded like videos and all that stuff. Like right now, even if I have like 700 subscribers on my YouTube channel, freaking most of the videos that I upload there on my channel, there's no comments at all. There's likes, but there's no comments at all. The only comments that I have was like I was doing like Tekken memes back in the day, like some Tekken videos that actually garnered some comments. But at the same time, most of the people that commented on those videos are people from the YoVG community, because I actually asked them like, hey, can you actually support this video and all that stuff?
but I really don't have like a proper community right now. I wish I could have a proper community. I wish I do. I really wish I do. I really want to have like a community just like Max, Simmons, Kenny, Steve, like even the VTubers. Like I want like a community like Iron Mouse, Andrea, Henya, Project Melody, that kind of stuff. Like I said, I'm an underrated VTuber. I'm legit an underrated VTuber. Like I really want to have like a community just like the like the people that I'm inspired to doing this. Like freaking 1,445 followers. Okay, it's just a number, and then that should convert to like some like like 100 viewers at this point. But no, I only got like what 6. Freaking if I get lucky 20. Maybe how to think about it is those iceberg fish could create a community. It could. It could. It could. But at the moment, those kind of iceberg videos are really tedious when it comes to time. It really it feels like a tedious thing to do. Which is I don't have any problem doing that kind of video. I just really want to commit. I just really want to commit to it, and as well as have like enough time. Just like whenever I do the best of Steve videos with everybody, I need a dedicated time. It's not like I can finish this iceberg video the entire day. No, that's not it. That's not it. Those type of videos are difficult to do because you have to search for them. You gotta search for them. You gotta do a script to commentate for that. You gotta record. You gotta find clips that surrounds about that kind of iceberg, that kind of stuff, and you have to research them. I don't have any problem with that. It's just time consuming, and at the same time, if you're planning to, it's like working on a 9 to 5 job, but you're not getting paid from making those videos. You're creating a community out of it, which is a good thing, but you're not making money out of it. You know? You see your work paid off, but you're not gaining monetarily. That's what I've been saying. And I'll just give it I'll just give it some time. I just want a proper community to actually understand like a huge community. If I actually have like a huge community to back me up or to support me, like yeah, if I have like what 100 viewers every day, if I push partner on Twitch, or if I have like 10K followers or 5,000 followers on Twitch, and then 1,000 followers, 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and all that stuff, like I can push for a partner or and all that stuff, or I can make a community out of that. But right now, I'm really underrated. I'm an underrated VTuber. I'm really an underrated VTuber. I just debuted like last May, but I've been doing live streaming or I've been doing content creation since 2019. So 5 years. I've been doing this stuff for 5 years. And I still don't have my own community. That's the harsh reality of it. That's the harsh reality of it. Anyway. I just hope that whoever is actually watching this stream, or whoever VTuber is out there, or whoever is like out there with a really good community, or like trying to boost someone to have like a community. Like I hope you guys are listening or watching this. Like I really want a really good community to be proud of and to be happy with. Because right now, I mean, I freaking the numbers mean and don't mean anything if it's not converting into like a proper audience. And funny enough, I've been and funny enough, I've been uploading VTuber clips of myself. I've been uploading VTuber clips of myself, and my name actually been misunderstood by one of Neurosama's clippers. And I'm like, okay, I'm not correlated with this dude, but I do have the similar name with this dude, but thinking I'm not him. I don't even have like I don't even have a following on Twitter as well. Most of the people that follow me on Twitter are just bots. And I'm like, freaking, how can I actually like do remove those bots? If only there's like something out there. Like most of them are bots. I fucking hate it. But yeah, I've been uploading one VTuber clip of myself from time to time. Like I can push it almost every day, and I've been getting even blocking them doesn't help as well. But I do have a really good TikTok following. I just need to post more TikTok. I just need to post more TikTok content. Last time I posted like a TikTok content was like what? When was this? I'm thinking I posted this like a few months ago, and I need to post another TikTok video. That's it. Like I have like 2,400 followers on TikTok, but I really need to be consistent on posting TikTok. That's what I want to do. That's what I really want to do. But so far right now, I really want to focus on earning money just so I can help my family. That's how I feel. But yeah, to whoever's actually like whoever's out there, can you please support me? I need support. Because I feel like I feel like an underrated VTuber, and I've been doing this for almost 5 years, and I hope that my time will come. Like I just gotta wait for the right moment. Like I know it's out there. I know it's out there. I know it's out there, chat. I know. Anyway, I'm just gonna go back and react to this.
Based upon the author's childhood in Showa-era suburban Japan, and has become a part of generations of childhoods over its almost 35-year run now. If you've never heard of Chibi...
One thing I can say is socialize, connect, communicate, and all that. Good luck. I've been socializing. I've been connecting. I've been using Twitter as like an engagement post to my tweets. Nobody's actually like freaking engaging with them at all. And even with Twitter Premium, I still don't have that kind of boost. I do have like you can promote my tweet, but freaking I'm not gonna spend $10 a day for my tweet. Get the fuck out of it. No. I would rather use the TikTok promotion stuff. That on that one, freaking the promotion on TikTok is actually way better than Twitter. It does. But I also reply to some VTuber posts as well. Yeah, I also post I also reply on some VTuber stuff. It's just and I also join some Discords too. Like there's also like a Discord for VTubers that promotes stuff. And yeah. That's it.
Mariko-chan before, all you need to know is that it's an anime heavily associated with nostalgia and innocence. Sometime in the late 90s, around the same time as the launch of 2chan and about 8 years into the run of the anime, an audio file seemingly related to Chibi Mariko-chan started being passed around. One that the majority found highly disturbing. How so? This post recalls what was heard. The audio begins with the titular Maruko screaming in pain. Maruko's older sister is then heard desperately calling Maruko's name and shouting as well, followed by Maruko's mother doing the same. The clip then ends with Maruko shouting in agony once again, this time more aggressively, before the audio ultimately goes silent. Those who recall the clip swear that the audio was the actual voice actors themselves. They were apparently too authentic to be impressions. It is to
What the
be inferred
hell?
by the listener that something horrible is happening to Maruko and her mother and sister are helplessly looking on, unable to stop or help. Interestingly enough, this is not the only dark piece of lost media involving this anime. A lost chapter from the original manga, one with surreal and disturbing visuals, unlike the original art style, was serialized one time before being excluded from the official volume that it should have been included within. While scans of the chapter did eventually surface online, many assume that this chapter was just a creepy rumor or hoax. Now, to this very day, the origin of the screaming Maruko audio and why it exists in the first place remains unknown. It's not even known where this audio was originally shared before it proceeded to spread elsewhere.
My god, I hate these ads. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Sorry about those ads, chat. Sorry about those ads. Oh my god. I hate these ads, chat.
Tuchan in the late
How can I actually... wait, chat. Give me a moment. There you go. Okay, chat. Let me just do this thing again.
The first being that it consists of edited clips from the anime itself. Some recall coming across the MP3 file when it proceeded to spread elsewhere.
There you go, chat.
Some claim to have come across it on Tuchan in the late 90s.
There you go.
Others claim the audio was on Nico Nico Doga, a popular video site, at some point as well. Over the years, many have recalled this audio. Too many for it to simply be an urban legend.
There you go,
Anytime a
chat. There's no...
Maruko-chan MP3 file
There you
is
go,
brought
chat. There's no more ads for
up
this.
online, there is often someone responding who remembers hearing it, often referring to it as the one with the screaming or recalling the same details of the mom and sister being in there as well. Some recall coming across the MP3 file when browsing the internet on their flip phones.
Whoa,
in the
look
late
at those flip
90s.
phones.
Many Japanese flip phones already had this feature among many others that wouldn't take off in the West until years later.
I'd imagine hearing that kind of audio on a flip phone, especially out in public, would be especially memorable. On top of that, if most people did access this MP3 file through a flip phone, those flip phones are likely not around anymore. I mean, how many of you guys still have your old flip phones lying around?
I mean, Samsung actually freaking did flip phones, but I don't think the original flip phones even work anymore at this day and age.
Somewhere. I mean, mine are long gone, I think.
The testimony claiming that the audio was on NND does allow for the possibility of this file existing online still, as it would need to be saved to be uploaded elsewhere like that. While many recognize the voices
How's
in
the audio, by the way,
as
chat?
that of the original voices of the characters themselves, there have been various theories as to how this audio came about. The first being that it consists of edited clips from the anime itself. While sophisticated editing software was not commonplace in the late 90s, this could have been achieved by strategically combining clips onto a cassette tape. These parody tapes, a precursor to the Mad videos that would later become popular in the 2000s, were passed around and shared by hand in the 80s and 90s.
It's kind of like
While
YouTube poop.
not confirmed, many believe that the audio is from a Mad cassette or VHS that made its way online. While this audio remains lost, online users have found clips from the Madoka-chan anime that sound like they could make something like this if pieced together. Here's a recreation created solely with audio clips from an episode within Season 1. Now, the original Madoka-chan MP3 could be completely different. When, or if, that original file is found will be what ultimately determines that.
What the fuck? What?
Zoomin Asa, or Zoomin Morning, was a popular morning variety show that aired on Nippon television for a long time, every weekday morning from 1979 to 2011. The show itself was meant to serve as a positive start to the viewer's day, complete with cute mascot giveaways and
Oh my
special
god,
features filmed
this
away
freaking
from the
quality.
studio. It was during one of these special
The
features,
bitrate as well,
meant to
ugh.
predict the weather in a specific area
It kinda
that
hurts
a
my
disturbing
eyes.
incident had occurred. According to online accounts, during a 1988 broadcast of Zoom In, a reporter was in front of Ohori Pond in Fukuoka, giving one of the aforementioned weather relay reports. During this broadcast, a motionless body is seen floating in the background, visible in the corner of the screen and captured without anyone noticing. The reporter, upon turning to the pond and noticing the body, screams, and the camera abruptly shifts to the filming of the body itself,
What the?
as well as the people later attempting to recover it from the pond. While footage of the broadcast itself was nowhere to be found online, this incident was mentioned by many internet users over the years, most notably on forums. The accounts began in the early 2000s, with among the earliest found being in 2004. Some claim that the show was cut short abruptly after the reporter screamed, and the program acted like nothing had happened following this incident. Others claim that the broadcast continued on, shifting the focus on the body in the lake. Because Zoom In was broadcasted on a variety of networks throughout Japan, it's possible that both testimonies are correct and that some networks just cut to something else. Furthermore, it's been stated that no details were ever shared regarding the person's identity or what had occurred prior to the discovery of the body. Online users
I'm sure for privacy reasons they keep it hidden to actually just avoid anything. And with due respect as well from the body, from the deceased body, chat. That's my assumption.
Users made various attempts over the years in finding this lost broadcast footage, or even just a mention of the incident online anywhere. Incident reports in Ohori Park or in Fukuoka as a whole were also looked into. No such occurrences were ever found. Just like the Chibi Madoka MP3, this piece has an abundance of recollections online, but no physical evidence backing it up. Listings for media similar to the reports were eventually found, however. Specifically, this 1988 drama special titled Tuesday Suspense Theater, The Zoom In Morning Murder Case. This was a one-shot, only airing one time in November of 1988. Due to its obscurity and single airing, the special itself remains completely lost. Not even still images from the episode have been found, with the only thing proving its existence to begin with being a listing on the Japanese TV Drama Database's webpage. While the details of when it aired are provided, there is no synopsis or plot details. Still, the air date and title are extraordinarily noteworthy. Perhaps the broadcast incident was a scripted element of this one-shot drama, and those who saw this part of the drama misremembered it as a real Zoom-In broadcast. It's worth noting that Tuesday Suspense Theater aired at night, specifically at 9 p.m., a Tuesday night, while Zoom In, the real Zoom In, aired at 7 a.m. on weekdays. The drama one-shot itself being based on the actual broadcast incident was also considered as a possibility, however. And then there was the additional possibility of the news broadcast simply being a hoax. Maybe, despite so many online accounts, this news broadcast didn't exist at all.
Okay.
Maybe it was the product of misremembering details and online rumors convoluting things further.
But isn't there like a term for that? Like the Mandela effect. There you go. Like isn't it like it feels like a Mandela effect? If it's not exist and people thought it would be.
All speculation came to a halt on October 16th of 2021. This was the date that the Zoom-in broadcast, the real actual broadcast, was uploaded online, proving it to be real and marking it as found.
Okay.
平成3年4月、福岡市民のオアシス大堀公園からの中継。しかし、この現場でカメラは生々しい水死体の映像を捉えていた。
What?
6時40分頃、通行人が、年配の方らしき遺体が、水に浮かんでいるのを発見しました。現在現場検証が行われているんですが、まだ遺体は引き上げられておりません。
While confirmed real, the actual footage still differed from the online account somewhat. For starters, the Zoom-in broadcast is from 1991, 3 years after the Tuesday Suspense Theater airing. In addition, these claims that the reporter had not noticed the body and screamed were also deemed false. The clip begins with an on-screen headline stating that a body was discovered at the weather relay location, that being Ohori Park. Rather than hosting the weather relay, the segment had instead focused on this sudden development. The footage shows the body within the pond, as well as it being recovered by a group of people.
Yeah, so this is not the footage that zooms in on the body where the reporter was screaming. This was like the aftermath of what happened. So this is a different broadcast.
It's also explained that the body was discovered by a passerby at 6:40 that morning, 20 minutes prior to the start of Zoom-in's broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
So the body was not discovered in real time during the broadcast. The fact that the real incident happened after the drama is pretty creepy though, not gonna lie. Because the actual Zoom-in broadcast varies so much from the online accounts, it's been speculated that many have confused that drama one-shot with the actual incident. Nonetheless, the 1988 drama still remains lost.
Yeah, I feel like it's a mixture of Mandela effect and then yeah, there's a Mandela effect happening on that one. On that accountability chat. That's how I feel.
Japanese professional wrestling is a fascinating rabbit hole in itself. Within this rabbit hole is a good amount of lost media, and some of it is tragic and violent. What's likely the most notorious is the lost footage of Mitsuharu Misawa's final match. A match that would result in Misawa's passing. To Japanese wrestling or puroresu fans, the name Mitsuharu Misawa is well known. Misawa himself is a legend, idolized and adored since his debut in 1981, and considered to be among the greatest Japanese wrestlers of all time,
Tiger
if
Mask.
not the greatest. From 1981 to 2000, Misawa was affiliated with All Japan Pro Wrestling. In 1984, 3 years following his debut, Misawa became the second person to portray Tiger Mask, a popular character in wrestling lore who was initially from a manga that ran in the 60s to early 70s. He also famously wrestled Bret Hart in 1990. This match resulted in a draw. Listing Misawa's accomplishments as a professional wrestler would make a standalone video in itself, really. Misawa left All Japan in 2000 and formed his own league known as Pro Wrestling Noah. This was the direct result of what's known as the 2000 All Japan Mass Exodus, where 24 of the 26 native All Japan wrestlers left to form Noah. Believe me when I say there is a lot of lore when it comes to puroresu. Reading through some of this kind of felt like I was reading the synopsis to a Yakuza game or something. Misawa managed Noah and saw a great deal of success for 9 years. In addition to managing the promotion, Misawa continued to wrestle, and his matches were among the biggest draws to Noah in itself. Unfortunately, Misawa's health began to decline as he got older, mainly due to how physically demanding the sport in itself is. With Misawa in his 40s at this point in time, his participation in these matches became riskier as time went on. Despite this, Misawa continued to be involved in pro wrestling, wanting to ensure the success of Noah. Misawa even stated himself that he wanted to retire but wouldn't allow himself to do so until he was at least 48. Misawa was 46 years old when he stated this, only days before his final match.
Ooh.
On June 13th of 2009, a tag team match featuring Misawa and his protege Go Shiozaki was held at the Hiroshima Green Arena. It was here that they challenged Akitoshi Saito and Bison Smith, the Noah Tag Team champions at the time. The match went as planned for the first 27 minutes, and was expected to wrap up around 10 minutes later. The match took a devastating turn when Saito performed a backdrop suplex on Misawa. Only minutes later, Misawa fell unconscious. As Misawa was confirmed unresponsive, the match was immediately halted and multiple attempts to resuscitate Misawa began. First with a doctor in attendance, then by paramedics as they arrived at the venue. Misawa was rushed to Hiroshima University Hospital but was pronounced dead hours later due to a spinal dislocation.
Ooh,
The news was devastating in the pro wrestling community. The entire match was filmed, intended to be released. Though none of this professional footage has seen the light of day, aside from a clip of the resuscitation attempts. This clip was released to news outlets, though Noah had no intention of releasing anything else in order to respect Misawa's memory. Photos of the suplex itself, from start to finish, were published in Japanese magazines. Shortly following the incident, amateur footage from the audience was released by a YouTube user named Kimidori3 Takoyaki. This user uploaded 2 separate videos of the match, one of Misawa's entrance before the match began and another of the resuscitation attempts after the match itself. This user has confirmed that they caught the match itself on camera, but will not release that out of respect to Misawa.
That's
These
a good thing.
wishes should be respected, and this user should not be contacted regarding this topic.
Yep. That's how Japanese people respect privacy, and as well as, idolizing, a public figure as well, and respecting the wishes of his or her, if you're a female pro wrestler during that time as well, but, respect.
Mitsuharu Misawa remains a respected and beloved figure in the wrestling community. He left behind a wife and 2 children. For the sake of his family, and everyone out there who loves Misawa, I feel this lost media should remain lost.
Yeah, it should remain lost. Oh, Vader!
Antonio Inoki was another renowned Japanese wrestler. Inoki had an extensive career in wrestling and martial arts, being recognized by the WWF among their heavyweight champions and fighting Muhammad Ali in 1976. During the 1980s, Inoki was at the height of his career, particularly within New Japan Pro Wrestling, of which he had founded. Now, Big Van Vader was an American wrestler, known for his size and stature. Vader and Inoki faced off in Vader's NJPW debut. Inoki, seemingly unstoppable at this point, was basically a god among wrestlers. Vader was depicted as the secret weapon of his manager Takeshi Kitano, yes, that Takeshi Kitano, but he didn't seem intimidating to the crowd within the sold-out arena. It was assumed that Inoki would prevail and that Vader was some kind of one-off villain. Well, Vader ended up swiftly defeating Inoki in only 2 minutes, breaking Inoki's 9-year winning streak. Vader completely obliterated Inoki, who was the hero of everyone in that audience. Because Vader was a non-Japanese wrestler that had literally just been introduced, people were mad. So mad, in fact, that a full-blown riot had broken out in the sumo hall where the event was held. People trashed the venue, breaking things, setting their seat cushions on fire, and even throwing the inflamed cushions at Vader himself.
And when I beat him in 2 minutes, they got pissed off, legitimately. And they were rumbling and grumbling, and then they sit on pillows, and they lit them on fire, and started throwing them at the ring at me. And, wow. So it got pretty scary.
By the time the riot was finished, the whole venue was in shambles, and Vader had to be removed before anyone physically harmed him. Due to this incident, the sumo hall had banned New Japan until 1989. The match itself was caught on camera and shown on TV. Photos of the riot itself exist as well. This leads many to believe that footage of the riot itself exists. While the existence remains unconfirmed as of right now, it's yet another infamous lost media topic.
Oh, I know freaking Canon.
Air and Canon are visual novel games later adapted into anime
Yes.
created by the Osaka-based studio Key. Created during a time when visual novels were incredibly popular, these two especially saw success.
Chat, I tried visual novels. I saw chat. Yeah, Aaron Canon. I know Canon.
Key has produced 18 visual novels since 1999.
Yeah, freaking Clannad as well. The OGs. Chat, freaking, I tried freaking playing a visual novel. Oh my god, it's so stressful.
And has even worked on a few anime. While their works are typically suited for general audiences, the first two, Canon and Air, were made for adults. Despite the mature subject matter of the final product, it has been rumored that darker and more graphic versions of the visual novels do exist, and that the final releases were toned down quite a bit. These cuts are known in the community as the cruel versions. While the official releases are romance dramas with options to court the various characters and, standard visual novel stuff, the cruel versions supposedly take a more disturbing turn with significant gore and disturbing outcomes for the characters. These versions have been a common rumor among fans of the series since the early 2000s. While some claim that Key themselves made the cruel versions, others claim that these are doujins that use the original assets. The latter rumor is accompanied by the claim that only around 50 copies were produced of Air's cruel version specifically.
Why is it 50?
And that Key had taken legal
Why would you produce 50? 50?
action and confiscated these altered copies. It's said that the cover of the cruel version features an upside-down A in the logo. The cruel version of Air was said to have been created or leaked out of spite by developers that had worked for Key. And this is why Key themselves took direct action and ceased the distribution of them.
Okay.
For this reason, the cruel versions are extremely rare and thought to not exist at all anymore. However, there are also many out there who think that this is some kind of urban legend, nothing more than a creepypasta that's spread around online. The existence remained unconfirmed for years, though these images, claiming to be from the cruel version of Air, have been floating around online. For decades, these were just rumors and nothing more. Until January 28th of 2023.
Wow, last year.
When the full cruel version of Canon had been found, uploaded in full to the Internet Archive. The person who found this specific cruel version being YouTuber Base Skater.
Wow.
The Canon cruel version was confirmed to be a doujin patch, released by a group known as OSI in the year 2000.
Oh, it's a doujin patch.
Now, this specific group also released a patch of Air, known as Summer Solstice. Base Skater also provided this patch to archive.org. While Canon Cruel does have disturbing themes, no such content is found in the Summer Solstice version of Air.
Okay.
So, while half of the urban legend was in fact deemed true so far, the Cruel version of Air still remains lost and its existence unconfirmed. Yippee!
Yippee!
Ringu is a 1998 Japanese horror film based on the 1991 Koji Suzuki novel of the same name. While a Western adaptation titled The Ring was produced in 2002.
Oh my freaking god, chat. The Ring. The Ring. Freaking, I hate this movie so much, chat. It traumatized me as a kid.
The original film adaptation remains the best known. Now, the Brussels cut was named after its 1999 showing at the Brussels International Festival of Fantastic Film in Belgium.
Biff.
This cut has been described by those who saw it as significantly more graphic than the original Japanese release, specifically when concerning the open-mouth effects of the victims, as they were made to appear more deformed. What's interesting is that 3 years following these viewer testimonies,
Chat, we don't talk about the English version of The Ring. We don't talk about that.
2002 adaptation would feature open mouth effects just like what was described by the audience at that Brussels showing. Existence of the Brussels cut remains unconfirmed, and the only known showing of this graphic cut remains that European premiere in Brussels. It's been said that the viewers of this Brussels cut especially praised these new visuals, and for this reason they were utilized in 2002's The Ring. Now, what of the Brussels cut of the original Ringu, and the disturbing new effects it supposedly included? Following this 1999 showing, this cut was never shown again.
I never saw this in the US version as well. I saw a little bit of it. The US version was kind of, in my opinion, kind of cheesy. I saw a little bit of it, but it's kind of cheesy. I prefer the Japanese version one because it's so freaking, it haunts me. It haunts me as a kid.
Many deny the existence of this cut entirely, though, feeling it's just an out-of-control urban legend. Hideo Nakata, the director of the original Japanese film, was asked about the Brussels cut on multiple occasions. Every time, Nakata denied any such version existing. Despite this, the viewers of that 1999 showing still swear that the version they saw was definitely more disturbing. This large number of testimonies keeps some from outright dismissing its existence. In the years to follow, some claim to have seen the Brussels cut on Spanish and British TV. The validity of such claims remains up for debate. So then, why would the director deny its existence? Well, some theorize that Nakata made these changes without some kind of necessary approval, or that he was trying to hide the existence of the cut for some other reason. Some even speculate that the changes were made by someone else without the approval of Nakata himself.
I think that would be the
Someone
latter.
tampered with this specific European copy.
I feel
For
so.
now, the Brussels cut remains a popular rumor, as no proof of the cut existing has been found. No still images, no footage from the Brussels showing, nothing. Locked room mystery-solving variety escape game Dero, more commonly known as just Dero, is a Japanese game show that aired from 2009 to 2011. The show follows an escape room-style obstacle course that changes with each episode. The show aired on Nippon Television during its primetime slot, however was swiftly cancelled in 2011 despite its popularity. For the cancellation was not due to low ratings, but grim similarities between the show's content and real-world events taking place at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, the rooms and obstacles in each episode changed frequently, so neither the viewer nor the contestant could determine what the next one would involve. There was a common theme of rooms that would cave in or fill with water, though. On Dero's final episode to air, a brief teaser for the next episode was shown.
Oh my god. Oh lord. 2009 to 2011.
This episode would ultimately never air, as the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami would occur before the intended air date. While the variety show itself was lighthearted in nature, people laughing over simulated floods and collapsing walls would be extremely grim and in extremely poor taste following such a tremendous disaster. Especially since, at this point in time, many victims of the quake and tsunami remain missing and unaccounted for. Because of Dero's swift cancellation, that unaired episode remains lost, and only the brief preview remains.
Yeah, it's a brief. Well, I guess again, coming from Japan, they respectively didn't air it. You know, from what happened, it was an unexpected natural causes that happened as well. It was an unexpected scenario that okay, this is such a sad situation that okay, we gotta stop. I gotta stop.
The image you see before you became a bit of a meme. due to the crude nature of the drawing and awful circumstances that led this image to come about in the first place. It's been posted all over the Japanese internet for over 20 years now. What
Really?
you see before you is a screenshot taken from a news broadcast. And that drawing? It's claimed to be a sketch of a man responsible for awful reoccurring crimes that had taken place over 2003, according to the screen cap itself as well as its earliest known post on 2chan. Because the only media recovered of this broadcast is the still image itself, that's all we have to go off of regarding what's going on and who the sketch is supposed to be of. Let's start with the archived 2chan post.
2chan.
Dated October 10th of 2003, the post itself just reads the criminal's face, with an arrow pointing to a link to the image itself. Now, as far as that image itself, there are a few clues found with that on-screen text. At the top right, there's a bulletin that reads, "Another robbery has occurred. Those in white uniforms have been targeted."
Ow.
Beneath that, with the red backdrop, reads, "7 consecutive incidents." That text on the side reads, "Eyewitness drawing of the criminal's face." Those on-screen details given confirm that this is a drawing of an assailant that people should be on the lookout for, and that they have been targeting students in white uniforms, at least 7. It's also assumed that this all had occurred in 2003, given the timing of the image's emergence online. And of course, this image has been passed around quite a bit too. There are many blogs and web pages that contain the image, but unfortunately, many of these blogs are now down, with many unarchived. Now, some online were able to find multiple reports of female students being stabbed by unknown individuals over 2003. Whether this culprit or culprits was ultimately caught isn't known though. So, for years and years, many simply remember this image as just a funny meme, not getting the entire story due to the original broadcast being lost. Footage of this broadcast has yet to surface.
It's actually kind of injustice. Fist of the North Star.
Fist
Hokuto
of the North
no
Star,
Ken.
known in Japan as Hokuto no Ken, is among Japan's most prominent and influential and iconic anime and manga series. It's one of my personal favorites. It's especially known for its Mad Max aesthetic and macho style of characters that pretty much define that era. Let's just say Fist of the North Star is not a happy-go-lucky slice of life series. Aside from, well, not that. We don't talk about that. As a matter of fact, I'm here to tell you that it is quite violent. So when the manga began its adaptation into anime in 1984, done by Fuji TV, a well-known animation studio, some censorship was definitely done. Despite that, it was still very gory and very popular among the masses.
Yes.
Now, 2 years later, in 1986, Toei Animation released a full-length feature film to theaters throughout Japan. Because this film was to be shown in theaters, it didn't have to follow the strict TV guidelines. This is something they especially took advantage of, with the animators reportedly studying human anatomy to make sure the gore was as realistic as possible.
Wow.
The intention of this film, one that provides a retelling of the first story arcs of the manga, was to create something faithful to Tetsuo Hara's art in the original source material, meaning it was really gory. So anyways, the Fist of the North Star film premiered on March 8th of 1986. While the film was praised by fans, Toei soon became overwhelmed with complaints regarding the extreme violence and gore. So many
And to this day, with people understanding how gore is, this movie is a bit. Who said anime isn't realistic? I mean, to people's standards about gore and everything, I feel like this version of Hokuto no Ken is actually kind of cakewalk.
people complain that, allegedly, Japan's diet became involved in enforcing censorship for this movie. Toei Animation was essentially forced to hastily censor every scene deemed too much. This resulted in many scenes being blurred, shaded, or cut out entirely. The home video release did not arrive until 2 full years later in 1988. This was because of all the censorship work that needed to be done on the film. And among the biggest changes noted in the home video release was that the ending was completely changed and reanimated. The original theatrical version had shown Kenshiro, the main protagonist, falling unconscious. The new ending, however, still had Kenshiro upright and conscious as the film ends. While the original ending to the film, the one with Kenshiro unconscious, was used in various foreign language releases, and was eventually provided on the 2008 Japanese DVD release, most of the uncensored gore scenes remain lost. That original uncensored cut of the film was only ever shown in Japanese theaters. It's unknown if Toei even possesses the uncensored cut of the film nowadays. The original cut could be lost or even destroyed at this point.
Destroyed
Some
or
even
lost.
claim that an uncensored version doesn't even exist to begin with, as some online users claiming to have seen the original Japanese release in theaters have surfaced over the years, stating that censorship was present in theaters. This is all a bunch of hearsay though, and there isn't any proof of uncensored scenes existing. Or is there? Behold the Italian VHS release of the film.
The Italian version.
This specific home video release and no others contains 3 uncensored scenes. This proves that these scenes, at the very least, were censored later on. So why does this Italian release have uncensored scenes to begin with? It's theorized that this VHS release used a draft of the film that had yet to be censored.
Oh.
In addition, some theatrical trailers have been shown to include uncensored scenes that would later become censored. Now, the only way we can definitively prove the existence of an uncensored theatrical cut would be to obtain a copy of the film shown in theaters in 1986.
Okay.
And some have popped up online over the years. The uncensored cut was supposedly shown at a movie theater in Maryland in 2015 as well, but no footage of the event can be found. As of right now, that original theatrical cut remains lost and ultimately unconfirmed.
Yeah, not safe for life. I not safe for life freaking website. Chat. Chat, I actually freaking visited this website or something. It was, yep, it was not good.
This image isn't particularly disturbing unless you can read the caption, and think a bit about the circumstances.
I mean, freaking judging from the expression of this this woman or girl, freaking I can definitely tell this is already creepy.
Circumstances behind it. Circumstances so potentially concerning that a search for the lost news footage has been underway for some time now. This image has been pretty well known in Japan as a meme since around 2009. The meme itself is called Sensei to futari de kimashita, or My Teacher and I Did It Together. It's named that because that's what the little girl in the screenshot is supposedly saying. The outlandish caption with the girl being interviewed is seen as humorous on the Japanese internet, but some question the source of the image. Was the girl really saying that? Because that would be highly concerning if that turned out to be the case. This location is fairly remote as well, with some kind of waterfall in the background. Why the girl was out there and who she was with also became a topic of discussion. Because if this screenshot is genuine, something pretty sinister could be at play here. Furthermore, why would the news outlet broadcast such an interview? The only definitive way to confirm all of this was to locate the original footage. The caption at the top left of the screen says summer days across the country, so the time of year and purpose of this interview is clarified a little bit through that.
Summer.
Because the image has been around for about 15 years now, it's also known that the report likely aired before 2009 or during 2009. The location filmed has been speculated to be Kegon Falls in Tochigi, a prefecture north of Tokyo. Possibly the biggest find in the search that has occurred so far was this. A version of the screenshot without the suspicious quote at the bottom. This suggests the possibility of the screen biggest fall or during 2009.
Wait. Yeah, freaking, it kind of is.
A version of the screenshot without the suspicious quote at the bottom. This suggests the possibility of the image with the caption underneath being edited, and not the original image to begin with. This could also be a frame of the broadcast before or after the quote was shown on screen. Lastly, this Twitter post from 2020 in response to someone using the image as a reaction to a manga panel with interesting dialogue claims to have the real story behind the screenshot. The image provided is a 2019 comment from a post made to Warl.club, which seems to be a popular BuzzFeed-type webpage. According to this 2019 commenter, they knew the story behind this because of the job they had with the production that conducted the interview. This commenter apparently talked to the girl themselves. They say the interview took place around 10 years ago, marking it from around 2009, and that the girl pictured was part of her school photography club.
Okay.
This club supposedly only had 3 members in total, with the other
That's actually kind of sad if you have like 3 members on your club.
2 unable to make the trip due to health and family reasons. The teacher asked the girl if they should cancel the trip, but the girl insisted on going still. Then there's the last bit at the bottom saying the teacher themselves was quote-unquote young and bald, and that nobody watching the interview would find the 2 suspicious because the teacher was young and bald. So the news channel went ahead with the interview. Now, take all of this with a grain of salt. It's an anonymous comment after all. But if it is true, then a lot of context is missing from that original broadcast. There's probably additional footage with the supposed young bald teacher, I would assume. Nothing will be definitively clarified or confirmed without the original broadcast footage, however.
It's also interesting as well for me that they didn't even search this girl at all. You know, like okay, they wanted to like look for the broadcast for this, but they never actually like found out who this girl is. I'm pretty sure they do, but I don't know. Something doesn't add up because if they found this girl that that was interviewed and all that stuff, like, maybe she has the answer. Just saying.
No broadcast footage, however. Yume Nikki, or Dream Diary, is a name passed around a lot in the anime, JRPG, and Japanese gaming communities. If you're unfamiliar with Yume Nikki, here's a little breakdown. Yume Nikki is technically an adventure game, one created with RPG Maker, more specifically RPG Maker 2003. Despite the game's age, it's popular and beloved today, particularly for its surreal visuals and cryptic story that people still discuss and interpret in different ways. Nobody really knows what this game is actually about. There are a few theories tied to this game's story, which involves a girl in her room who has elaborate dreams. The game itself involves physically accessing these dreams and exploring them, and they become more hostile and bizarre as the game goes on. Yume Nikki is now playable on Steam as well as smartphones, but initially gained a cult following as a PC game on Windows. Especially as the game was heavily discussed on 2chan, as the forums helped get the word out and promote the game through word of mouth. So, while the game has been available online since 2004, the final update was made in 2007. Nowadays, that final version is the one that most have played. There's actually a fan translation of the final version. 9 other versions of the game do exist, being updated over 2004 and 2005. But most content from these early versions are lost. As a matter of fact, the first 3 versions are lost entirely, and they could have varied greatly from the final released version. Remember how I said the story of Yume Nikki is very cryptic and not fully understood? Well, some believe that the earlier versions were more clear in the narrative's intentions, and could possibly shed light on the meaning behind the game and why it was created in the first place. This image could possibly be the earliest incarnation of the main character's bedroom. Found on the possibly be the earliest incarnation of the main character's bedroom. This image could possibly be the earliest incarnation of the main character's bedroom. Found on the game creator's MySound profile page. The early days of Yume Nikki are poorly documented due to its quiet initial release, and most discussion being anonymously on 2chan. Aside from a freeware magazine providing some versions in a promotional CD-ROM, a lot of this content could be lost entirely now. Kikiyama, the creator themselves, is known to be extremely private, only being interviewed one time by Undertale creator Toby Fox of all people.
Wow!
This interview was provided on Toby Fox's column for Famitsu magazine. The interview reveals that Kikiyama wanted to continue updating Yume Nikki beyond that 2007 build, but wasn't able to get around to updating the game again. Aside from this, Kikiyama has never elaborated anything further and lives a very private life.
Is that
Nobody
one of
even
them to
knows
say?
their
I
true
don't even know.
identity. The only clues in deciphering the story of Yume Nikki could lie in those early versions. And those early versions may be lost entirely now.
It was either lost, or Kikiyama has those builds, but he or she doesn't want to share it in the public eye, I suppose. Why you never became a dancer. Okay.
This video, posted 15 years ago, is well known for its uncanny and disturbing visuals. The video itself is an upload of the 2003 song Why You Never Became a Dancer by English noise band Whitehouse. The upload itself was not by Whitehouse, but by a user known as Acid Blood Infusion, who has uploaded a few unsettling
15 years
things
ago.
over the years. For years, many wondered where the video playing on screen came from and who the girl herself is. This left many speculating.
The girl was actually found out as one of the victims of. I think like this is one of the victims of a guy that actually tried to like kill people, like specifically female Japanese.
For years, with no direct answers from the uploader. While this video
I
is
heard
seen
it because from Lazy Masquerade.
as an unofficial music video for Why You Never Became a Dancer, the video itself has no affiliation with Whitehouse. In addition, no images came up when people had attempted a reverse image search searching for the face. The video is clearly of a photo altered to look like it's moving, so the source would be the unaltered still image. That source image remained lost for many years. In 2023, a search had started on the Japanese side of the internet as well. On the blog of Vtuber, a viewer had mailed in this image, saying they saw it within a book detailing the Okubo incident, which was a string of murders that occurred in 1971.
Yep.
While the original photo was found, no further information was provided until June 15th of 2023, when Reddit user ENECampbell77 came across the book the source image had originated from. Their post shared that the book itself discussed the Japanese serial murderer Kiyoshi Okubo and the 8 murders they committed in 1971. Among the 8 victims was a woman named Reiko Takemura. This is the identity of the woman in this photo. Okubo was arrested and sentenced to death in 1973. How this image was discovered and ultimately ended up on that YouTube video remains unknown.
The fuck, Alex?
Real Sakura Stardust stands. Say hi to Chompy in the comments. Anyways, it's that time again in the video.
Stop eating bread.
If you're unfamiliar, this is the point in the video where I read out my Patreon shoutouts. There's a few perks in my Patreon. Among them is an
Yeah, okay. That was actually a very interesting lost media. All right, Chato. Yeah. Props to Alex, man. AKA Sakura Stardust. I want to watch more, to be honest. I want to watch this, chat, but I'm going to control myself. It's either I want to watch this, The Surprising Deep Lord of Japanese Phones, or it's Japan's Strangest Internet Mystery, or this one. I have so many things to watch. Yeah, there's a lot of things. I'll watch this, chat.
I love a good, weird internet mystery. Bonus points if it's been ongoing for decades and has a lot of history. With that said, there are a lot of Japanese internet mysteries that meet this criteria. This one in particular involves online users recalling a red soda-like beverage known as Spell. Supposedly, about 50 years ago, this red beverage was sold in Japan. Or was it? See, despite many online remembering this drink, some even recalling a commercial with a Japanese celebrity airing in the 1970s with the drink. But here's the thing. Upon researching it, no record of this drink actually existing was ever found. Well, until some recent developments came to light. The whole thing is still very cryptic though. So, let's start at the beginning. It all began with a post on the commercial search thread of 5chan on May 26th of 2023.
How many chans that Japan has? We have 2chan, we have 5chan. Ugh.
Particular thread is a part of the
There's
site
even
known
8chan with this freaking 8chan is actually like very, very bad version of freaking
for
4chan.
searching for lost ads, particularly more renowned ones like Hitogata.
Hitogata, the unknown Japanese
Search
broadcast.
request. Possibly broadcasted between 1972 and 1975. A commercial featuring Hiroshi Fujioka holding a bright red drink. Fujioka-san apparently says something like, "Day 1 is bitter, day 2 is day 3 is good." This commercial was mentioned on a radio show a good while back. And it now appears I've found myself in the labyrinth with this request. I think the name was Spell or something. I really want to see that commercial. So, to recap, the poster wants to know if anyone else
Nina, what's
remembers a
up? How you
commercial
doing?
that aired between 1972 and 1975
Hope you're doing well, Nina.
that featured Japanese actor Hiroshi Fujioka. Best known as the original Kamen Rider, among other things.
Yes, it's Segatan
Best known
Sanshiro.
as the original Kamen Rider. If anyone else remembers a commercial that aired between 1972 and 1975 that featured Japanese actor Hiroshi Fujioka. Best known as the original Kamen Rider, among other things.
Also Segatan Sanshiro as well. Yeah, freaking that's him. That's him. I'm doing good. What about you? Trying my best. Trying my best to live, but you know. Yeah, that's
Things. Fujioka was supposedly holding a bright red drink. In addition, Fujioka recited a slogan, one that suggests Kamen Rider among.
yeah. He's the very first Kamen Rider, and he's also Segatan Sanshiro. Like you guys remember that? Really like your VTuber. Oh, thank you, Nina. I appreciate it. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Also, yeah. From YouTube, how you doing? Yeah. So yeah, that's Segatan Sanshiro, and if you guys remember that ad, like that latest ad from Sega, where his son actually portrayed as like the new face of Sega and all that stuff.
Other things. Fujioka was supposedly holding a bright red drink. In addition, Fujioka.
He's kind of like an equivalent to that Old Spice endorser. I'm not gonna say Terry Crews because every time Old Spice like shows like a different model or a sponsor, he's like that in Japan.
Fujioka was supposedly holding a bright red drink. In addition, Fujioka recited a slogan, one that suggested that this drink had a very distinct taste, perhaps an acquired taste. It was following this 5chan post that a much older mention of the mysterious red drink was found on the webpage for a radio show called Sunday Secret Base. It was on an episode of this radio show that a viewer asked if anyone recalled the drink's name or at least remembered drinking it. The webpage itself serves as an episode recap and talks about what was discussed on the radio show.
Oh, you joined the chicken
meaning
club?
that this
Oh,
very
nice.
well could be the radio broadcast the 5chan poster had recalled. This was about 25 years ago.
Well,
now.
welcome.
There
Well,
was
welcome
this
for
bright
joining
red
the
drink
chicken club.
that Hiroshi Fujioka had appeared in a commercial for. I remember spending the little pocket money I had on buying it. The taste was quite harsh. The product itself disappeared from stores shortly following this. What on earth was this drink called? If you remember, please let me know. This post was
But
from
how do I talk
all
there?
the way back in 2001.
Here, okay, so for those people who are actually going to join my Discord, don't worry. There's a lot of sections on my Discord. There's a lot of sections on my Discord that you can
How the fuck are they still freaking playing Marvel Rivals on Scripps' Discord? But what I'm saying is that the Chicken Club is open for anybody, but there's some specific rules there. Um, you can actually post anything on that one. But make sure to read the rules first, and then yeah, Nina, just read the rules and then enjoy. When you're streaming next, I will be streaming tomorrow, probably. I really need to put up a an announcement notification every time I go to streaming. I'll ask Unknown about that, one of my mods. Yeah, so you can post a bunch of stuff there. You can post like clips. If you actually have Twitch clips there, you can post it there. You can talk about like PC consoles, like some article trailers about some stuff. Freaking Tekken, like selfie. If you want to do like lifestyle like post, like there's selfies, food porn there, and there's also pets. Yeah, it's a community Discord that you can check out. Yeah, just but I'm gonna yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I'm gonna say this right now, Nina. My community Discord is a little bit like inactive, but it's okay. It's okay. I just put up my Discord there just in case for people who actually are interested on doing so. But yeah, it's not really. I guess you could say fully utilized, Nina. It's not a fully utilized Discord. But I do hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah. Okay. Anyway. There you go. Anyway, chat. Yeah,
It also
Nina, if
meant
you're still there, if you're still watching, thank you for joining the Chicken Club. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of tweaks about the Discord server and all that stuff, and as well as um, anything in particular. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to my. I'm gonna talk to my. I'm gonna talk to my. Well, Nina, if you're still watching the stream, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, actually, yeah. Thank you so much for the uplifting words. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you for the uplifting words. I appreciate it. Yeah. No, no, no. Thank you. I appreciate it, Nina. I appreciate it.
Mention the
This is what I actually want to have to really have a good community. I just wish I was big enough to actually be known. But right now, I'm a very underrated VTuber, and I'm still learning. I'm still trying my best to actually put my name out of the live streaming world or on the online world. It's kind of tough, and not to mention this is the. I mean, right now, there's the only way to earn money, because I'm still looking for a job, but I doubt that there are companies right now who are actually interested on hiring people because it's the Christmas season. So yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. But I'm surviving. Like I'm really surviving. Like I feel like every time I do this, it feels like, you know. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, I'm really hoping for the best. Right now what I am more focused on is I really want to hit the goal so much, so bad. If there's like a miracle that is happening that I can reach that goal, we me and my family will have like a really good Christmas. Like right now I don't my bank account, my PayPal, anything, most of them are zero. That goal alone, freaking, I'm not gonna freaking use that for my personal gain or anything like that. I just want to use that to help my family, because my family is at their seniors, and I'm the only person who can actually look for a job or find ways to earn money. My sister actually abandoned us, which is it's kind of a bittersweet situation, but yeah, it's it's difficult, but I hope that there would be a miracle that can happen. Like I'm really shooting my shot, really shooting my shot.
What food
I hope 2025 would be my year. Because 2022 was my year. I love the year 2022 because it was the opportunity of me having a job and then freaking having a new setup. 2023 was like, okay, a challenge for me, and then 2024 is like, yeah, I saw potential in you. You've had that thing. I must say you should continue as a streamer. I've been doing this. Actually, I've been doing streaming since 2019, and actually my anniversary for streaming is actually coming up. It's in about 6 days. 6 days or 7 days. Uh, December 20th is my because your vibe match with streaming and streaming in VTuber. Yeah. So I could say that my anniversary is going to be on Friday, Saturday. It's December 2021st. And yeah, that's I don't know what will happen during that time, but I'll plan something. I'm probably going to do like a streamathon, like a 12-hour streamathon or something like that. Not sure. But I'll do something about it, like streamathon or something, like a 12-hour streamathon, or yeah, I'll probably going to do like a cap 12-hour streamathon. I'm just gonna do a bunch of stuff, but yeah, my anniversary is actually coming up, so I hope for the best for this for the upcoming days. Like right now, I'm just defeated. I'm just physically and mentally drained. I'm emotionally like having a mental breakdown. Freaking my heart is broken. Freaking my health is not going. My health is actually not getting better. I'm just doing, and this is the only way to, and this is the only way for me to just to just cope with all of these pent up emotions that I've been having a lot. I've been unemployed for 8 months, and that's how reality shows that freaking I need to do better. I need to do better. I need to work harder. I need to work smarter. I gotta take risks rather than, be a coward. But, you know. Anyway, I just wanna. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Like I'm really clinging in that hope. Really clinging that. I've been thinking about the hope that I'm yearning for. But yeah.
Yoka, as well as that same slogan
Anyway.
about the drink's bitter taste. In the answer to the viewer's inquiry was again the drink's possible name, referred to again as spell, or superu, written in katakana. My unofficial conclusion is that this drink is called Spell. Keiko says they actually tried this drink in Kokura in the 70s. The drink tasted a bit like cola, but had an overwhelming bitter aftertaste. Furthermore, this radio show was able to contact Fujioka directly.
If you want to know my socials, well, I don't accept Discord friend request. I'm sorry. I can't accept Discord friend request. Sorry. I don't give those. I don't give Discord friend requests that easily. But if you want my socials, I'm available on Blue Sky, I'm available on Twitter, and I'm also available on YouTube and TikTok as well. All of them have the same username, Sabertooth Staz. Just search me up on Twitter, Blue Sky, TikTok, YouTube, Sabertooth Staz. That's the same name. So, and I'm also streaming on YouTube as well. So I'm multi-streaming. I'm streaming on YouTube and on Twitch by the same username, Sabertooth Staz.
Of whom had no recollection of this advertisement or the odd slogan. The appearance of the bottle itself was also mentioned here, said to be very similar to a vitamin energy drink produced by a company named Otsuka Pharmaceutical. That name will be important to remember for later. This beverage, Oronamin C, is produced to this day. It's been parodied by video games and has also had its share of controversies because of its involvement with a pretty tragic scandal.
Really?
Regardless, online users continued searching for any footage, still images, or further details regarding this missing beverage and its corresponding commercial. Just anything to confirm it existed at all. Some took the time to scan newspaper articles and advertising and even library databases. Books known as commercial yearbooks, which are compilations of advertisements produced during a given year, have been searched as well. Not a single mention of this drink was found.
Wow.
Which you would think would make a lot of people just conclude that the drink never existed at all. But people were still adamant and still swore they saw this drink growing up in the 70s. There were some who felt that because the name of the drink was such a common word, it could be difficult to find anything worthwhile online. It's possible that the name of the drink was misremembered too. Perhaps it had a different name that was similar to or sounded like the English word spell. But yeah, some users were beginning to doubt the existence of this drink at all, concluding that it all must be some kind of hoax or urban legend. People just trolling. It's very common in the lost media community, unfortunately. Oh, but then, see, this is where it gets good, because proof of Spell's existence was finally discovered. Not with any advertising or paperwork or anything like that, nothing in the libraries, but rather through an archived Yahoo auctions listing with the actual bottle itself.
What the hell?
Unopened even. So
An
not
auction?
only was Spell confirmed to exist after all this time and confusion and lack of documentation, but an image of the product itself, still sealed, was found in combination with this discovery. The item was listed way back in 2015, so it's long gone now, and it was sold to an unknown buyer. The discovery of this online auction listing confirmed two things brought up in previous testimonies. One, that the drink was a red color, and two, that the bottle was similar in appearance to that vitamin energy drink made by Otsuka Pharmaceuticals. Moreover, a few interesting discoveries were made when looking at photos of the label included in this listing. Aside from a list of basic ingredients and serving suggestions, the drink was apparently made from Mediterranean plant extracts, so that
Wow.
probably explains the taste. And last, but certainly not least, Spell's manufacturer is also provided. And as it turns out, this drink was also produced by Otsuka Pharmaceuticals. This Osaka-based company is still around today. As a matter of fact, that vitamin drink is still sold today. Did we say that already? Probably. The name San Pellegrino is also listed at the bottom, below Otsuka Pharmaceuticals. This is an Italian drink company, known primarily for its carbonated mineral water.
Mineral
With this
water.
information, it can be inferred that Otsuka Pharmaceuticals with San Pellegrino produced this drink, likely in the early 70s, though the drink's not dated or anything, and ultimately the drink was discontinued at some point. But with lack of advertising or any solid proof of Spell's existence aside from this one archived auction, who is to say? In addition, San Pellegrino themselves has produced a drink that's very similar in appearance and presumably taste to Spell. It's not really conclusive and we can't really prove that these drinks are the same things under different branding. Following the discovery of the companies that distributed the drink, those involved in the search looked into Otsuka Pharmaceuticals company newsletters over the years and decades. In addition, the Oya Soichi Library, an archive that specializes in magazines, was also combed for any mention or advertising for Spell or just stuff relating to Otsuka Pharmaceuticals.
Messi, you can see me as your good wisher. I hope so, Nina. If you're still there, I hope
And
so.
despite these continued efforts and this
I hope
huge
so.
lead, this huge conclusive lead, not a single mention of this beverage was still found. The only thing uncovered was yet another mention of the drink's commercial, this time in a 2022 tweet. At this point, some theorize that the drink was not publicly released, only tested within select areas and venues. Though that would contest the existence of the commercial, considering the campaign supposedly featured a popular actor as the brand's spokesperson. That's gotta cost a lot of money and time, you know? Now, Otsuka Pharmaceuticals was eventually contacted directly by Japanese YouTuber Vtuber, and get this, the company themselves did not have any information they could provide either. Regardless, the lack of any archived mention of this product, even from the manufacturer themselves, is incredibly peculiar. The search died down following so many dead ends. However, in October of 2023, yet another remarkable find was made. Behold. This is a tweet by Twitter user @DenDenTown, who had posted a photo of a sign they noticed within a restaurant at a horse racetrack in Saga Prefecture. Now, DenDenTown did not know anything about the drink being advertised. The poster actually asked if anyone was familiar with it. The drink in question is
Spell.
With the advertisement itself listing Otsuka Pharmaceuticals as the manufacturer yet again. So with this discovery, it was confirmed that advertising was produced for this drink, and that said drink was likely offered at this racetrack at some point. I mean, it looks like it's been hung up there for a while. It was with this discovery that an interesting pattern became clear. The sightings and testimonies were all in southern Japan, specifically around the Kyushu region. In addition, the Yahoo Auctions listing for that single bottle of Spell shows that the item's location was in Hiroshima. While not a part of Kyushu, this city is still fairly close to Kyushu and within southern Japan. This could potentially shed light on where Spell was distributed. And this is where it gets a little more confusing.
Yeah, it's confusing because speaking on the southern prefecture and then the middle one, there's a lot of, like, it exists. It was found on the Yahoo auction. There was also some advertisements on the horse racetrack. Yet the pharmaceutical who's behind this product doesn't have any information of the said vitamin drink at all. Which is why? Why? Was there like conspiracy? Was there like a controversy that surrounds this product? Or was it deemed not, not deem sellable?
Because
I don't even know if sellable is a word.
it was at this point when a user decided to look into trademark databases to see if they could find anything. A user who had commented on the Tubero's video on this mystery was able to
Yeah, I think I feel like Tubero is like the Japanese version of Keemstar without the Keem being in it.
find
I
filed
guess.
trademarks by Otsuka Pharmaceuticals with the names
But I can say that I know this YouTuber, this Japanese drama YouTuber, because of picking the Mikineko situation.
Spell. Same spelling and everything. Regardless, there were a few caveats. For starters, this trademark application was submitted in 1983, almost a decade after the online accounts recall them being shown and sold and all that. Furthermore, the product associated with this trademark is not a beverage, it's a food product. And yet another trademark was discovered from 1985. This one was for a beverage called Spell, but again, this was well after the reported testimonies. And it doesn't end there.
Oh my
See,
god.
Otsuka Pharmaceuticals would file a third trademark in 1995. So none during the 1970s, but a few well after. With all things considered, it can be deduced that a drink called Spell was sold in Japan at some point in the previous century. While initially this was a case of hearsay and foggy recollection, enough tangible evidence has surfaced to validate the claims. Now, as far as that commercial with Hiroshi Fujioka, a commercial that the actor themselves doesn't even recall, its own validity has yet to be determined. And that, my friends, is the story so far. If there are any updates and that commercial actually ends up being found, you know, you'll hear it from me, of course.
Also the dude actually portrayed in that commercial, freaking he would definitely say that I don't remember this commercial because this dude freaking was in every commercial.
Be determined. And that, my friends, is the story so far. If there are any updates and that commercial actually ends up being found, you know, you'll hear it from me, of course. The whole thing is just so odd and interesting. It reminds me a lot of stuff like the Tay World Monster or Celebrity Number 6, where it's not necessarily a lost piece of media directly, though there is lost media attached to this. But it's still a weird internet mystery with something lost, and this did end up existing, and it ended up being found somewhat. I mean, we found an actual physical bottle. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this little Japanese internet mystery I wanted to share with you all today. More parts for the Nintendo Lost Media Big Chungus 10 tier 500 topic Lost Media Iceberg is...
Wow, you can actually post her. You can, being a YouTube partner, you can actually post your Instagram and all that stuff. And you have a verified checklist. Yeah, like there's actually like a Sega. Wait, give me. There you go. Yeah, there it is. There's a lot, chat. There's a lot. He was the face of Sega. He was the face of Sega, chat. He was the face of Sega. And then this is his son. I remember.
タピオカの次に何が入るか知ってる？チーズティー、バナナジュース。正解はセガだよ。え？セガだよ。ラグビーの次に流行るのってさ、セガだよ。5G の次ってさ、セガだよ。令和の次はセガだよ。じゃあセガの次はセガだよ。セガって何？あなたは誰？セガシロー、セガシロー、セガシロー。 今こそあなたに知ってほしい。60周年のセガ。
Yeah, that's actually Sega-tan Sanshiro's son.
セガシロー、それスイッチ？セガだよ。それサングラス？セガだよ。それリュック？セガだよ。いつもそれ何羽織ってるの？セガシロー。父さん。来い。へい。音。いやあ。 セガを極めろ。セガ。じゃあな。どうしたあれ見て。セガなんて時代遅れだ。 誰だ
破綻しろ破綻しろセガ破綻しろ
シローの秘密ウェブサイトで公開中60周年のセガ
Yep.
父さんセガは僕が守る
セガ破綻しろ
セガは僕が守る
This is funny. Uh,
父さん父さん父さんうわ
セガ破綻しろ
セガは僕が守る
yeah, I love these commercials.
成長したな
That's him.
父さん
お前の成長を確かめたかった今のお前ならセガを守っていける
父さん
もう俺のことは忘れるんだ
父さん
俺はかつてのセガの象徴だ
父さん
セガは今やゲームだけではなく総合的なエンターテインメントコンテンツ事業を行っている
父さん
Also, Sega is also cooking too. Don't worry, chat. Freaking Sega is also cooking. We have another freaking Yakuza game or like a dragon game in the works. And then we have Virtual Fighter. Virtual Fighter is back. I guess it's because Sega actually freaking cared. Because Sega cared.
これからお前が新しいセガを守っていくんだ
父さん
セガジロー俺を超えていけ
父さん
俺を投げ飛ばせ
父さん
さあやるんだ
父さんうわりゃ父さん
セガは任せた
父さん決意を新たに60周年のセガ父さん
Yep. Like Sega is actually legit back. Because we have another was it Project Chronicle or something like that? Like a brand new Like a Dragon game. And then we have Virtual Fighter in the works. Like freaking Sega is back. And then we actually got freaking Sonic and Shadow Chronicles. You know, freaking Sega is back. Yeah, chat. I am going to... I'm going to watch these two. Classic, yeah, we travel back 30 years into the past when all of these companies peak and classic Sega games are coming back. Yeah, classic Sega games are coming back. We just want them to make a console again. The only thing that we want from Sega is them producing consoles again. Or freaking why not make like a mini collection or something? You know? It's there. Like Sega is back. Oh, I want Crazy Taxi to come back. I want Crazy Taxi. Like, I want a mini Dreamcast. I want a mini Dreamcast, chat. If they're going to release a mini Dreamcast, I would freaking pay for that. And then probably mod it. And yeah, chat. Anyway, I'm gonna eat dinner real quick, chat, and then we'll come back. I'll eat some dinner, and then yeah, I'll be eating some dinner real quick, chat. So let me just yeah, chat. Freaking, this is my channel, Sabertooth Saz. We have my VTuber clips and then my archives. Actually, I'm going to upload the last the last Twitch videos that I downloaded because
I'm multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch now, so I don't need an archive anymore. I'm probably going to delete this, not sure, but it's there. It's probably going to be there, or I may rebrand this to like something else. Not sure. But one thing that I can say to you, chat, this is like a little bit of my archive stuff. This is where you can find my starting from my VTuber debut. Starting from my VTuber debut, you can actually see them. VTuber debut up until like September or August. But I still have to upload more archives as well. I still have like a little bit of archive channel too. But yeah, I may plan to make this obsolete or rebrand this. But yeah, I'm shut up. Yeah. So, but if you guys wanna also chat, you guys wanna look out my VTuber content. This is my second channel where I posted my VTuber clips and all that stuff. And I also mirrored my TikTok post with B shorts as well. Yeah. So yeah, I just uploaded like my VTuber debut last week and then my toggles. Apparently people mistaken me as Neuro Sama's clippers, but that's not the case. But yeah, this is where I do my stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna eat dinner, chat, but I will give you guys a video. This is my VTuber. Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, This is yeah, am going to give you guys my VTuber debut, like a portion of it. Yeah, I'll come back. Don't worry. I'll come back, chat. Don't worry. I'll just eat dinner, but don't worry. I will be right to Baku. Do you know the anime called Blood Lad? Blood Lad. Do you know Blood Lad? So for those who are wondering, you heard about it? Okay. So you heard about it. So Blood Lad is actually, yeah, actually my favorite one of my favorite anime back in the day. It became lackluster because of the author. I think the author or the ones that making this freaking went bankrupt. They actually ended the manga, but the manga was like, it's fine, it's okay. So yes, the one with the crazy Kamehameha reference. So this is right here where I reference my name because his name is Stas Charlie Blood. Yeah, he's a vampire otaku. Yep. I actually watched this anime. I was like really hooked up to this anime as well, and then I read the manga. The manga was like okay, I guess. The manga was okay. The ending was, manga was actually okay. It was decent. Yeah, but yeah, this is where I reference my name Stas with. No, it's not because of Sabretooth on the X-Men. Sabretooth, the reason why I have Sabretooth on my name is because this one. There you go. It came from an Xbox 360 controller. It came from because during that time I was really a big fan of Razer. I mean, still to this day I'm still a fan of Razer because I'm using their headphones right now. But I came across this Xbox controller while I was buying my Razer Electra, and it's called Razer Sabretooth. And I was like, okay, let me just use Sabretooth and then Stas combination Sabretooth Stas, bam. Yeah, the Bloodlet was okay. Bloodlet was okay. Like I'm gonna freaking let's look at yeah, it's 7.24. It's average. It's average. But, yeah, it's average. This is average. Yeah. This manga ended. Yeah, it's average. It's okay. Yeah, it finished 85 chapters. It finished 2016. The year that I stopped watching anime and just read manga. Yeah. Like the idea for this chat is I really want to make a VTuber which kind of yeah. Yeah, because of this guy. But my VTuber model that you're looking right now, chat, or oh, you don't see it, but the VTuber that you guys are looking right now, this one, chat, the VTuber in question is picking the outfit or the drip, the out yeah, it has different meanings, but yeah, yeah, I also saw the meanings as well, Belu. We're gonna talk about that some other time, but my outfit or my VTuber model, I was inspired by this dude. Yeah. I was inspired by this dude, which is, I love Tokyo Ghoul RE. I love Tokyo Ghoul RE, chat. I love it. I love Tokyo Ghoul RE. I love Tokyo Ghoul RE. I was planning to make my hair look like that as well, but I'm trying to avoid copyright claim. I'm trying to avoid copyright claim. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid copyright claim. I don't want to get like a company or a production freaking saying, or even people calling me out like freaking you're just a knockoff like Ken Kaneki. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, I love this. At one point, chat, I did a cosplay. I did a cosplay for this. I did a cosplay for this, and never again, because when I saw the pictures, I was like, no, I'm not feeling a chief. Yeah, everyone is knockoff to something, but I don't want to get called out on Twitter because sometimes when I post, because sometimes, no wonder you look like someone who belongs in Dubs in Tokyo Ghoul. Yeah, because my VTuber model actually reference from Tokyo Ghoul. I love Tokyo Ghoul. That's why you have me with. That's why you have me with my mask and then my eyes, because I love Tokyo Ghoul. I love Tokyo Ghoul. Tokyo Ghoul is actually one of my favorite animes. The animated series was shit. They cut so much. The manga, beautiful, absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I love Tokyo Ghoul. I love Tokyo Ghoul RE. Yeah, that's why people that's why I'm making yeah, the manga was legit, because here's the thing, Chad. Freaking You know this part? Did you know this part? This part, right? You guys know this part. Sorry. Like I'm so mad because this part, they cut it so much. This part where I was like looking forward for them to animate this chapter, they cut it. They legit cut it. They legit cut it. I was so mad. I was legit. I'm like, no way, you didn't freaking animate this. Like they cut this. This was the part where they're trying to retrieve like a medicine from freaking who's that chick that is with that is with Amon, freaking the white chick. I forgot. Like I was so mad that they cut this. They legit cut this. They legit cut this. I was so mad. I was like, no way, freaking this is like the best, like one of the best like panels. Like this was the legitness. Like it was so good. Yeah, like that was so good. Yeah. Like this panel was so goddamn good. There you go, Akira. Yeah, that's Akira. I think Akira was it. That this one was so good. They cut it. They legit cut it. I was like so mad. I was legit so mad. But I still continued to watch the series until the ending. The ending was I was kind of happy with the ending because it shows their kid, Toka and Kaneki's kid. You never watched this anime? You should. It's actually a really good one. I would skip Tokyo Ghoul Route A. We don't talk about Route A. Route A is a freaking fantasy anime. It was just a what if. Route 8 doesn't correlate with Tokyo Ghoul's story whatsoever. Route A was nothing. Route A was we don't talk about Route A. We don't talk about Tokyo Ghoul Route A. That anime was trash. But yeah, I was again TLDR. I was so mad that they didn't include this panel in the anime. They should recreate Tokyo Ghoul RE again because it was the best, in my opinion. But yeah, freaking this was really good. Anyway, I'm gonna eat dinner right now, chat. I'm gonna eat dinner. And I'll give you guys yeah, the animation was good because I really want to see because every time a new episode of Tokyo Ghoul RE came out, I was like re-looking at at the chapters of like what chapters did they use for this episode and that episode, what so on and so forth, and then I'm gonna give my critique and all that stuff. But yeah, I will give you guys a little bit of yeah. Everybody is everybody like commented. Anyway, let me just eat dinner and then I'll give you guys a little bit of my VTuber intro or introduction, and then we'll come back to watching Sakura Stardust videos as well. But yeah, I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. This is my VTuber introduction. Let me introduce myself. Yeah, so here's like the title of it. Glad you're here. So let me introduce myself. Thanks. Thank you everybody. It's my VTuber debut. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. So yeah. Look at that. There you go. If you're asking, what do you mean a gold VTuber? You probably don't know, but I have this toggle as well. Yeah, you're one of a kind gold VTuber that is very, very overachiever in life. I forgot to take care of myself. Yeah, Silence of the Lambs. Yes, Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, you're one of a kind gold VTuber. That's me. That me, chat. And next would be about me. So here it is, chat. My name is Sabertooth Staz. You can call me Saber. You can call me Staz. You can call me your uncle, your dad, your kuya. Yeah, my birthday is tomorrow. So my name is Sabertooth Staz. You can call me Staz. You can call me Saber. I'm 5'7". That's my height. I know in US standards that's short, but that's average in the Philippines. And thank God. That's enough about me. And we're going to tackle hobbies. So my hobbies are graphic design and video editing. So if you guys are wondering, I do YouTube as well. I make thumbnails, and we also I think in my previous work as well, I'm also a graphic designer as well. Been in that field for almost like 8 years, I guess. But having real experience like for 2 years 7 months in the work environment. But yeah, I do graphic design and video editing. Mostly e-commerce graphic design. I don't draw, sadly. but I do know how to manipulate things like image correction, shades, RGB to CMYK. And then next would be I play video games, mostly fighting games. I love Tekken, Street Fighter. I also love like retro fighting games like Samurai Showdown, On Fightcade, like some Third Strike. But I'm also a variety streamer as well. I play video games like Fall Guys, Fortnite. Probably gonna play Helldivers too if I have the money. But yeah, I love video games. And hobby is learning something new when I'm motivated to do it. So if I want to learn something and I have the motivation to do it, I'm gonna do it because I have that consistency to do something. And next would be sleeping and eating. That's my hobby. Don't you judge, chat. Don't you freaking judge, okay? Don't you fucking judge. And surfing the internet. I like surfing on the webs. Anywho, moving on. Likes and my dislikes. I like technology, first of all. That's why we have technology, chat. It makes our life convenient and easier. And as well as make us dumber. In a way, I don't even know. And yeah, I like technology. If it wasn't for technology, I wouldn't be a VTuber. I don't have this setup. I don't have a phone to actually capture my face on the VTuber stuff. And we don't have a shelter. We live in a society. Yes, we live in a society. Society. And I like food. I'm not a picky eater, though. As long as they're not poisonous or it's not bitter gourd. Yeah, I don't like bitter gourd. It's kind of weird. I like maintaining my sanity. I don't want to pull up with any bullshit. Physically and mentally. I just want to take care of myself. Come on, you know. I want to maintain my sanity. I don't want to lose my mind and do a 420 blaze it, you know what I mean? Anyway, moving on to dislikes. I don't like anxiety. Freaking anxiety is just a pain in the ass. I still have anxiety. I hate having anxiety, to be honest. And yeah, I don't like noisy places. Some noisy places, because if you ever had that feeling where you want to have your personal time or you want to sleep peacefully, and then you heard like a banging noise or a baby crying, and then it actually ruins your sleep, or it ruins your state of mind to be relaxed and peace at all. And I don't like debts. I don't like debts. I don't want debts. I don't want credit cards at all. I don't want like owing money to someone. I don't like my family owing money to my family relatives. I don't like credit cards. Freaking credit. I'm allergic to credit cards because it's just piling up a lot of debts and a bunch of interest. I don't like that. And the one thing that I dislike the most is lack of sleep. I just want to sleep. Like 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day, or 10 hours a day. Like give me that time, man. Give me that time. I don't want to get my anxiety hit me in the face saying like, wake up. Why? Because you have anxiety. I'm like, fuck no. And it's also difficult for me to go back to sleep. Okay, so next would be my goals. So now that I have a VTuber model right now, what exactly are my goals? So first and foremost, I want to collab with other VTubers and content creators, to be honest. I want to get my name across the internet or in the streaming universe, or to the VTubers that I idolize as well, or the content creators that I idolize. Next would be recognized by the contents that I create, be loved in the community for what I can do. In general, like, I want to get my content out there and be recognized. You know, getting sponsorships, like getting my own merch. I want to get my own merch. Freaking, I'm open for sponsorship. Freaking Razer, come on. I'm using your headset. Freaking Elgato, I'm using your deck and stream deck, and then mic. Like, come on. I'm open for sponsorships. But yeah, I want to get my... Hey, Red Bull gives you wings. Freaking, I prefer Monster, but I'll take it. You know? Or Mountain Dew. Next would be traveling to many countries that I want to visit. I actually want to travel Like if I'm going to be invited into a convention or into some collaboration, I want to travel. Then the next would be take care of myself physically and mentally. To do that, I need to eliminate the things that actually tire me or stressing me out. And I'm gonna move on to the next goals is help my family and pay off our debts and have a stable life. Right now we do have a debt, and it's my family, and it's mostly credit card bills, the rent, the passive debt that I have to pay the bills of the internet, the electric bill, the water bill, the cable. I want to pay off my debt. I want to help pay off my debt with my family. That's one of my important goals in life. If you ever have that feeling where you want to pay off your debt and you don't have anything to owe, and then you can save up some money to invest on some things, or you gotta put it in the jar and use it for emergencies only. I want to have that feeling. And last but more importantly, the last goal that I wanna fulfill in life is have fun. I want to have fun in life. I don't want to have negativity in my life. I mean, negativity, being sad, being depressed, being anxious, being angry at the world. It's a normal thing in life, but I just want to be satisfied in life. I want to be happy. I want to see my family not looking so gloomy and problematic. I want to see myself have a good job, being a successful person, and as well as don't have to think about money at all, and save up money, enjoy the things that I do. Yeah, fun is the most important thing. And thank you guys, thank you for the 19 viewers who are watching the stream. I do appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, that's actually one of the goals in life. But the important goal in my life is have fun. I want to have fun, and I want to collab with other VTubers. I want to have my content be recognized by the peoples. That's what I want. And then you may be wondering, hey Staz, where can we find your content? Well, here actually on Twitch. So I stream on Twitch from Tuesday to Sunday, 8 p.m. Filipino time and 5 a.m. PST. And YouTube is mostly you can see me upload my highlights of the stream, or I'm actually going to set up like a VOD channel. So this is gonna be like my first VOD channel. And then Twitter is I use it for you guys to be updated on my stream schedule and my peace of mind with my tweets. So yeah, Twitter is my Twitter. Twitter is what Twitter. Yeah, I said that. TikTok, I randomly post like sketches depending on what I want. Probably like stream highlights. Who the fuck is this good for nothing VTuber who doesn't freaking get successful in life? Anyway, I'm back, chat. Just in time. Is there other Filipino VTubers around? Yes. What's up, Roni? How you doing? Yes, there is. Well, for example, this is a VTuber. This is actually my first time. No, that's not Ki-chan. Yeah, that's not Ki-chan. Don't sell your short. Well, I'm gonna sell my short until I have a decent freaking viewership. Yeah, that's one. There's another one. Yeah, that's another one. What else? There's also this one as well. Yeah, she's also one. Who am I? Well, should I actually drop it here, chat? I mean, she's technically, well, she is, but she's under Niji Sanji. That's the question.
Gonna hug the fuck out of you, you well-adjusted, talented. Yes, she's also Filipino. She actually goes by the name of this person as well. Yeah, she goes by the name of that as well. Yeah, she goes by that name too. Yep, yep. uh, there's also one as well. There you go. There, it's Kairu. There you go. This is also, yep. Yeah, she actually has a collab with. Yep. Yeah. I talked about that. Yeah, yeah. Freaking, we don't want to talk about that, gamer. It's like an old drama, but freaking, she's dead to us, like us Filipino. What else? Who else am I? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Chat. Who else? Who else? Oh yeah, freaking this motherfucker right here. This motherfucker right here. This motherfucker. Yeah. This motherfucker right here. Well, he's not fully Filipino. He's half. He's half Brit. He's half Filipino. Two two things that shouldn't mix together. But yeah. But at the same time, this motherfucker. This legit motherfucker right here. This motherfucker right here.
Yeah, if there's any Swagapinas in the chat,
I feel
maybe,
like I'm more Sagapito than you are at this point. I made pork adobo.
That explains
chicken
a lot.
adobo. Have you had sinigang?
Is that the fish thing?
It's a sour soup
It's a sour soup thing. It could be fish, it could be pork, it could be shrimp.
thing.
I had it. Oh wait, that's not it, is
That's pork adobo. Or here in the picture. This is pork adobo.
it? That's pork adobo.
Mm-hmm.
That just looks like pork.
Because it's pork adobo, you dumb
Yeah.
adobo either.
No, I'm just like the worst, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ricky, we don't represent this man. We don't represent this man.
Are you gonna tell me that you don't like adobo either? Like,
what is adobo?
Oh dear God.
Yeah.
That also British?
It hurts. It hurts. It legit hurts. It hurts. This is also the same dude that says Jollibee is overrated. I mean, true, yeah, but motherfucker. I can't. I can't. Anyway. Like, okay. Where the fuck is it? Let me just do this thing real quick. Motherfucker. Like I also have like a reply from his tweet. He was like saying Jollibee is overhyped. I'm like, bro. Where the fuck is it? Where the hell is it?
Where is it? Where is that man's tweet? Where is that man's tweet? I'm almost close, chat. I'm almost close to that to that tweet. Dude, where the hell is it? There you go. I found it. I found it. Let's go. I love his content. Don't get me wrong, but motherfucker, this dude says, don't hate me, but Jollibee might be overrated. And then freaking from someone from Hollow Tempest says based. And then I actually forgot Gerard. Gerard also is Hollow Stars as well. Gerard is also Filipino as well. I forgot about that. Speaking, someone says, "Fucking." I respectfully disagree. I like how Octavio was mind you, chat. Octavio is a fan of Max's content, which is really good. And there's also Zen. And then someone, as a Jollibee ex-employee, I do agree it's overrated. Yeah, it's quite good, but it's not the most delicious thing. Jollibee just stays the old days KFC. The company like to take care of the quality of the food over. But yeah, the worst thing people can tweet is an opinion. I wish you luck. How dare you? This disgusts me. Bro, this is peak though. Fucking there. Unbelievable take. I hope you know that you have made many people sad with this tweet. Nah, dude. I think Deme is also like Filipino as well. I'm not sure. But Deme is also Filipino as well. Because I've seen a bunch of like Filipino reactions coming from her. Not sure though. Just like you. So sorry, it's all my broke ass could afford. I just wanna eat, man. How dare you? And they cancelled. It's okay to be wrong. Mang inasal, let's go. I've only been there once, Kuro. Oh no, you didn't. Motherfucker. Mods make him eat British food, but to change that attitude. And then I posted, and then what I said on that tweet was, that's it. I'm revoking your Filipino citizenship with 4,673 views and 119 likes. Yeah, I was having, yeah, this was like crazy. That was hilarious. Yeah, that's it. I'm revoking your Filipino citizenship. That was hilarious, chat. Yeah, that was. I mean, it's okay if you don't like Jollibee. I know it's overhyped. I've been there. I know I'm Filipino. I'm biased with Jollibee, but freaking, if you never tried it and say your opinion about it, freaking, then what's the point? You know? Like, freaking, don't knock it till you try. It's not like freaking Jollibee's gonna kill you or anything. Like, bro. Say it's overhyped. Say it's overhyped when you tried it. I can say it's overhyped because I tried it. But freaking, will I hate it? No. I'm not gonna hate it. Anyway, chat. More reaction. I actually had barbecue for dinner, chat. I had barbecue pork. I had barbecue pork blood. I had barbecue intestine as well. Really good. Really good stuff. Anyway, if you're still there, Ron, and hope you're feeling well. How are ya?
Yeah, low-key street food better and cheaper. Yeah, but it's also not healthy for you, so keep it in moderation. Anyway, I will react to more of Sakura Stardust video. Yeah, really good. Her like she deserves more subscribers, to be honest, chat. She deserves more subscribers. She deserves more subscribers. She's been doing this for 9 years. She's been doing this for 9 years, chat, and I feel like she deserves more. Like she deserves more. She deserves more followers. Like she deserves more followers, chat. I would say like 500 to 800 subscribers, chat, for this individual. Yeah, she deserves more. Yeah, she deserves more subscribers. Like 500, 800. Because she actually does really good Japanese culture, Nintendo related stuff, like documentaries. Anyway, let's actually react to her video that was a month ago by the title "Do Not Search These Japanese Words" episode 1, and then there's a sequel to it, which is episode 2, which is 6 days ago. Oh yeah.
If you've been a part of the Stardust Crusaders for a while, you're likely no stranger to Japan's forbidden search topics. If you're new, well, there is a whole genre of Japanese internet dedicated to web pages and pieces of media online that no one should ever search under any circumstances. There are a lot.
Because most of these Japanese search words are illegal to view. They're illegal, and not for the faint of heart. That's why there are a part. Sometimes these search terms are a part of not safe for life. So, viewer discretion is advised. And please, disclaimer: I do not condone searching all of these. I'm just here to react to it, giving my thoughts about it. So please don't search them, but take caution.
Lot of these forbidden search topics, and I've covered many of them over the years. In today's video, we'll be exploring the most infamous of these, the greatest hits of the forbidden Japanese internet, if you will. This webpage has been up for at least 2 decades and has been solidified in infamy for its bizarre message and background. The webpage name Love Fairy Purintin is considered something you should never search in Japan, and some people do so as a test of courage, in the same sense as visiting a haunted house. It's got all these cute little animal things in colorful text, but makes you feel a little uneasy. Maybe it's the photo of the woman or just the site's overall motif. Welcome. It's no coincidence that you ended up here. You have been guided here by the Love Fairy Purintin, using the vibrations of our heart. These vibrations seek true love and happiness. Feel love spark within you. Upon entering the site back in the day, you could hear music as well as a woman's voice welcoming you. The woman's name is Mimiko Hime. Yeah, that kanji combo is a little confusing. Anyways, Mimiko Hime is here to tell you about these magical beings called Purintin. They are love fairies that form when two hearts—
It's like I'm looking at acid, chat, from this website. I'm looking like pure straight up acid. Like thinking someone who's on acid is like what I'm experiencing right now.
And according to Mimiko Hime, they are very real. And the visitor is an angel sent directly to her webpage, and you have to tune into your own heart in order to be truly happy and enlightened. The site shares stories and illustrations of these Purintin characters and even sells them. The blue one is said to help you awaken your talents, and the green one is to keep you in good health. You can see Mimiko Hime herself wearing one in the homepage photo. With all of that said, it all seems pretty harmless, right? And yet, it still to this day remains an infamous topic you're never supposed to search. Among the most infamous, actually. For decades, many have felt something is just off about the site, especially when it came to the audio that played on it. This site especially caught the attention of 2chan users, who advised others to mute their audio before visiting the site. Some made claims that the audio could manipulate or brainwash you to believe in Mimeko Hime's beliefs. Mimeko Hime herself began being referred to online as a denpa. While this term directly means electric frequencies or radio frequencies, in this context, it's a slang term for people who are extremely delusional. A denpa essentially is somebody who lives inside a fantasy world they created and wholeheartedly believes that their fantasies and characters within those fantasies are real.
So it's way worse than a chunibyo. Got it. Way worse than a chunibyo. Got it. Thank you, Alex.
Sometimes to a dangerous extent. Needless to say, there are many denpa associated with the do not search term. Love Fairy Pudding Teen blew up in popularity due to its online notoriety, getting 1 million views each year when it was still a fairly new webpage. And for a personal webpage in 2004 in Japan, 1 million visitors a year was a lot. Each visitor tried to decipher the intentions of this webpage and find any deeper meaning behind it all. The Love Fairy Pudding Teen webpage is still up and running to this day, though if you look at the site now, it's changed quite a bit. Mimeko Hime actually agreed to an interview quite recently and explained the change was due to the second generation of Mimeko Hime taking over. That second generation Mimeko Hime being her granddaughter. This interview demystified a lot of aspects of this webpage. It was eventually discovered that these love fairy characters are actually part of a bedtime story that Mimeko Hime told her sons when they were small children.
Oh.
The OG Mimeko Hime today is active on Twitter. She's published multiple books on this interview to explain the change with now.
Yep.
It's changed quite a bit. Mimeko Hime actually agreed to an interview quite recently and explained the change was due to the second generation of Mimeko Hime taking over. That second generation Mimeko Hime being her granddaughter. This interview demystified a lot of aspects of this webpage. It was eventually discovered that these love fairy characters are actually part of a bedtime story that Mimeko Hime told her sons when they were small children. The OG Mimeko Hime today is active on Twitter.
So it's technically that's a kind that's actually wholesome. That's actually wholesome, to say the least. The discovery, like, okay, so essentially she made this website to spread her stories, or to spread her stories for the love of what she has, telling bedtime stories to her sons or her children about this. And then second generation, which is her granddaughter, actually managed the site, and it's now, I guess, better, but not necessarily like better, but it's better now. It's not acid tripping as you look at it.
Twitter. She's published multiple books on these love fairy characters and is actually pretty amused by the whole forbidden search topic thing being associated with her webpage. Honestly, it's fascinating what is considered creepy to people in Japan. Did you find the site unsettling at any point?
No, it's not unsettling. It looks like I'm looking at acid. It's like I'm experiencing acid when I look at that. Chat, freaking, tell me, chat, freaking, this is like, you know,
the homepage photo with all of infamous it all.
Like, it's like these colors, man. Freaking, it looks like I'm experiencing acid. Like, I'm acid tripping whenever I look at this.
Seems pretty hard.
This website, and then fast forward to now, it's different. Like, it's the randomness is still there, but you know, it's not like colorful or freaking acid tripping. It's there.
it's changed quite a bit. Mimiko Hime actually agreed to an interview quite recently.
And she actually did an interview last year. Last year.
And explained the change was due to the second generation of
I guess it's because of what Alex said. The Sakura Stardust said that because of the background music that the owner of the site uses, thinks that it's a way of manipulation or brainwashing the viewers who actually visit her site. But it's actually low key kind of wholesome if about this, because these creatures that the woman explained are are the ones that she's telling to her children during bedtime, which is very wholesome.
Mimiko Hime taking over. That second generation Mimiko Hime being her granddaughter. This interview demystified a lot of aspects of this webpage. It was eventually discovered that these love fairy characters are actually part of a bedtime story that Mimiko Hime told her sons when they were small children.
Yeah.
The OG Mimiko Hime today is active on Twitter.
She has like 3K followers
She's published
too.
multiple books on these love fairy characters and is actually pretty amused by the whole forbidden search topic thing.
And she's amused by that. But hey, it's publicity. Publicity is good publicity. Any form of publicity is still publicity. That's a good thing. It's actually a good thing.
Being associated with her webpage. Honestly, it's fascinating what is considered creepy to people.
It's not, for me, it's not creepy. Viewing this site is not creepy at all. Maybe it's because of the atmosphere that it brings, but to me, it looks like I'm on an acid trip whenever I look at this, because there's so many things going on where your eyes is like picking up from it.
Japan. Did you find this site unsettling at any point?
When I do research, I often fear viruses. My lost media enthusiasts out there are likely familiar with the Internet Archive, a site that was not hacked once, but twice this past month, leaving 31 million users affected.
And speaking of, Rena Luxper is starting streaming. Yeah. Then Yuria is also started streaming. Yeah, most of the VTubers that I follow, chat, they actually they start streaming around 8 p.m.
You are more vulnerable than ever in today's digital landscape. I feel secure because I use Aura, today's sponsor. Aura monitors your personal data, including your identity called the internet, including these online threats, the bows, disease.
Chat, one of these days, I'm going to have my own sponsorship. Mark my words. I did have a partnership, chat. I was partnered with Yank. But now that partnership has ended.
A release that is believed to be cursed. This is due to an observance that occurred back in 1993, 3 years after the album's official release. The owner of this specific CD witnessed what they describe as paranormal activity every time they would try and play the CD itself. Stuff like volume fluctuating on its own, the number of tracks, and even what's actually playing on the CD changing as well. Not even being BZ's music to begin with. What actually plays isn't often conventional music at all. Instead, it sounds like people howling in pain.
Freaking hey.
Sometimes there will be seconds of silence before these sounds of discomfort
not a good time to actually show
even
that.
begin playing.
God freaking damn
Many
it.
of you may be thinking that this is something that could likely be faked for views, but remember that the CD was observed doing these things back in 1993. When you Google this topic, the results you end up seeing are blogs detailing the incidents as well as live television footage of the CD being played in real time in front of an audience. Footage of the CD being played in
Don't
real
search for it.
time in front of an audience.
これから出てくるんです。ちょっとね、ボリュームが小さいんですよ。
That's so scary.
Stop it! He was like, stop it now. What is that?
The clip stuck with many for years, and it was a topic of discussion for many online later on. Many recall being scared by the CD and the unexplained phenomena that occurred when playing it. It was kind of a weird urban legend until the footage itself began surfacing online. I've even seen a number of people witnessing it for the first time online as well who were pretty freaked out by it. While no explanation was given officially, aside from the CD itself being cursed or haunted, people have formed theories over the years. So, that strange groaning noise? It's actually from a 1990 experimental noise track by Keiji Haino. This artist has been active since the 1970s and is known to produce music in a wide range of styles. It's been speculated that the strange noises were a result of a print error on that specific copy of Risky. Haino and Beezy's are not under the same record label though, so this kind of printing error is especially unusual. That also doesn't explain the fluctuating volume and track listings. Bizarre haunted tracks on CDs have actually been a hot topic in Japan multiple times. For example, a track from a Hiromi Iwasaki CD has distorted and unsettling vocals present in the background. This started an urban legend claiming the voice was that of a ghost, though it's been said to just be audio that was not properly mixed down and processed. This is just one of many examples.
Oh. 1987 Ishikawa PSA.
This is an anti-drug PSA that aired within Ishikawa Prefecture in 1987.
覚醒剤による妄想、幻覚。人間やめますか?
Oh, she censored the other one.
While there are many disturbing PSAs to air throughout Japan's history, this one is known for its unsettling audio that accompanies its visuals. It's very brief, but impactful nonetheless. There is no background music, no sound effects, just the screaming of a distressed woman, a pause, and narration that follows it. The first visual is of a woman with blue skin and yellow
I thought that was a
eyes.
guy.
The pose seems to be inspired by The Scream,
The Scream,
a painting by Edward Munch. The woman screaming states that she's about to be destroyed. The next scene is a man falling from a large syringe into barbed wire. The narration then asks the viewer, do you want to stop being a human? Or do you want to quit methamphetamine? Overall, a very short and direct anti-drug PSA. Many in Japan recall seeing this PSA on TV as children, abruptly cutting to the screaming with no warning whatsoever following the previous ad, which,
it's PSA.
of course, left a lasting impact. Some may see the ad as being more disturbing than it actually was due to their memories of experiencing it as a child, which adds to its status as a forbidden search topic. Some still find this ad quite unsettling nonetheless. The "Do you want to stop being human" line is from a campaign that began back in 1983, intending to be as impactful as 1982's Kitchen Mother PSA, another forbidden search topic within Japan.
I know about that. I know about this. This was so sad.
最近、覚醒剤は家庭の一本の覚醒剤。それがあなた自身を廃人にしてしまうばかりか、あなたの家庭をも破壊します。
Yep, this was the disturbing PSA. She actually talked about that as well. Yeah, it's a forbidden search
The
history.
scare tactic as well as the phrasing in the ad itself have been criticized while the ads were still airing.
It was disturbing because freaking that's the harsh reality of freaking drugs controls the mind of a human. Do you want to stop being human? Or do you want to change for the better? Which is, kind of fucked up.
Mershen Village is an amusement park in Takeo City of Saga Prefecture.
Hey,
If you look at
TripAdvisor.
photos of the park itself, it seems like the typical small amusement park you would see in rural Japan. When you Google the name of the park, these are not the results you will get, though.
What the Okay. Okay, that is so fucked up, bro. That is so fucked up. Oh my god. Oh god.
So, what's going on here? One day, the social media account for Mershen Village just kind of became this, placing it on the radar of many concerned internet users. Many had no idea what to make of it.
I'm
knowing
even
if the park was still
Chat, I'm even more scared about this freaking Thomas the Tank Engine.
placing it on the radar of many concerned internet
And
users.
he looks like freaking a cousin from this looks like Jollibee's cousin.
Many had no
Or freaking Ratchet, if you're still there, do you know that mascot that that Tony always put on his on his channel, or like you see on Twitter? I forgot the name of that mascot, but freaking it feels like it.
idea what to make of it, not even knowing if the park was still open or even existed at all. Some assumed it was someone impersonating the park's official account, or that the park simply just went out of business. But looking into the account itself enough shows you that it was normal at one point in time. One day, though, it just wasn't. Some of the most jarring posts feature the disfigurement of the park's mascot. His name is Don Gurisu. There's also a trend of repetitive text. Sometimes in the post itself, other times in photos. Such as this example of riding all over a Donkey Kong Country 2 cart. This one's
First of all, freaking how the hell do you do that?
Donkey Kong Country.
How the hell does this dude or this person actually? Wow.
2 cart.
Yeah, he didn't even smudge. Well, no, wait, never mind. There's actually a smudge there.
This one says, it hasn't collapsed, over and over again. In this context, it translates best to, it hasn't gone under, which is likely in response to someone assuming the park itself closed or went under, hence these constant bizarre tweets. The repeated words are even observed in the account name itself. Sometimes there's just no text at all. Just these images taken at night or in strange locations. As far as a legitimate explanation, Mershen Village's creepy posts especially ramped up leading up to Golden Week one year, which is a holiday period that sees a lot of travel. The park's popularity has only grown since these posts started occurring, with many horror and occult enthusiasts in Japan wanting to visit the park now. The unsettling posts still occur, and no official explanation was ever provided.
Well, if
To visit the park now. The unsettling posts still occur, and no official explanation was ever provided.
if there's no official announcement or explanation provided for this, the one thing that this describe is it's freaking publicity. It's just marketing. This is a marketing strategy. Strategy. If there's no like proper explanation for this, it's definitely marketing strategy. It's just marketing strategy for people to actually view the amusement park and gain attraction. And it worked. it actually works. So it's not really creepy at all. It's not even it's not creepy at all. Uh it's not creepy, it's not disturbing.
Holiday legitimate ramped up leading up to
Like
Martian Village's creepy posts, especially ramped up leading up to Golden Week.
Yeah, Golden Week.
One year, which is a holiday period that sees a lot of travel.
Yeah, so it's Golden Week. This amusement mart technically uses the scare tactic marketing campaign for people to be morbidly curious to visit this park. But in reality, there's nothing surreal or any sinister happening going on. It's just a marketing strategy. That's how I feel about it.
The park's popularity has only grown since these posts started occurring.
Yep.
With many horror and
Yeah, you see there?
occult enthusiasts in Japan wanting to visit the park now. The unsettling posts still occur, and no official explanation was ever provided.
Yeah, it didn't need any it didn't need to provide any official statement about this one. This is technically just a marketing strategy, like a marketing advertisement. Like, hey, freaking, we're an amusement park. Please visit us. You'll have a wonderful time being here. And Alex even said that these posts ramped up for the preparation of Golden Week, which is a holiday in Japan where people actually go everywhere. So they just use that.
This Nico Nico Doga upload is only 47 seconds long, but that's really all it takes to leave you confused and concerned.
19キロのカービィへ。君がこれを見てるっていうことは本当に69キロなのかもね。ランニングして頑張ったもんね。脂肪はどこ行っちゃったのかな。可愛いんだろうね。きっと。69キロになった景色は頑張って彼女を幸せにしてあげてね。
So disturbing.
The message in the video is simple enough, as the man is discussing their weight loss goals. Originally being 89 kilograms or around 196 pounds. The man is speaking to themselves in a year from now, saying they hope they'll be around 69 kilograms or somewhere around 150 pounds by then. Seems like they're just affirmating their personal health goals. But that doesn't explain what the heck's going on with his face, as it gets more and more disfigured as the video goes on. You can't even make his face out by the end of the video. While the quality of the video itself is admittedly not great, the most distortion definitely comes from the man's face. So it's not an issue of the video quality itself. The face is directly becoming more disfigured.
Disfigured and distorted.
The current NND upload, while having been up since 2011, is actually a re-upload. So who this original uploader themselves is truly a mystery now. Judging by the previous comments left online, this video was lost or difficult to find for a short period around 2015.
Oof.
It's possible that this was the time the original upload was deleted. The re-uploads account itself hasn't been active since 2014, and it's simply a guest account with no specific information provided. A wide variety of content can be found on the profile itself, though. Also, does anyone happen to know what anime this is? That dance animation is smooth. What I can personally infer is that this account re-uploads popular videos, or at least it used to. So it can also be inferred that the original You in 1 Year video was relatively unknown until it went viral in 2011. This is just based on when a lot of the comments and discussion had occurred, as well as when it was re-uploaded by others. So why does the video do this? Is the distortion on the face intentional? Many believe it was. Based simply on the quality of the footage not being consistent. Though if the original uploader decided to delete the video when it started getting a lot of attention, then perhaps it wasn't intentional. Some believe the glitch to have occurred when the video was uploaded to NND. This was actually a pretty common occurrence, as NND was known to have many glitches back in its formative years.
Oh.
The most famous of these glitches are also do not search topics, known as the 7 wonders of NND, though there are way more than just 7. Some have tried proving the NND glitch theory with info present within that original upload, but since that OG upload is long gone, and NND videos just cannot be archived, it's a whole thing, I go into it here, this unusual mystery may never be solved. Many of you have likely already heard of the Minki Momo urban legend, the one where natural disasters occur every time the finale airs on television in Japan.
Really?
But did you know there's a similar one related to an airing of the long-running anime Doraemon? This is a famous urban legend that's been circulating since the 90s. To begin, Doraemon was written by 2 people, Hiroshi Fujimoto and
Chat,
Moto
have you
Abiko.
guys...
Together, this...
Chat, have you guys, like, is Twitter having problems right now? I can't access Twitter. I can't access my Twitter on my phone for some reason. Give me a moment. I'm trying to look at some things on Twitter. Weird. There you go. Okay.
duo
Maybe it's just
formed the
me.
famous Fujiko Fujio pen name from 1953 until 1987, but had been creating manga together as early as elementary school. The pair had a number of successful releases throughout the 50s and 60s, even founding an animation studio that worked on an episode of Astro Boy. This episode is lost now, by the way. Fujiko Fujio truly became successful releases throughout the 50s and 60s, even founding an animation studio that worked on an episode of Astro Boy. This episode is lost now, by the way. Fujiko Fujio truly became a household name with Doraemon. From here, it remained popular for decades to come. Fujimoto passed away in 1996 at age 62. On the exact date of Fujimoto's passing, September 23rd of 1996, an episode of Doraemon was airing on TV Asahi. One that many will never forget. This was a surprise airing of Doraemon, one that was unannounced and never re-aired after this night. There are an abundance of eyewitness accounts of this episode. While details vary, this is what most witnesses had to say about it. The episode began airing at midnight on the night of September 23rd, 1996. This was far from the typical time slot for Doraemon. This episode had no title card. The typical opening was not displayed either. Just a cold opening into the episode's contents. That being a shot of Nobita, the series protagonist, walking down a street. Some say this was the typical neighborhood street shown in the anime. Some say it was an unfamiliar city street. Either way, the shot took place at night. It was dark out, just as it was outside in real life. The scene captures Nobita walking from behind, just showing the back of his head as he walks. This scene continues for at least 10 minutes. Just Nobita walking down a street. But suddenly, Nobita stops. He slowly turns around to look directly at the viewer. With a bittersweet smile, he finally speaks. Ikanakya, he says. I have to go. With that, the episode abruptly ends. Most who witnessed this episode agree on one thing. The voice of Nobita was not that of the official voice actor. It sounded like a much older man. The biggest Doraemon fans among the eyewitness accounts say that this voice belonged to none other than Hiroshi Fujimoto. A
Really?
short time later, Fujimoto's passing was officially announced to the public. There are a few theories regarding this episode. Some speculate that it was recorded in advance, as a way to pay tribute to Fujimoto.
Really?
Others feel the timing and subject matter does not fit this, and that it was a paranormal hijacking of the station. A way for Fujimoto to say goodbye. A large number of people recalled this episode, like a surprisingly large number.
Wow.
TV listings, newspapers, and public records were looked into in response to this.
May have to
but
trim
no
that
proof of this
Doraemon.
paranormal Doraemon episode has ever been found. Nonetheless, it remains a long-standing Forbidden Search topic. This search term refers to the abandoned office of Ego Elando, or Smile Land. Searching
Ego.
this name on Google will bring up a decaying building with smiling faces on it. That in itself
Oh, I
is
think I know
unpleasant to
this.
look at, but it doesn't end there. Despite the building being run down and unkept, the company's webpage is still up and accessible. From what I can gather, it's been up since 1995.
Wow.
And probably hasn't changed a whole lot since then. It's simple, but unsettling nonetheless. When continuing to look at the company's webpage, a few unusual statements are found. There's information of the site's creator, named Hasashi-chan, as well as what Ego Elando is.
Hisashi.
It also lists the person's marriage history or lack of, for some reason.
What?
Hisashi-chan claims to want to brighten the world with Ego Elando character products, promising rare and cute characters. As for the characters in question, I'm assuming they're these guys right here. There is a character introduction page on the site map, but it's no longer up. There are also links to stores where merch can be purchased, but these links also don't lead to anything anymore. It lists
Oof.
stores in Ginza and Shibuya, but then clarifies that these are just separate online stores, and that there are no actual physical stores. There is also a store instructions page that is pretty outdated, saying it only accepts bank transfers and not credit cards, and that the site does not support browsing on phones. Pretty odd for a site that's still up and running in 2024. But then we come to these tabs, instructing visitors on how to change the world with inventions and prayer, as well as change the world with foretelling prophecies and by becoming a king. These pages are still up and running.
Oh my god, that's a lot of
The prayer section
essays.
even has a virtual church with fictional characters that serve as the gods there. These character names are also on the banner image of the webpage, and even on the house itself. The prophecy and king section is where the tonal shift is quite extreme, and the site owner makes some pretty intense statements and predictions. Now would probably be a good time to mention that Hasashi-chan is also considered among the infamous Denpa of the Japanese internet.
Okay.
The building itself, located near Lake Kawaguchi in Yamanashi, has become a tourist spot in itself, and it's
Really?
often visited and photographed. In some of these photos, you can see some paintings are more fresh in appearance, suggesting that the building is still occupied, to an extent.
The question is, who's occupying? Wait.
Some of these photos, you can see some paintings are more fresh in appearance, suggesting that the building is still occupied.
The question is, who is occupying this place?
To an extent.
There's definitely like an underground like home underneath this building or something,
Thing is still occupied
or like an isekai stuff.
to an extent.
Not sure.
This is the name of a YouTube video. When searching for this name, in Japanese of course, on YouTube or NND, you get this.
Oh my god.
The visuals themselves are easily identified, taken from the movie Metropolis, the 1927 silent film
The guy
of the
that's-
Osamu Tezuka adaptation. What's particularly shown is this famous dance scene. Only
Okay.
sped up to look more uncanny, though the original scene was intended to be quite uncanny as well. Also, side note, it appears the Japanese internet refers to this character as VIP Sensei or Veep Sensei. The meme itself has Veep Sensei dancing to an English fan parody of the Forest Maze song from Super Mario RPG. And this in itself was a huge meme from 2007 to like 2010. The Japanese
Okay.
internet, everyone. Back to the cursed forbidden upload, though. It leaves a lot of questions unanswered, and the voice is synthetic and jarring. With all of that said, and taking into account the title itself, this video is supposed to be replicating a dream this poster had. Probably. Though this uploader has apparently uploaded various edits with footage from Metropolis. The last video was uploaded about 14 years ago, though.
Hello everyone and welcome to the end of the video. I usually have something clever or silly or probably
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting to say the least, for sure. Oh my god, Chad. Almost there. We're almost there. Almost there.
So
One more.
Japan has a lot of terms that are considered unsearchable. You're not supposed to search them. They're bad, traumatizing, whatever, just don't search them. Today we're gonna look at some of the most infamous and well-known ones. This is episode 2 of this. If you haven't seen episode 1, here it is. Anyways, let's go.
Oh no, I feel like I heard about this before.
This one is actually a pretty well-known urban legend.
Mm.
But what isn't as well known is the actual origin of this story. It predates the internet itself a bit and was conceived by a famous person in Japan. But in case you haven't heard it before, let's begin with the story itself. The story of the red crayon.
Yeah, I think I heard about this before.
A married couple who had just returned from their honeymoon decided to buy a house. The couple was very happy because they managed to get the house at a very cheap price. That's not something you can really say these days.
We can dream. We can dream. We can dream, chat. We can dream.
It was in a nice neighborhood close to the city and just a short walk from a shopping center. One day, the husband was walking down the hall when he spotted a red crayon lying on the floor. The couple didn't have any children, so the husband wondered where the crayon had come from. Perhaps the previous residents left it behind, he said to himself as he casually threw it in the trash. The next day, the husband came home from work to find another red crayon lying in exactly the same spot. He was very puzzled and decided to ask his wife about it. The wife grew pale in the face. She had told him that every day since they first moved into the house, she had been finding red crayons while she was cleaning. They were always lying in the same spot at the end of that hallway. The husband was sitting in the hallway, wondering about this weird phenomenon, when he began to notice something was not quite right. The hallway was too short. He tapped on the wall at the end of the hallway and heard a hollow sound. Curious, he began peeling off the wallpaper. despite the protests of his wife. Behind the wallpaper, they found a pair of sliding doors, as if someone had carefully hidden the entrance to a closet or small room. The husband discovered that the sliding doors had been nailed shut. He got a hammer from his toolbox and began prying out the nails, one by one. After pulling out the last nail, he slowly opened the sliding door to reveal a small hidden room. Looking inside, they saw the white walls of the little space were covered with words scribbled in red crayon. Over and over again were the words, "Mommy, I'm sorry. Let me out, Mommy. I'm sorry. Let me out, Mommy. I'm sorry. Let me out." The original author to the story is unknown. Well, at least that's what the Creepypasta wiki says, where an English version of the story is posted.
Wait.
That's what the Creepypasta.
What the? Chat, to those who are still watching, do you see what I'm seeing? Okay, there's an ad on the right side called Dick's Gifts for the Family. Shop now. I'm sorry. I know this video is supposed to be freaking ominous and shit, but fucking what the hell is that? What the hell is that ad? What the fuck is that freaking chat? Freaking Gifts for the Family Dicks. What the? Woo!
Wiki says, where an English version of the story is posted, but I'm here to tell you that that's not entirely true. If you saw my video on Spell, you may be familiar with Hikaru Ijin. If not, you may still be familiar with them. They're a well-known radio and TV personality within Japan. They have been since the 80s. Ijuin was part of a television variety show in the 90s. It was called Yamada Kuniko no Shiawase ni Shite yo, or Make Kuniko Yamada Happy. Anyways, it was hosted by actress and comedian Kuniko Yamada, who kind of had a running gag stick thing about wanting to get married and becoming happy, I believe, according to what I read on the internet very briefly. Though having absolutely nothing to do with this was a portion of the show that told ghost stories. Now, Hikaru Ijuin is known to have a couple hobbies, video games being one, as he reviewed computer games for various publications for many years.
Nice.
Though another big hobby of his is creating and telling ghost stories. Kinda in the same vein as Junji Inagawa, who's also famous for telling ghost stories, most famously the Living Doll story. I made a video on that too. And the very
Which is a really good video too, chat. You should check that out.
televised retelling of the Red Crayon story was on an episode of Yamada Kuniko no Shiawase ni Shideyo. Ijuin had also told the story on his radio shows throughout the 90s and 2000s. While Ijuin is known for making the story popular, the origin of it still remains unclear. As the story began circulating at some point in the 80s, and it's unknown how much Ijuin had to do with the story's initial conception. The Red Crayon urban legend itself is considered something to never search, but it's also here because Googling the name will also bring up other creepy urban legends, as well as some very real reports of similar incidents. This is another topic under the famous Denpa category. I don't really know what to expect after reading the Do Not Search wiki article on this, other than to keep my volume low. And that some of the tags are literally "shut up," and this is terrible. So let's just figure it out as we go along, shall we?
君だって気になるだろう？で、彼女の名前は？
Okay, now I'm even more confused. Hang on. Okay, so this site is supposed to be a fan site for Anago-san, who is a side character in the anime Sazai-san, and kinda resembles an actual anago, which is a saltwater eel. This specific character is a friend and co-worker to the dad in Sazai-san, and he has a wife and no kids, and is described as being a bit smarmy, as he's not a very good friend or husband, apparently. Oh, also his canonical age is 27. Everything I saw online regarding this character made sure to express that he is 27 years old.
That's 27? What the
So yeah,
fuck?
what I found odd initially is that this character does not have a very big role in the anime at all. He's a very small side character. But
Yeah, he's a side character.
upon further research, I had discovered that Anago-san is a very popular meme character. Just like
Oh.
how Waluigi and Hugh Neutron are worshipped online, but not in themselves very Hugh Neutron.
Well, I will forever be a Hugh Neutron stan, chat. Freaking, he good. He good. Also, the voice actor for Hugh Neutron is actually a chill dude as well. He has a lot of like, I think he does cameo as well, and at the same time, I feel like he's doing like Twitter stuff. Like he's also active on Twitter.
Are worshipped online, but not in themselves very huge characters in the particular fandoms, or at least not meant to be big stand.
So does Carl Weezer.
Out characters, you know. So in short, Anago-san in itself is considered a forbidden search term, and googling that alone will bring up a bunch of memes, fan art, and most importantly, this infamous fan site, which has been up since 2003 and may even be responsible for what this meme has become. It may even be among the earliest examples of the internet influencing the popularity of a certain character just for the lulz. So
For
now
the
that we know the
lulz.
context, let's get back to exploring that site. So this woman in the background, she is Anago-san's wife. Also, the Wayback Machine didn't properly archive the
New
Japanese text. That's
challenger.
unfortunately quite
Pinak Belad, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Nice name, by the way. Nice name, by the way. Thank you for the follow, Belat. Hope you're doing well. How is you? What do you call what do you call a Filipino water fairy? I have no idea. Can will you enlighten me about that? The water. Let's go! Let's go. Anyway, what's up? Bella. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. What's up?
common for these old web pages. Luckily, the site is currently up. Okay, so all we were missing here was Anago-san and Anago-san no okusan, or Anago-san's wife, which is what that translates to. And while this looks like one big old hyperlink, it's not. Each and every individual Anago-san, which is over 200 if you're curious, is a different voice clip from the anime. And the wife ones are, of course, voice clips of Anago-san's wife. So it's a site dedicated to collecting every single voice line from Anago and his wife. The site did go down for a bit, but as I just mentioned, it's actually still up. And still being updated. Sazai-san is the longest running anime. Longer than One Piece, longer than Doraemon. It's pretty
It is also longer than Detective Conan.
long, with 7,000 episodic segments since 1969. The updated version of the site now has links sorting Anago's lines per year, from 2007 up until 2023. Another new addition was a little disclaimer added to the top of the homepage, stating that there's nothing scary, no viruses, no scams, and no paid services anywhere on the site. This was added after the Anago memes took off.
Well, that's good. Well, it's not a search. It's not scary. It's not a do not research type of stuff. It's more of a meme and appreciation at that.
No viruses, no scams, and no paid services anywhere on the site. This was added after the Anago memes took off.
So that's kind of good.
This search term involves a picture book written by a children's book author named Akihiro Fukube. Fukube has written a number of children's books over the years, but the most infamous by far is titled Ichinichi Omocha, written in 2009 and part of Fukube's Ichinichi picture book series, all featuring this boy illustrated by Fukube in different scenarios. Translating to Toy for a Day, this book has an innocent message in itself, and it has the boy imagining how it would be if he could transform into different toys that are loved and adored by many, in order to experience being these toys and being loved by them firsthand. And once we take a peek into the book itself, oh.
Oh.
So yeah, the book itself isn't anything sinister, it's actually quite cute and imaginative. The uncanny art of the book, particularly the illustrations of the boy as a train and a castanet, have really freaked
What's up, Zaid from YouTube? Hope you're doing well. What's up?
some people
Yeah, Twitch chat. Freaking Zaid says hi.
out. These illustrations took the Japanese internet by storm for a bit. The Do Not Search wiki, again, I don't recommend you look that up, even asks people to not show these illustrations to toddlers. Especially that castanet one. See, it's in bold. To my knowledge, the other Ichinichi books don't have the same uncanny drawings. And Akihiro Fukube writes
Hope you're
children's
doing well,
books
Zaid.
to this day, many of which being very cute and wholesome. Venus Fort to
How am I doing? Well, again, Zaid, I'm trying to be transparent here. I'm not doing okay. If anything, I'm getting worse. But, you know, I gotta push. I gotta survive, you know.
For those unfamiliar, was a really cool mall in Odaiba, which is a man-made island off the coast of Tokyo. Odaiba in general was pretty cool. Well, it's still pretty cool. There's just a lot of stuff that was recently closed there. That's no longer, like, making it cool, I guess. Though the Ferris wheel and Sega Joyopolis, they're still pretty cool. I've also had the best omurice ever in my life at Venus Fort.
The actual
ironically. I'm getting
omurice.
so off topic though. My point is that Venus Fort was a pretty cool place. Nothing like the disturbing ads initially associated with them.
This photo is 1 year old. Ladies are very happy with delicious cake. To Venus photo by driving.
I am being completely serious when I say searching for these gave me the biggest jump scare. I was not expecting that thumbnail.
I was not
Okay,
expecting that
Starting
thumbnail.
in 1999, commercials advertising Venus Fort aired on TV. The ones with the uncanny girls are not as infamous as the first commercials. No, actually, it's the ones with the chanting and those dudes, those first ones that people find cursed. They especially found them cursed back when they first aired, as many people had
Any luck
no
with the searching a job, Staz? I'm trying, Zaid, but the reality of this right now, Zaid, is that do you think there's some companies that will actually hire someone in this month, which is like Christmas in a way? But I'm still trying. Still trying. Still trying.
idea.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm still looking, but at the same time, do you think there's some company that is available to hire someone in this month, like December, like Christmas?
Of what a Venus Fort was, since it was, a brand new shopping center at that point. And this ad didn't exactly tell them much about what the heck a Venus Fort was even supposed to be. And curious about what you would even get when Googling Venus Fort around the, late 90s and early 2000s when these ads were still running, I Googled Venus Fort on the Wayback Machine. And the site was actually pretty to the point and nothing like the ads. They even did weddings here apparently. Nothing says ideal wedding venue like this, does it? I should also add that there are a few videos on the original Venus Fort site that no longer play as well. These videos, whatever these videos are of, could also be completely lost. This is a pretty messed up sign that was once located in the Nakasengawa area of Mitaka, which is a suburb of Tokyo. It means to warn drivers and pedestrians of traffic safety, but took off online for how hard it goes with its message. I don't think I can show this whole sign on YouTube. I think you can get what's going on here, though, with, that part covered. The way the kid on the bike looks calm and unfazed while riding over this dude is what stands out the most to most people. Bro does not care. The text
It's okay. It's okay, Zaid. I can understand that. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I can understand that, Zaid. Don't worry. I can feel that something is coming for me for the better. I'll just have to wait it. I know there's something coming, but I just hope it's for the best and for me not to overthink or for me not to, just I just want to be happy is all and not be stuck on something. I can try as well, but I'll try to look for another alternative. Say, don't worry. But yeah, I'm still the Christmas goal is still ongoing, chat. So if you guys want to support, yeah, you guys want to support me and help my and help me out for providing like a really good Christmas for my family. Exclamation point dono for both Twitch and YouTube. But yeah.
simply says dangerous, but is often misread because of the way the font looks and
I didn't even realize that I've been streaming for 7 hours, for almost 7 hours.
such. It's a lot to go into. But the sign was put up by the Nakasengawa Town Association, so just in case there was any doubt, the sign was near a children's park and was likely intended to make sure it got people's attention since so many kids played in that area. At some point, the sign was removed, though it's unclear when it was removed. The specific photo of the sign has a date from 1996, so the sign was likely up during the 90s and maybe into the early 2000s as well. Also, this kid right here became a bit of a meme in Japan, with fan art and various photo edits of them committing unspeakable atrocities being made. This search term refers to the inside of a rural train station, located in Inakadate, a village in unspeakable
I mean, you could say this is, yeah. Did you watch the Game? Yes, I did watch the Game Awards, Zaid.
atrocities being made. This search term refers to the inside of a rural train station, located in Inakadate, a village in Aomori Prefecture with a population of only 7,400. This station only sees trains from one line, that being the Konan line, operated by the private company Konan Railway, rather than the much bigger JR system. All of that said, this is a very small town in a very rural part of Japan. The station was first opened back in 1950, though in 1987 the station became unattended, with nobody working within the building. As the years went on, the station became in desperate need of remodeling.
What do you think about the next Elden Rings game? I haven't played Elden Ring, and I mean and I haven't played any FromSoft games except for Bloodborne, but that was completely short. Like that was completely short. So I don't have any thoughts about it. I mean, the game looks great. That's all I'm gonna say.
This was when the local authorities hired an artist known as Goma to give the space a complete overhaul. And while Goma was requested to only provide some framed portraits, the artist had instead convinced those in charge to do something a bit more extreme. Nowadays, the
What's up,
station's
Daos?
interior is filled with surreal
Good
and
morning.
unique art, though not everyone is a fan. Many people, expecting a cute little old-fashioned rural station, were a bit taken aback by
Wow. That's definitely an angel. What's up, Silly from YouTube? Hope you're doing well. How you doing?
the visuals, particularly that massive eye on the ceiling.
Well, that eye is an angel.
Some just find the art to be a bit too much.
For the record, I think it looks really good. It's cool. It's not it's cool, and it's also not creepy at all. It's like a depiction of an angel, a type of angel, to be exact. Be marveling before I head out. Also, damn. I'm not in the mood to play some Marvel Rivals right now, Daos.
I like for 7 hours. For 7 hours, I'm just doing just chatting, reacting to some videos and all that stuff.
Peaceful little area. Doesn't really go with the whole old-fashioned vibe, you know?
And I've been talking about what I've been doing with my life and all that stuff. I'm really in the point, Daos, that I'm physically and mentally challenged. Like I feel defeated, and I really don't know what to do, or I don't even have a plan on how can I salvage myself with this situation that I have with my family. But that's life.
In all my time researching this weird Japanese internet stuff, this one is by far the goofiest I've ever encountered. Regardless, though, this is it. It's an heirloom tomato. So, okay, why is this so forbidden? Like, there's an article on it in the Do Not Search Wiki. Yes, that is a thing. And no, I do not advise you to look at the Do Not Search Wiki. Please, seriously don't. Heirloom tomatoes are not as common in Japan as they are elsewhere in the world.
They look like brains.
I guess maybe kind of
Like,
like how
wait,
fruits
inside
like
of a
lychee
brain.
and persimmons are fairly common in Japan and other Asian countries, but not widely sold and consumed outside of that neck of the woods.
I mean, when did you start streaming? I've been streaming. I mean, my whole entire career, or today. Like, when did I start streaming? Like as a content creator, or today? Like, when did I start streaming today? Like, that's my question. But if you wanna know when I started streaming, way back 2020 content. Well, I posted content on my YouTube back in 2019, and then I started streaming during the pandemic, which is like December 2020. December 2020, and then actually my stream anniversary on Twitch. I'm actually streaming on YouTube. I recently started multi-streaming, so I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and then on YouTube. Um my Twitch streamer anniversary is on December 21st. Yeah, I'm still contacting my sister from time to time. But most of our conversation is like her borrowing money from my mom or from me. Yeah. But silly, if to answer your question, I've been doing streaming since 2020 on my Twitch channel, same name as my YouTube channel, and my streamer anniversary is from Twitch is actually coming out, like coming in a few days. So I may plan to do like a 12-hour stream on that one, but not sure. But yeah, and I just recently debuted as a VTuber. Back in May 3rd, like a day before my birthday. So yeah.
Because some people in Japan aren't familiar with heirloom tomatoes, they feel the inside, once these tomatoes are sliced, looks rather unpleasant and can trigger certain phobias. For that reason,
Yeah, trypophobia.
some become squeamish when looking at them in this particular state. There are a few places in Japan that grow these tomatoes.
Well, thank you, Zaid, for the anniversary. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 years now. So my streamer anniversary is actually coming up in a few days, like next Saturday or Friday.
A farm in Niigata began growing them a little over a decade ago. Around this time, some of the people who were freaked out by them spread false rumors about the tomatoes being exposed to radiation. Now, the pattern of these tomatoes is referred to as marbling, and the more complex the marbling, the more valuable the tomato is.
Yes.
Kinda like the marbling of a steak.
Marbling of a steak and marbling of a Korean pork.
This topic involves a Pikmin character and... Okay, I get it. And before you're like, oh what, everything in this game is cute, nothing in that game is so bad that it should be on here. Well, if you haven't played Pikmin, it's a very unforgiving game involving the cycle of life and death. And a lot of the characters in it, well, let me just say, they're pretty terrifying. So, I get it. So anyway.
I have never played Pikmin. I know it's a Nintendo game, but I have never played Pikmin. I don't even own a Switch, chat. I'm waiting for Nintendo to release Switch Pro, which supports 1080p 60 FPS. That's it. I just want a very fully functioned Switch so I can play games like Nintendo games. Or just give me a remake of Pokemon Black and White. Come on. Is that too much to ask?
Is these characters are called Amebozu in Japan, but they're known as water wraiths in the English versions. They were first introduced in Pikmin 2 on the Nintendo GameCube, and they often appear without warning, and they will find you. And it's not exactly clear on how you can deal with them, because they just keep coming and nothing stops them. The trauma from experiencing these guys in-game led this topic to be among the unsearchable.
Alright, is this thing on? Yes, it is. Hello, everyone. Do you like my Christmas sweater? Maybe I can... And I got Christmas earrings. If you're at the end of this video, I'm assuming you like the video, so thank you. Anyways, this is the point in the video where I kind of just wrap things up and give out my Patreon shout.
Okay, so that was good. That was good. Most of these do not search Japan topics aren't even bad at all. It's kind of tame for me, my perspective. It's really good. Anyway, chat. I also am updated with this too, so I may have to react one more video and then I'm gonna call it, because I've been streaming for 7 hours and I really want to relax and chill. I may have to relax and chill, chat. Not sure. But yeah. Yeah, Korean Englishman. So I've been watching their content for a while now. Yo, Strange Noise, what's up? I know that person. I love Korean Englishmen. Do you? Do you? And yeah, alright. They actually...
Oh my gosh. What is that?
They actually uploaded a brand new video. Korean Englishman and then Jolly. Korean Englishman and Jolly. I actually watched them.
Oh my gosh. What is that?
Makes me want to go to Korea to eat stuff. Well, I can actually go to Korea. I just don't have the pocket money for it.
Oh my gosh. What is that?
It's gonna be the craziest thing anybody has ever done in this universe.
What the hell have you just done? That is unreal. Today, I have a challenge for you. Can you turn this famous Korean-Italian dish into something gourmet? Carbonara flavored instant noodles.
Carbonara flavor? Oh my god. You know that...
Yeah, I shared Jolly's video on Filipino Snack. Yeah, I shared Jolly's video on Filipino Snack with you years ago. Yes!
Carbonara
Also, the Jollibee one.
is not a thing.
Well, they never mix?
It's not a thing. Is this cream?
I'm surprised that you remember that. I'm surprised that you remember that. That was like the early days of me streaming. That was like 2021. That's like 20 to 2021 content, bro.
It's like milk or cream.
You shouldn't have cream in carbonara.
No? Italians don't eat a lot of instant noodles?
We don't have instant noodles.
Oh, wow. Well, the noodles, they're more like a thick spaghetti carbonara style of noodle.
You say that, but it doesn't look like it.
So that is the milk powder that they use to make the carbonara. That's what makes it carbonara.
It tastes weird.
So we're going in with the milk powder.
Quite a lot of powder.
And then I'll just go...
Oh, it's black. That's gonna be the color later.
What do you mean? There we are. I've got to say, I've only had the original one. The original one looks way, way scarier than that.
Also, I can see it doesn't really look like noodles. It looks
a bit like spaghetti.
No, but it looks...
To me, that looks just like a carbonara. Minus a few ingredients.
What do you think? This looks like a microwaved kids pasta.
Okay, okay. Do you want me to taste it first?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mmm. Wow. It's got a kick. Wow. The texture's lovely. Quite like, wow, I can't believe I've never had these before.
It tastes horrible.
If you're paying for this something like 40p, it makes sense.
So my challenge to you...
Is that why you made me wear this stuff?
The reason I want to ask you to come in your chef whites is, can you turn this famous Korean Italian dish into something gourmet?
I can make a culinary war against Ulta. You always have to go back for a second one to try to understand. Carbonara flavor? Absolutely not. I would call this a tomato milk instant noodle with some oregano.
With some oregano.
That's what it tastes like. Oregano, tomato. Where's the egg? Where's the guanciale?
What's guanciale?
Guanciale is the best part of the pig. You know, think about pancetta. Guanciale is pancetta on steroids. I need to see how the sauce tastes.
It looks almost like poison, doesn't it?
Oof, tastes terrible. Yeah. Vinegar, sugar, chili, garlic, chicken. This is chicken as well.
Really?
Dry chicken.
In that?
Yeah.
Got magic taste buds. I can't get any of that. All I get is just pain.
Because I need to understand the basics of the flavor, you know?
Well, obviously, we can use some of that sauce in your carbonara if you want to.
I'll experiment.
Okay, wow.
So, do you know the guy that won Culinary Wars?
Yeah, he cooked Italian food, right? What did you think as an Italian chef watching that?
I actually liked it. Yeah? It was super cool. It was, well, you know why he won, right?
Why?
Because the Italian is the best food in the world.
Okay. All right,
Wow.
well, this is your chance to challenge Napoli Mafia. What I would like you to do is, let's use this as an inspiration.
Chat, I think I never watched Culinary Wars. That's a Netflix special, right? But I don't own Netflix. I never watch these kind of reality shows, chat. I'm such uncultured.
We brought an array of some fancy ingredients. Can you make a fine dining version of this dish?
I'm pretty sure I can.
Okay.
And I can show you, probably it's gonna be the best dish you have in your life.
Wow, okay, I like it.
So you have to understand that carbonara is my absolute favorite dish in the whole world.
So we've come to...
Me too, chat. I love carbonara, but freaking what we have here is Filipino carbonara. It's not even Italian carbonara, but it's Filipino carbonara. Yet we don't, yeah, there's a fine lining to that, but I don't discriminate. I don't disrespect the Italians about it. It's just that Filipinos have a different palate. You know what I'm saying?
To the right person.
And the right time. Because I came back from Italy yesterday, and I brought this with me. Guanciale. Bacon on steroids. Parmesan, 30 months. You see, these are pecorino romano.
Both of these cheese are going into the carbonara?
Yeah.
Both smell incredible.
Eggs.
Holy crap.
We need eggs.
No.
Have you ever done this?
Whoa, careful.
We have spaghettoni, thick spaghetti, sofrix from Scotland. Of course, black pepper. You know why carbonara? Carbon needs to be nice, aggressive, spicy, but creamy. Maybe I will use a little bit of this.
Wow,
Maybe.
of the brutak sauce?
Maybe.
You're not convinced yet, though?
I will try. It's gonna be the craziest thing anybody has ever done in this universe. In Italy, pasta is the first course.
Oh my gosh.
So this is that? Fiorentina.
Fiorentina. That is a big chunk of meat.
And I was thinking, what if we take it to the next step? We do gochujang Fiorentina.
Wow.
Right, well, while Mr. Z does that, preparing the ingredients, I'll take some time to talk about today's sponsor, NordVPN. Securing your data while browsing online has literally never been more important. This year, there's been a record...
They've been really like a regular when it comes to like NordVPN sponsorship. Chat, I have a question. For those who are using NordVPN or any VPN, is it worth it? Is it really worth it?
Number of cyber attacks, and when you're out and about using public
Is it really worth it to actually change my IP with a VPN?
Wi-Fi, you are particularly exposed. Wow, gochujang steak. Anyway, that's why we use NordVPN. Takes just a couple of minutes to install, and after it's set up, it just runs in the background. They have thousands of servers worldwide, meaning NordVPN is the fastest in the planet. And what's more is you can use up to 10 devices on one account. So I actually have it on my phone, my iPad, my laptop, keeping all of my data safe.
To be honest, I've been using it since you told me about it.
Are you serious?
Not joking.
Mate,
It's really good.
keep your data safe. For the price.
Since you told me about it.
iPad, my laptop, keeping all of my data safe.
To be honest, I've been using it since you told me about it.
Are you serious?
Not joking.
Mate.
Specific case only. Here's the thing, chat. If I'm going to use a VPN, I want to use a VPN. I want to use a VPN just to change my IP address. Because I want to play Helldivers 2 or Ghost of Tsushima, but I'm region locked. Thinking those two games are freaking region locked. I'm gonna... If Ragnarok
is gonna be region lock when it comes out, God of War Ragnarok, I'm swear to God. Like I can play Dad of War. Like the Dad of War. But freaking if Ragnarok is region lock, I'm gonna strangle a person. But I just want to use a VPN just so I can change my IP and then log into my Steam and then play Ghost of Tsushima, buy it or something like that. Because I want to play Ghost of Tsushima, man. I can. I can play it on my PlayStation 4, but freaking my PlayStation 4 is already stored.
It's really good. Keep your data safe for the price of a cup of coffee per month.
Easy.
NordVPN has been supporting our channel for the last 5 years. And without their help, we wouldn't have been able to make content like this for you guys. So if you want to support the channel and keep your data safe, hit the link in the description or go to NordVPN, you guys. So if you want to support the channel and keep your data safe, hit...
I love their British university students went to Korea for military service.
the link in the...
Yeah, that's the thing. Strange noise. I wanna know, like if I don't mind paying paying for a VPN. I just want to play the games that I want. I really want to play Ghost of Tsushima. I want to play that game. I want to play that game. Not to mention the sequel for that game is gonna come out with the announcement. I can play it on PlayStation 4, but it's not gonna be like the same experience or the same vibe. I can play a PlayStation. I can buy a PlayStation 5 and then play it on there. But freaking freaking PlayStation 5, man. I already have a gaming PC. I don't want to freaking spend money for it.
In the description, or go to nordvpn.com/ke.
Well, I guess it's because of third party. It's somewhat about the government and third partying stuff. I have no idea how it works.
To get an exclusive deal, 4 months extra on a 2-year plan. That is nordvpn.com/ke, man.
Josh, do you want to be my little sous chef?
Sure. Wait, what is that? Oh my gosh.
So you take it here.
Yeah? Holy moly. Okay. How are you doing that quickly?
Put passion. You see? Ah, passion. Yes. Yes. Hit it here.
Oh, I can do this.
And put the whole egg here, okay? What I would like you to do is to take the egg yolk and put them here.
Okay.
Egg white out. Yeah, like that.
Okay.
And make sure there is no egg white. Weird sauce. Let's try.
Don't use all of it.
Let's try
That's
one.
going to be so strong.
No.
Wow. That's just pure egg yolk and burdak sauce. Look at that.
Now, add the cheese there, please.
Whoa. Okay.
And then with the fork.
Yeah.
And it's going to achieve a paste texture. Can you see that?
So we've got cheese. Oh, black pepper. Do we need that much black pepper as well?
Absolutely, yes. Another very important step. Guanciale is nearly 60% fat.
Wow.
And 40% meat. You go down like this.
Ooh, okay.
You make cubes out of this. We're gonna cook them a little bit.
Chat, that barbecue that I had, chat, a while ago for dinner was really good. Because I had like barbecued pork blood, barbecued pork on a skewer. By the way, most of them are skewered. Barbecue pork blood, pork barbecue, and then intestine. Freaking those are good. Those are really good street food, Filipino street food.
It's in a pan, the guanciale, and take the fat out. And this one, put it in here.
Oh my gosh, the smell. That is maybe the porkiest smell.
Taste it.
Surely it's going to be hella spicy. You put an entire pack of burdak sauce in there.
Oh, try that. Come on.
Wow.
So.
Oh, wait, Ollie, look, you guys need to try this. Honestly, it's one of the richest flavors I've ever put in my mouth.
It works. Come on.
It worked incredibly well.
Right? The cool thing is that, remember, I didn't add any salt.
Oh, you haven't added any salt to
And
that?
that's why it's so gentle. You see this pan?
Yeah.
Still dirty from the guanciale. We're gonna use it for the steak. Rosemary, okay? We're gonna get some flavor in the fat.
Now that rosemary's like absorbed all the pork fat, wow, you're just gonna get the whole thing.
We want to achieve a crust, of course. The gochujang paste is gonna help to create the crust because of the sugariness.
It smells really good. Wow, yeah, it smells like caramel. You just threw a whole thing of butter in there. Oh my gosh.
Okay, now this, oven.
Straight in the
200
oven.
degrees.
Whoa.
Okay? butter, half.
I feel like the way you cook needs to be caught on television. I want to see you in season 2. If anyone's watching, let's make that happen.
The problem is that I would win, so it's weird. An Italian guy winning a Korean culinary war. Can you imagine? That would be insane.
Hang on, did you put olive oil and butter together?
Olive oil raises the batter temperature so it doesn't burn. Mushrooms in, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. I brought with me something else from Italy. You told me, listen, Z, you gotta do something gourmet. You didn't even tell me what.
Oh, I told you we needed some gourmet ingredients.
So, number 1, these are white
truffles.
Oh,
Alba.
moly.
Look at this. In here.
Oh my gosh, you microplaning truffle. That's a lot of truffle. Just
That's so much fat, but that's how they do in restaurant. Yeah, fat is actually a really key component in most of most dish in the restaurants. It's gonna give you a heart attack for sure, and cholesterol, but it's a key ingredient.
in the base.
See, how much is white truffle per kilo? Currently £8,000.
How much do we owe you?
Oh dear Lord.
Mix.
Okay.
You see, it became solid a little bit.
Yeah, it's
and that's why you'll understand what we do later. Secondly, just because caviar.
Okay, of
You know,
course.
why caviar?
Is this caviar from Italy?
Yeah, outside of Lake Como.
I love it.
You know what time it is?
Steak time. No, noodles
No.
time. Noodle time.
Not noodles, spaghetti.
Sorry, spaghetti.
So you see this water dropping?
You want the spaghetti to be a bit wet still when you're putting it in there, because then that paste turns into this. Suddenly it looks creamy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it looks almost exactly the same color as the Buddha carbonara we made at the beginning. Except you've got these chunks of meat in there, and then there's like half a truffle. Holy moly.
Okay. So take a little bit.
Okay. Wow.
Oh.
It's good? It's good? Wait.
No, it's another level. Oh, wow. And it's a bit spicy.
Yeah, of course it is. You put a whole pack of Buddha
Super
sauce
good.
in there.
Go for it, go for it.
Okay, okay, okay. Ooh.
Come on. Come on, Josh. What are we talking about?
Oh, I closed my eyes and then lost my balance for a second there. The Buddha flavor is subtle. I can't believe you put a whole pack of that sauce. It's subtle.
Perfect.
You put so much cheese in there. Where did it all go? No wonder people think of this.
Before going back.
Hang on, hang on. Oh.
No.
Okay, okay. This is literally, I'm at a loss for words. This is so mental. It's good. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, more. Okay, more truffle. More truffle. Because why not? Oh my gosh. This is insane. This is okay. This is too much.
Go for it.
There's no restaurant in the
for it.
world where you could have a mouthful like this.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's perfect, Josh. I made you laugh.
More choked on the truffle.
That's a good way to die.
Not a sentence I ever thought I'd hear myself say.
It speaks very loudly.
You know what's mental? It still is recognizable as that.
Yes.
This is genuinely mind-blowing. Ollie, come round. You need to try this. The caviar one is even creamier. Easily the best carbonara I've ever had. And it's spicy.
Oh, yeah.
Like Buddha carbonara was.
Intense. It's like an explosion.
It has that Moorish taste to it that Budak has.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
It's really tasty.
Turns out Buddha and real Italian carbonara is a match made in heaven.
Oh, yeah.
Like, whoever invented that recipe knew what they were doing.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's genuinely insane.
That is so good.
Come on.
Yeah, Luke needs to try this. Luke needs to try this.
Carbonara's not my favourite pasta. I don't think I can ever have it.
Do you ever make carbonara at home?
I reckon I make carbonara once a week.
Oh, wow.
What?
I bet it doesn't taste like that.
And it never will.
Go for it.
No. I feel like Koreans would find this recipe a bit greasy and intense without the budak
Go for it,
sauce.
go for it, go for it, go for it.
No.
Yes.
Gosh. But because you put that budak sauce in,
it works.
It cuts through any of the greasiness.
I don't know how.
From the pork fat, and it just adds a tiny bit of spice.
Incredible.
It just makes it perfectly balanced.
I know.
It's properly spicy as well. That's something you don't realise straight away. After a couple of minutes, you can properly taste the spice.
Tingles here.
In a good way.
Oh my gosh. My gosh.
Could be incredible or could be terrible. I never use gochujang and steak like this together ever.
Okay. What the heck is that? What is that? Is that like...
Oh, is that the smoker?
Mosquito wood.
Yeah, that's the smoker.
Chips.
So I think this is the one that gives you the smoky flavor for that steak. Yeah, that's the contraption. And then he uses the tree barks or something like that.
Oh look, it's coming out. It's coming out.
Whoa, whoa. Oh
So
my
we're gonna
gosh.
smoke it with mesquite.
That is insane.
Oh my gosh, can you smell that?
Whoa! Oh, wow! It literally smells like an American barbecue house.
Okay.
This is fine dining, guys. This is fine dining at home, done by a flipping professional.
Let's have a look.
Look at that. Gosh.
Oh, I think because of the
My
caramelization, because of the
gosh.
sugar.
Yeah.
The smell.
Oh,
Smell the bone.
wow.
Smell the bone.
That smells literally like caramelly.
So,
like slightly spicy caramel. And then obviously you're getting the smoke smell as well. You should do this for a job or something. I mean, this is crazy.
little bit of salt.
Beautiful. That's a lot of sesame. Porcini mushrooms.
And then for third, but not last, noodle sauce, please.
The brutak sauce?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm scared.
Put it here. Come on.
Well, I mean, you already turned the brutak sauce
Put the
into
sauce here.
blood. I mean, I guess it's kind of chili oil. But with no, don't want all of it. In case you didn't have enough brutak already, we now have brutak gochujang steak.
Try first the fillet.
Okay. Cheers. That's really good. That was really good. It's crunchy, beautiful gochujang flavor. The brutak oil, a little bit intense on that.
Of course.
The mushrooms just cut straight through that.
Yeah. Usually mushrooms are gummy. This is creamy, buttery.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Delicate.
The heck?
If you want to achieve the real essence of this dish, like an English person would do.
You wouldn't do that in Italy?
No, of course not.
Really? That looks so good to me. As soon as you brought this out, that is what I wanted to do.
Come on. Come on.
Is this working for your kitchen instead of your
I
backyard?
genuinely
Yep.
have no idea how you made that gochujang covered steak taste that good. This was the show stealer though.
Yeah.
Because that literally tasted so recognizably similar to that, and yet also just completely different. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Mr. Z, that's incredible. If there's anything else you want to see Z turn into a gourmet dish, let us know in the comments. Honoren.
Yogi Gachi.
There we go. As it says on the t-shirt.
Yogi Gachi! Anyway, yay!
Yep. Yeah, it's really dope. That's really dope. Yeah, there's also this one as well. I can actually watch more Korean Englishmen chat. I can actually pass time. I still have a few minutes that I can burn. It's not like who's actually on right now? I don't think anyone is on right now from the OVG community. Yeah, there's actually there's nothing. I mean, there's Capcom Fighter pools for Street Fighter 6. Yeah, there's actually no one. Oh, Tony's actually playing. Okay. You know what, chat? I think I'm gonna call it because Tony's actually online. He's playing Walking Dead, so I may have to give him a raid again. Anyway, chat, I'm good for today. Today was a lot of fun. Today was a lot of fun, although kind of bittersweet. And there's a basic move I can't figure out how to do it. Actually, someone followed the channel when I was playing Virtual Fighter Rev Beta. There was a Korean backdash and Korean wave dash on the game. I can't do it on my pad. I can't do it on my pad because it's so tedious. And then I tried to do it on my hitbox. Oh, freaking it works. So maybe Virtual Fighter is going to be a game that I can utilize my hitbox. That's how I feel. But yeah, I feel like I'll play more Virtual Fighter. Maybe tomorrow, not sure. But yeah. Anyway, chat, I think I'm gonna call it on that one. I've been streaming for 7 hours, 7.5 hours, and
I want to give my support to Tony if I can. But thank you to the people who are still tuning into the stream. I highly appreciate you guys. But before I head out, I'm going to do some quick shout outs, by the way, to the people who are actually supporting the stream. So let's actually start from 6 hours ago. So Dreamy with the follow, thank you. And Latina Mommies, thank you for the follow. Nice name, by the way. And Pinak Belat, big uhu with the follow, thank you. And to the people who subscribe on the YouTube channel, thank you guys. I highly appreciate your support. Yeah, chat. If you guys want to support me, exclamation point dono. It would really help me a lot if you guys would support the Christmas goal. But yeah, I'll stream more tomorrow. I'll probably going to play Fortnite or anything like that. But yeah. I'll play Fortnite or something, or Marvel Rivals, not sure. Yeah, but yes, Ratchet, thanks for the stream. Hope you to see yours next stream. Don't worry, Abel from YouTube. Don't worry. Yeah, Ratchet, freaking Stacks. That's also my name as well. But yeah, I'm gonna call on that one. Enjoy the rest of the stream with Tony from the Twitch side, from the YouTube side. I have my YouTube reaction on Clive Rosefield from Tekken 8. Be sure to check that out. And if you guys are not contented by that, check out my second channel as well. But until then, my name is ENVtuber saying take care and stay safe. See ya!